Oasis Audio presents the Nancy Drew Diaries number 3, Mystery of the Midnight Rider by Carolyn, Keene. Read for you by Georgina Marie. Dear Diary, Payton Evans had named her horse after the exact time he was born, midnight. I had never seen such a magnificent horse before. His coat gleamed in the sunlight. His mane and tail both looked like there had never been one sleek hair out of place. And when Payton rode him, she looked just as perfect. Ned told me Payton had been riding horses forever, and that she and Midnight were first-class champions. She was so lucky to have figured out what she wanted to do with the rest of her life. Chapter 1, Riding High. Is that her? I asked, shading my eyes against the glare of the afternoon sun. The one in the beige breeches and tall boots? Ned grinned. You'll have to be more specific, Nancy. Just about everyone out there is wearing beige breeches and tall boots. The two of us were leaning on the rail of a large riding ring at the local fairgrounds. At the moment, it was crowded with horses and riders warming up for their next class. All of them, male and female, teenagers and adults, were dressed almost exactly alike. You have a point, I said with a laugh. So how are we supposed to know who to cheer for once the class starts? Just then, one of the horses separated from the others and trotted toward us. Ned Nickerson? Is that you? The rider called. Ned waved. Hi, Payton. It's good to see you again. You too. Payton halted her horse in front of us and smiled shyly. She was about 16, with a slender build and delicate features that made her look tiny atop her horse, an enormous bay with a splash of white on its forehead. Payton, this is my girlfriend, Nancy Drew, Ned said. Nancy, this is Payton Evans. Nice to meet you, I said. Your horse is beautiful. Thanks. Payton leaned forward to give the horse a pat on its gleaming neck. He's actually not mine, though. I'm riding him for my trainer. He's one of her sale horses. He's still a little green, but he's coming along. Green? Ned raised an eyebrow. Looks kind of reddish-brown to me. I rolled my eyes at the lame joke. Green just means he's not fully trained yet, I explained. That's right, Payton smiled at me. Are you a rider, Nancy? Not really, I replied, but I took some classes when I was a kid. And I never miss coming out to watch this show. I returned her smile, even when I'm not acquainted with one of the star riders. I glanced around, taking in the hustle and bustle surrounding me. The annual River Heights Horse Show was a prestigious competition, attracting top hunter-jumper riders from all over the country. Payton's smile faded slightly. I'm not the star, she said. Her voice so soft I could barely hear it over the thud of hoofbeats and chatter of riders and spectators. The horses are the stars. I'm just along for the ride. You don't have to be modest, I told her with a chuckle. Ned's told me all about you. He says you've been riding since you were practically in diapers. You've had all kinds of success on the A circuit, and you're super talented and hardworking. Payton shrugged, playing with the tiny braids of her mount's mane. When she responded, her voice was even quieter. It's easy to work hard at something you love. As an experienced amateur detective, I'm pretty good at picking up clues, but it didn't take a super sleuth to tell that Payton wasn't comfortable with our current line of conversation. Time for a change of subject. Anyway, I said, Ned also tells me your mom and his mom were college roommates. That's right. Payton stroked her mount as he snorted at a leaf blowing past. When Mrs. Nickerson heard I was coming to this show, she was nice enough to offer to let me stay with them so I don't have to stay in a hotel. She's thrilled to have you here,
and she can't wait to see you tonight," Ned assured Payton. "I'm supposed to tell you not to eat too much today since she and Dad are planning a big welcome barbecue for you tonight."
I chuckled. "That sounds like your parents," I told Ned. "So are Peyton's parents going to be staying with you too?" "No," Payton answered before Ned could say anything. A sad look flitted across her face. "They have to stay in Chicago for work today and tomorrow, and then they've got a family obligation that will keep them busy for most of Saturday. But they promise they'll be here in time to watch me ride in the Grand Prix on Saturday."
"The Grand Prix? What's that?" Ned asked.
I rolled my eyes at him. "Weren't you paying attention when I dragged you to this show last year?" I joked. "The Grand Prix is the big jumping competition on Saturday night. It's sort of like the equestrian competitions you see in the Olympics. Huge, colorful fences that are like 10 feet high." Payton laughed. "Not quite," she said. "Even the best Olympic horse couldn't jump a 10-foot fence. The heights are more like 5 feet. "Close enough," I said with a shrug. "Anything I can't step over myself looks high to me." Ned poked me on the shoulder.
"Here comes Bess and George," he said. "I was wondering where they'd disappeared to."
Bess said she wanted to grab a soda. I noticed that Payton looked slightly confused as she watched my two best friends approach. "George is short for Georgia," I explained with a wink, "but nobody calls her that unless they're trying to get under her skin." Payton nodded. "Got it." By then, Bess and George had reached us. Both had sodas, and George was also holding a paper cup of French fries smothered in ketchup. The scent of grease wafted toward me, temporarily overwhelming the pleasant horsey smell of Peyton's mount.
"Payton Evans, George Fane, Bess Marvin," Ned said, pointing at each girl in turn as he made the introductions. "Bess and George are cousins, believe it or not," he added with a grin.
"What do you mean, believe it or not?" Payton asked. I laughed. Bess and George may share the same family, but that's about all they have in common. Bess is blonde, blue-eyed, and as girly as they come. George is, well, pretty much the opposite of that. For instance, Bess had dressed up to come to today's show in a pretty dress, stylish flats, even a matching bow holding back her shoulder-length hair. George? She was wearing what she wore just about every day, jeans, t-shirt, and sneakers. "Don't pay any attention to him," Bess said. "It's nice to meet you, Payton." "So you're the superstar rider Ned keeps talking about?" George added, popping a fry into her mouth. "He's been totally geeking out about how you're probably going to be in the next Olympics. Is that true, or is he just pulling our legs?" Payton played with the reins resting on her mount's withers. "Actually, my trainer tells me the chef d'équipe of the U.S. team is supposed to come watch the Grand Prix at this show." "The chef de what?" Bess asked as she reached over and snagged one of George's fries.
"That's the person in charge of the Olympic team," Ned explained. "Mom and Dad were talking about it last night after Peyton's dad called to make final arrangements."
"Wow," I said. "So this big-time Olympics head guy is coming to watch you ride? Maybe so he can decide if you should try out for the U.S. team?" "I guess so." Payton shrugged again. "I mean, we don't know for sure that he's coming to see me in particular, but my trainer and my parents seem to think so."
"Awesome."
George reached out and tentatively patted Peyton's horse on the nose. "So is this the horse you'll be riding when he's watching?" "No, I'll be riding my own horse, my most experienced jumper. His name is Midnight." Payton smiled as she said the horse's name. "He's really cool. Maybe you guys can meet him later." "We'd love to," Bess said, "as long as it's not too much later, because I'm sure Nancy and Ned have other plans this evening." She waggled her eyebrows at me.
"Sure we do," Ned said. "My parents are throwing that barbecue tonight, remember? You're both invited."
"Oh, right," Bess pursed her lips. "Okay, but that's not what I'm talking about." She wagged a playful finger in Ned's face. "I certainly hope you're planning to take Nancy somewhere more romantic than a family barbecue or a horse show this weekend. It's your anniversary, remember?"
"How could he forget? You've only been reminding him twice a day for the past month."
I was exaggerating, but only a little. Bess is nothing if not a romantic.
Yeah, give it a rest already, George told her cousin. I'm sure Ned has it all under control. Of course I do. I mean, what could be more romantic than this? Ned slipped one arm around my shoulders, helping himself to a couple of George's fries with the other hand. Fried food, horse manure, what more could any girl want? Heads up! A voice barked out, cutting through our laughter. It was another rider, a sharp-chinned teenage girl on a lanky gray horse. The horse was cantering straight at Payton and her mount. Payton glanced over her shoulder, then shifted her horse aside just in time to avoid a collision. Sorry," she called to the other rider, even though from where I stood it looked as if the gray horse was the one at fault. The gray horse's rider pulled him to a halt and glared back over her shoulder. "Is this your first horse show, Payton?" she snapped. "This is supposed to be a warm-up ring. If you want to stand around and gossip, do it somewhere else." "Sorry," Payton said again, though the other rider was already spurring her horse back into a canter. "Nice girl," George commented with a snort. "Friend of yours?" Payton sighed. "That's Jessica. I don't even know her that well. She rides at a barn a few miles from mine, and we end up at most of the same shows. I've no idea why she doesn't like me, but she's never exactly made a secret of it." She grimaced and gathered up her reins. "But she's right about one thing. I shouldn't be standing around. I'd better get back to my warm-up. I'll see you guys later, right?" "Sure. Good luck," Bess said. We watched her ride off. "She seems nice," I said to Ned. "Yeah, she is." Ned reached for another fry despite George's grumbles. "Our moms try to get together as often as they can, so I've known Payton for a long time. Haven't seen her in 2 or 3 years, though." He licked the salt off his fingers. "Her parents both have pretty intense jobs. Mr. Evans is some kind of high-powered financier, and Peyton's mom is a medical researcher at one of the top hospitals in Chicago." "Wow," George whistled. "Impressive." "Yeah, and I guess what they say is true. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, because Peyton's kind of intense herself." Ned glanced out toward the ring. "Her parents say she started begging for riding lessons when she was about 3 or 4, and she spent every possible minute in the saddle since. I guess it's no wonder people are starting to talk about the Olympics." Turning to follow his gaze, I saw Payton cantering the big bay horse near the center of the ring, where several jumps were set up. Her face was scrunched up with concentration as she steered around the other riders going every which way. As I watched, she aimed her mount at the highest of the jumps. I held my breath as the horse sailed over easily. "Nice," said Bess. "Yeah," I agreed. "I can't wait to see her compete. How long until it's her turn?" "I'm not sure." Ned glanced at the gate a short distance away. A steady stream of riders had been going in and out the whole time we'd been standing there. "I guess you'll have to follow the clues to figure it out, Nancy," George joked. I grinned. My friends like to tease me about my recreational sleuthing, but the truth is, they seem to like it just as much as I do. At least they never complain when I drag them into yet another case. Not much, anyway. We all watched Payton and her horse glide easily over another jump. As she landed, I caught a flurry of activity immediately behind where my friends and I were standing. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw a woman striding in our direction. She was petite and deeply tanned, with close-cropped reddish-blonde hair, a few shades darker than my own. As she rushed past us to the rail, the woman was so focused on the activity in the ring that she almost knocked Bess's soda out of her hand. "Payton!" she hollered. Her voice was surprisingly loud for such a small person, cutting easily through the clamor of the warm-up ring. "Over here! Now!" Soon Payton was riding over again. "Dana," she said breathlessly, "I thought you were going to meet me at the inn gate." She glanced at us. "So, did you meet Ned and his friends?" "Guys, this is my trainer, Dana Kinney." "Huh?" Dana barely spared us a glance and a curt nod. "Listen, Payton, we need to talk. Now!" "What is it?" Payton checked her watch. "I was about to leave for the ring. I'm on deck, I think." "Then I'll make this quick." Dana clenched her fists at her sides, staring up at Payton. "One of the show stewards just received an anonymous tip about you." "About me?" Payton looked confused. "What do you mean? What kind of tip?" Dana scowled. "Whoever it is, they're claiming that you drug all your horses." Chapter 2. Rules and Rumors. Payton gasped. "What?" she cried. "Drugging horses?" Bess whispered to me. "That's bad, right?" "I'm guessing that's a big yes," I whispered back, my gaze skipping from Dana to Payton and back again. Both of them looked upset. "How could someone say that?" Payton exclaimed. "It's not true." "I know that, and you know that," Dana said evenly. "So who's trying to convince the stewards otherwise?" "Who or what are the stewards?" George put in. Dana blinked and glanced at her, looking impatient and a little confused. I had a feeling the trainer hadn't even taken in Payton's quick introduction. "The stewards are in charge of enforcing the rules of this competition," Dana snapped, "including the ones about not using illegal substances on the horses, which somebody seems to think Payton is breaking. Just exactly what I need right now to add drama to my already busy day." She scowled at Payton. Just then I heard Payton's name coming over the loudspeaker. Payton heard it too. "They're calling me to the ring," she said, her expression still tight and anxious. "I'd better go. We can figure this out after my round." "Whatever." Dana hurried over to open the gate so Payton could ride out. Then the trainer strode off alongside the horse, letting loose with a rapid-fire barrage of instructions for Payton's coming round. My friends and I trailed along at a safe distance behind the horse. "Wow," I said. "What do you think that's all about?" Ned shook his head. "I don't know, but I can tell you one thing. Payton's not a cheater. She wouldn't dope her horses." "How do you know?" George shot him a sidelong look. "You already said you haven't seen her in a couple of years. What if she's decided to do whatever it takes to get to the Olympics?" "No, Payton's just not like that," Ned replied. "I told you, I've known her pretty much forever. She's never even cheated at checkers." One corner of his mouth turned up in a half-smile. "In fact, once when we were kids, our families were spending the weekend together at the beach. We were digging in the sand and found this fancy engraved pocket knife. I figured it counted as buried treasure and wanted to keep it." "Yeah, sounds like you," George put in. "Very funny," I said, knowing she was kidding. Everyone knows Ned is pretty much the most honest guy in the Midwest. He shrugged sheepishly. "I was young, and the thing was cool, okay? But Payton wouldn't rest until she tracked down the rightful owner." "Okay." George didn't seem convinced. "But that was then. And this is the Olympics." "Doesn't matter. Ned is usually pretty easygoing, but when he gets that stubborn look in his eye, there's no changing his mind. I know she's not a cheater." We'd reached the main ring by then. Payton was already riding in, her horse's ears pricked toward the colorful jumps. "Come on, let's go watch," George said, hurrying toward a free row in the bleachers. A buzzer sounded, and Payton sent her horse into a canter. "I hope she's not so freaked out by what just happened that she gets distracted and messes up," Bess fretted. "Those jumps look awfully big." "I wonder if that's exactly why someone started the rumor about her drugging her horses," I said. "Maybe one of her competitors is trying to get an edge any way they can." "Would somebody really do that?" George said dubiously. "For a horse show?" "Some of these shows can pay pretty decent prize money," Ned said. "Payton's father used to grumble about all the money he spent on Payton's riding, until she started winning jumper classes. That shut him up pronto." "Really? Then maybe it really was—" "Ooh, that was close." I interrupted myself as one of Payton's horse hooves clunked against the fence he was jumping. "It's okay," Bess said. "The rail didn't come down. I'm pretty sure that means no penalties." We all stayed silent as we watched the rest of the round. None of the other rails came down either. When Payton brought her horse down to a trot after the last fence, I heard a loud whoop. Glancing toward the gate, I saw Dana at the rail pumping her fist. Maybe that'll put Peyton's trainer in a better mood, I quipped. I know, right? George made a face. I thought Peyton seemed a little intense until Trainer Frowny Face came along. The crackle of the loudspeaker prevented any further comment from the rest of us. That was Payton Evans with a clear round, the announcer said, which puts her in first place. A loud curse came from nearby. Glancing that way, I saw a short, lean man in his 30s kicking at a fence post with a scowl on his face. He was dressed in breeches and a polo shirt and had a riding crop tucked into the top of one tall boot. My friends saw him too. Looks like somebody's not happy that Payton did so well, George murmured. Yeah, Bess added quietly. I'm guessing he's one of the ones who didn't have a clear round. He's not the only one who doesn't look thrilled. I'd just spotted Jessica, the girl who'd almost run her horse into Payton's earlier. She was riding toward the inn gate to start her round, but instead of focusing on her horse or the jumps, she was glaring at Payton. Come on, let's go congratulate Payton. Ned got up and hurried to meet Payton as she rode out of the gate. The rest of us followed, arriving just as Payton slid down from the saddle beside Dana. That was great, I said. We had a lot of fun watching you own that course. Thanks. Payton gave the horse a pat, then ran up her left stirrup. He was really amazing, wasn't he? Dana grabbed the reins and pulled them over the horse's head, leading him off almost before Payton could finish with the other stirrup. Listen, you almost ate it at that yellow oxer, she told Payton. Looked like you took your leg off. I told you 1,000,000 times you can't do that, especially with this horse. Yeah, sorry about that. Payton didn't argue. I'll remember from now on. You got away with it this time, but you won't at Grand Prix Heights. Dana frowned. You have to stay focused. I couldn't help wincing. The trainer's voice was awfully loud, and people were turning to stare curiously at her and Payton. But Payton didn't seem to notice. She was nodding thoughtfully as Dana went on to detail every mistake Payton had made during the round. Wow, George whispered in my ear, and here I thought she just put herself into first place. You'd never know it listening to the Dana of Doom. Finally, Dana's cell phone chimed, interrupting her monologue. I've got to go, she said abruptly, glancing at the screen. They need me over at the pony ring. I'll meet you later to talk about your next class. She tossed the horse's reins at Payton and rushed off without waiting for a reply. My friends and I caught up to Payton. So, when do you find out if you won? Ned asked her. Will there be a jump-off if someone else goes clear? George added. Those are fun to watch on TV. There's no jump-off in this particular class. Payton unbuckled the chin strap of her riding helmet as she led the horse along the path, leading to the barns. So I just have to wait until everyone goes to find out the final placings. George looked disappointed. No jump-off? Nope, sorry. Payton smiled. But don't worry, there will probably be one in the Grand Prix if you want to come watch that. And some of the other jumper classes, too. Cool. George immediately looked happier. Anyway, like I was saying before, we're all really impressed with how you just did now. I gave George a sidelong look. Jump off or no jump off? Yeah, Bess said, especially considering that upsetting news you got right before you started. Payton shrugged. I learned back when I was still riding ponies that I can't let anything distract me when I'm in the ring. I just need to focus and get the job done, no matter what. She cracked a wry smile. My dad calls it the Evans Edge. The Evans Edge? George grinned. Love it. But now I need a motto like that of my own. She thought for a second. How about the Feign Fierceness? She struck a pose like an action hero. More like the Feign Fail, Bess said. Ned and I laughed while George shot her cousin a disgruntled look. That's still better than the Marvin Misery. We spent the rest of the walk inventing insulting names for one another. As soon as we arrived at the barn, though, we forgot all about that. There was too much to see. Horses were hanging their heads out over their stall doors. Riders hurried here and there. Farther down the aisle, a farrier was tapping nails into the shoe of a patient horse. As we headed down the aisle the opposite way, a young woman appeared. She was dressed in jeans and short boots, with a rag tucked into one back pocket and a hoof pick sticking out of the other. Her hair was a mess, and there was a big greenish smudge on the front of her t-shirt. "Sorry I didn't get up to the ring to meet you, Payton," she said breathlessly. "I'll take him now." "Thanks, Jen." Payton handed the reins to the woman, who cooed at the horse as she led him away. "Who's that?" George asked as Jen and the horse disappeared around a corner. "Your personal servant? Must be nice." Payton laughed. "Not mine. The horse's," she said. "Jen is a groom. It's her job to help take care of the horses. A big, busy barn like Dana's couldn't survive without a team of great grooms." She patted a horse that was sticking its nose out over the nearest stall. "So, would you guys like to meet my horses?" "Sure, we'd love to," Bess said. "How many do you have?" 9, but only 4 are at this show." Payton headed down the aisle, with the rest of us following. The rest are either youngsters or taking a break. 9 horses. Wow, George whistled. "And here I thought it was hard work taking care of my family's dog." Payton laughed. "Luckily, I don't have to take care of them all myself. Most of my horses live at Dana's barn, where her amazing staff does all the hard work. All I need to do is show up and ride." She stopped in front of a stall where a copper-colored chestnut with a blaze was nosing at a pile of hay. "Here's one of my guys now." She went on to show us a couple of more horses. "So, which one are you riding in the Grand Prix?" Bess asked as she patted a pretty gray mare. Payton smiled. "I was just about to introduce you to that one. Come on, let's go see Midnight." We followed her to yet another stall. Inside stood a tall, impressive-looking dark bay without a speck of white on him anywhere. A weather-beaten man with slicked-back dark hair was running a brush down the horse's long legs. "This is Mickey," Payton said, gesturing toward the man. "He's Midnight's groom." She introduced us, though Mickey hardly looked up from his task. "Midnight is gorgeous," Bess said, reaching out to touch the horse's velvety nose. The horse sniffed her hand, then snorted loudly, blowing horse snot all over Bess's face and dress. "Yeah, and he knows it," Payton laughed. "He's quite a character. Hope he didn't get you too gross." "No biggie," Bess said with a smile, reaching into her purse for a tissue. That's one of the good things about Bess. She might look all girly and delicate, but it takes more than a little horse snot to faze her. Payton turned to Mickey. "I was thinking of taking him out for some hand grazing, if that's okay." Mickey just nodded, reaching for the halter hanging just outside the stall door and quickly buckling it onto the horse's big head. Then Payton clipped a lead line to Midnight's halter and let him out. "Wow, he looks even bigger out here," George commented. "I guess a bigger horse must make those Grand Prix jumps look smaller, huh?" I joked. Payton chuckled. "It doesn't hurt," she agreed. "Do you guys want to tag along while I graze him?" She reached into her pocket and held her hand up to the horse's muzzle. I wasn't close enough to see what she'd pulled out, but whatever it was, the horse slurped it up eagerly and then nuzzled her for more. "What do you feed a horse like Midnight?" I asked. "Treats, I mean, like you just gave him?" "My horse loves all kinds of treats." Payton gave a light tug on the lead to get Midnight moving. "Most of them aren't too picky. They'll eat carrots, apples, mints, whatever. 1 or 2 are more particular, but most horses have at least 1 or 2 favorite snacks." "Just like people, huh?" Ned said. We left the barn and headed over to a grassy area near the fence separating the fairgrounds from the parking lot. The bright sunlight bounced off the bumpers and mirrors of the many cars parked out there, and Midnight snorted and danced in place at first as he took it all in. But he settled quickly, lowering his head and nibbling at the grass. I glanced at Payton. She was watching her horse, a contented expression on her face. I hated to ruin her mood, but I was curious about what had happened earlier. "So that drugging thing was weird," I said. "What do you think that's all about?" Payton's expression darkened. "I don't know." But it's not true. Nancy knows that, Ned put in quickly. I already explained that you're not that kind of person. Before Payton could say anything else, there was a buzz from the pocket of her breeches. That's my phone, she said, fishing it out. Dad's right on schedule. Hi, Dad. My friends and I drifted away to give her some privacy. What's with the questioning, Detective Drew? George joked. You think Payton has some kind of deep, dark mystery that needs solving? I grinned. Like I said, my friends like to rib me about my interest in mysteries. You never know, I said. Maybe it's like we were saying before. Someone could be trying to knock out the competition to improve their odds of winning the big money classes. Or maybe it's a mistake, Ned said. I doubt Payton would be mixed up in anything nefarious, even second-hand. He shrugged. Sorry, Nancy. You might be stuck just watching a horse show this weekend instead of solving another mystery. Yeah, Bess put in. And she might be stuck just watching a horse show instead of doing something romantic for her anniversary, too. We were all still laughing about that when Payton wandered over to us, tucking away her phone with one hand while hanging on to Midnight's lead with the other. That was my dad, she said. He likes to check in after each of my rounds to see how it went. Really? George looked impressed. He keeps that close tabs on your show schedule? I mean, you only finished riding like 20 minutes ago. How'd he know he wasn't going to call while you were in the air over a big fence? Payton laughed. Don't worry, I turn off my phone while I'm in the ring. But to answer your questions, Dad has an app on his phone with a timer that keeps track for him. She tugged on Midnight's lead to keep him from wandering too close to the fence. His job is so busy that that's probably the only way he could keep track, short of hiring an extra employee just to keep track of my show schedule. You sound like you're only half joking about that extra employee thing, Ned said. You know, Dad, Payton said. He's pretty serious about results. He doesn't like to miss a detail. Between her father, her trainer, and herself, I couldn't help thinking that Payton was under a lot of pressure to perform well at these shows. Still, she seemed to be handling it awfully well, especially for someone her age. Midnight took a couple of bites of grass, then lifted his head and stepped toward the parking lot fence again. Payton didn't let him get too close, once again pulling him back with the lead. Looks like Midnight must believe that old line, I said. You know, the one about the grass being greener on the other side. He wouldn't actually try to escape out into the parking lot or anything, would he? George eyed the horse nervously. I mean, I know there's a fence, but... Payton laughed. Are you kidding? Midnight could clear that tiny fence in his sleep. Her eyes twinkled. But don't worry, there's no grass out in the parking lot. He definitely wouldn't be interested in going out there when he... She cut herself off with a gasp as something suddenly flew at the horse out of nowhere. Splat! Whatever it was hit Midnight, leaving a huge red mark on his side. With a terrified cry, the horse yanked the lead out of Payton's hand, reared up, and spun away. Chapter 3. Food for Thought. Midnight! Payton cried. Loose horse! Bess shrieked. Midnight stopped, his hooves splayed out and his big brown eyes rolling. He snorted, then spun around as a shout came from out in the parking lot. Ignoring the shout, I focused on the horse. Easy, boy, I crooned, trying desperately to remember what to do about a loose horse. Had we even learned that in those childhood lessons? Doubtful. Most of the ponies I'd ridden wouldn't move out of a slow walk for anything short of a meteor landing behind them. Luckily, Payton recovered quickly from her surprise. Just stay where you are, everybody, she said in a calm but commanding voice. Then she stepped toward the horse. Settle down, Midnight. It's okay. Midnight snorted again, tossing his head and prancing in place. I held my breath as Payton took another step. What if he jumps the fence like she was saying? George whispered. He could be halfway across River Heights before we could take 3 steps after him. Shh! I hushed her. He's not running amok yet. Let's see what happens. Good boy, Payton sing-songed as she sidled closer. Easy now. She took another step. The horse tensed, but then he lowered his head and blew out a sigh. Payton caught hold of the lead rope dangling from Midnight's halter and gave him a pat. "Is he hurt?" Ned asked. "What hit him, anyway?" Good question. I glanced out at the parking lot, wondering about the source of that shout. Several people were milling around over near the entrance. A couple of them were holding signs, though I couldn't read them from where I was standing. Meanwhile, Payton stepped around to examine the bloody-looking mark on the horse's side. She almost immediately heaved a big sigh of relief. "It's okay. He's not hurt. It was just a tomato," she reported, "an overripe one from the smell of it." "Yuck," Bess said. "Who would throw something like that at a horse?" "I think I know." One of the people out in the parking lot had turned, giving me a better view of her sign. "Check it out. Some animal rights activists are protesting out there." George turned to look. Pan, I've heard about them," she said. "They let some goats and sheep loose at the state fair last summer. Caused all kinds of problems." "Yeah, I heard about that." Bess shook her head. "I love animals as much as the next girl, and I hate to think of them being mistreated, but Pan definitely takes things too far." I knew what she meant. PAN, short for Pet-Free Animal Nation, was a national group that advocated an end to animal slavery, which they interpreted as everything from using animals for scientific testing to forcing cats and dogs to serve as family pets. They were notorious for showing up at events like livestock auctions or dog shows and causing trouble. As a local attorney, my father had helped prosecute them the last time they'd passed through our part of the country. Now it seemed they were back for more. "Wait," I said as I glanced out at the protesters again and spotted a familiar face. "I think I recognize one of them. Isn't that the lady who got all that publicity last year when she tried to save that half-rotted old tree behind the elementary school? What's her name again?" I searched my memory. "Annie something, right?" "Annie Molina," Ned supplied. "I remember her. She was in the paper last month for stopping traffic to protest the new housing development up by the river." Payton wasn't paying attention to our conversation. She was busy talking soothingly to Midnight, who still seemed tense and jumpy. "I'd better get Midnight back to the barn," she said. "If anyone throws something else our way right now, he just might lose it." "We'll come with you," Bess said. George glanced out at the group in the parking lot. "Shouldn't someone report what happened to show security or something?" "Good idea," I said. "There were some security guards hanging out near the entrance where we came in, remember?" Ned nodded. "I'm on it. I'll meet you back at Payton's barn." As he headed off toward the main gate, the rest of us accompanied Payton and Midnight toward the barn. When we got there, Dana was waiting. "Payton!" the trainer exclaimed, rushing over. "Where were you? You're supposed to be warming up right now. A bunch of people scratched from your next class, so they want us up there stat. Didn't you get my text?" "Sorry, I was a little distracted," Payton said. I expected her to tell Dana what had happened, but instead she glanced around with an anxious look on her face. "Has anyone seen Mickey?" she called out. Jen, the groom we'd encountered earlier, stepped out of a nearby stall. "He ran to the trailers to get something," she said. "Do you need me to take Midnight?" "Yes," Dana snapped before Payton could answer. "Come on, Payton. We should have been up at the ring 5 minutes ago." As Jen took Midnight's lead, Payton shot Bess, George, and me an apologetic look. "Talk to you guys later," she said, hurrying after her trainer, who was already rushing off down the aisle. "Wow," George said. "That woman is intense." Yeah. I stared after Payton, but I wasn't really thinking about Dana. It's kind of weird, isn't it? "What?" Bess shot me a look. "You mean that Payton doesn't seem to mind Dana yelling at her all the time?" "No. That Payton's best horse got attacked so soon after she found out about that anonymous drug rumor." George rolled her eyes. "That's our Nancy," she joked, "always looking for a mystery wherever she goes." "And usually finding one." Bess turned to me. "What are you saying?" Do you really think there's a connection? Think about it, Nancy, George said. How would those nutty protesters even know Peyton's horse would be hanging out near the parking lot fence? It's too coincidental to think they were targeting her. They probably just tossed that tomato at the first horse that wandered close enough. You're probably right, I admitted. Still, you have to admit it's kind of strange. Kind of, George agreed, but everything about the big-time horse show world seems a little strange to me. Me too, Bess said. For all we know, people at these shows might make anonymous complaints against the competition all the time. Maybe George is right, and we shouldn't jump to conclusions. Maybe, I shrugged. Let's find Ned so we can all watch Payton ride again. Here she comes, Bess said as Payton trotted into the ring. This time she was riding a dapple gray horse. She's looking good, George said. Isn't that one of the horses she introduced us to? Yeah, I think it's one of hers, Ned said. What was its name again? Raincloud, maybe? A pair of teenage girls were sitting on the bleacher bench in front of us. They were maybe a year or two younger than Payton, dressed in breeches and flip-flops. One of them turned around with a smile. It's Rain Dance, she supplied. She's one of Payton's younger jumpers, but they've been doing great all season. Oh, thanks. I returned the girl's smile. She nodded, then turned back to watch as Payton sent the horse into a canter. Payton rode a big circle around several of the jumps at a brisk trot. Then a buzzer sounded, and she picked up speed and aimed her mount at the first jump, an airy arrangement of blue and white rails suspended between a pair of standards painted with the name of the show. The horse sailed over with half a foot to spare. Nice, I said. Did you see that? A loud voice came from a few yards down the bleachers. She really messed up the approach. Not a good way to start. I glanced that way. The speaker was a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair, prominent jowls, and beefy shoulders. He was surrounded by teen and preteen girls in riding attire. All the girls tittered loudly at his comment. Typical Payton, one of the girls said. She's always getting her fancy horses to cover for her. Uh-huh, the man smirked. Just watch her gun that poor mare to the next one. Glancing back at the ring, I saw Payton and her horse approaching the next jump. Once again, the pair cleared the obstacle effortlessly before executing a tight turn to the next one. She's lucky that mare is so forgiving, the jowly man said, his voice just as loud as before. If she tried to ride most horses that way, she'd be off at the first fence, he smirked. At least she can serve as an example of how not to ride. Beside me, I could tell that Ned was gritting his teeth. A second later, he stood up. Excuse me? He called to the man. Payton Evans is a friend of ours, and we don't appreciate your remarks. Keep it down, okay? The man stared at Ned. Sorry, buddy, he said, though he didn't sound very sorry to me. I just call him as I see him. Ned frowned. Like I said, he's pretty easygoing, but he has a temper under there somewhere, and the best way to bring it out is to insult his friends or family. Listen, he began. Just then, another girl rushed over to the group around Mr. Jowly. Hey, Lenny, that new black pony won't let Tina do up his girth, she said breathlessly. You better come before she starts crying again. The man quickly stood up. I'm coming, he said. There's nothing much to see here, anyway. Shooting one last glance toward the ring, he stomped down the bleachers after the girl. The other girls followed, with some of them casting curious or annoyed glances in our direction. Nice going, Nickerson, George said with a laugh. It takes some real attitude to almost start a rumble at a horse show. I heard the two teens in front of us snicker at George's comment. Then they both turned around. Are you guys really friends of Payton's? The girl who'd spoken up earlier asked. Yeah, why? George asked. I'm just surprised you don't know about Lenny Hood, that's all, she said. He never has anything nice to say about Payton. Why not? I asked at the same time as George asked, Who's Lenny Hood? Lenny's like one of the winningest trainers on the A circuit, the second girl spoke up. Rumor has it he asked Payton to come ride with him when she started getting really good. The first girl nodded.
but Payton turned him down flat. Now, every time she beats one of his students, he totally holds a grudge.
Interesting. My mind immediately flashed again to that anonymous tip. Could Lenny Hood be behind that? Was he trying to get revenge, or maybe just looking to throw Payton off her game so his students could beat her? You said that's a rumor, right? I said, leaning closer to the girls. That he wanted Payton to train with him. Do you think there's any truth to it? The two girls exchanged a look, then shrugged in unison.
You know how it is on the circuit, one of them said. Everybody talks, and usually there's at least some little bit of truth or whatever.
A snippet of a popular song came from her friend's lap.
Oops, Maria just texted me, the friend said. We'd better go. Okay.
The other girl stood up.
Tell Payton good luck in the Grand Prix, she told us. We're all pulling for her.
Shooting a glance toward the spot where Lenny and his groupies had been sitting, she added,
Well, most of us, anyway.
She followed her friend, who was already making her way down the bleachers. Soon they'd both disappeared into the crowd. That was interesting, I said, wishing I'd had more time to talk to the girls. Think it could mean something?
Something like a new mystery?
Bess patted my hand.
Give it up, Nancy. You know you're just looking for something to take your poor, disappointed mind off the fact that your boyfriend is totally ignoring your anniversary.
I sighed and traded a look with Ned. He merely smiled. I might be slightly obsessed with mysteries, but Bess was just as dogged when it came to romance. Should I start with hot dogs or burgers? Mr. Nickerson asked as he hauled a cooler out through the sliding glass doors leading onto his family's back deck. Or maybe we can dig those chicken tenders out of the freezer if anybody wants them. Ned grinned. I'd say you should start by firing up the grill, Dad, he said. That thing's so old it'll be a miracle if we don't end up calling out for pizza. Very funny. His father pretended to pout. Don't pay any attention to him, Bertha. He just doesn't understand you like I do. He patted the ancient grill on the hood. Now, where'd I put the charcoal? Your dad is living it up old school, huh? George said to Ned as Mr. Nickerson headed toward the shed at the back of the lawn. When's he going to join the modern era and get a gas grill like everyone else? Probably never, Ned replied. Mom already knows that Bertha comes first in Dad's heart. That's right. Mrs. Nickerson looked up from setting out a stack of paper plates on the picnic table. If that man could marry a grill, I'd still be single. I laughed along with the others. There were about a dozen people in the Nickersons' spacious, shady backyard. George had been lounging on a wicker chair since we'd arrived 20 minutes earlier, drinking a soda and trading jokes with Mr. Nickerson. Ned was helping his mother carry stuff out from the kitchen, and Bess was stirring sugar into a pitcher of freshly squeezed lemonade. Various friends and neighbors of the Nickersons were there too, helping or chatting or just enjoying the beautiful evening. Ah, here's the guest of honor now, Mrs. Nickerson said. Payton stepped out of the house, her hair still damp from the shower and a bashful smile on her face.
Hi, everyone, she said with a little wave. Nice to meet you all.
There was a flurry of introductions. I wandered over to Bess and George, who were watching from nearby. I hope Ned's dad finds the charcoal soon, I said. I bet Payton's starving after her busy day.
She did really great today, didn't she? Bess said. I can see why everyone thinks she's a shoo-in for the Olympics.
George glanced out into the yard. Here comes Mr. N with the charcoal. Payton, Mr. Nickerson said when he spotted her. You're here. Yeah, she's here, Dad, Ned grinned, and I seem to recall you promising her you'd have a burger ready for her by the time she got out of the shower. Oops. Mr. Nickerson set the bag of charcoal beside the grill. Well, what can I say? Creating food with fire is an art, and that can't be rushed. The grill's lid let out a loud creaking sound as he opened it. Old Bertha's really singing, one of the adults joked. Ned's father didn't respond. What's this? He said, reaching into the grill and pulling out a folded piece of paper. Probably old Bertha's I quit note, George called out. Most of the group shouted with laughter, but I just smiled and stepped closer, curious. If this was one of the pranks Ned and his father were always playing on each other, I wanted a front row seat. Mr. Nickerson unfolded the paper. There were just a few lines on there, typed in a large, bold font. Payton, is riding for the gold worth your life? Quit while you and your horses are ahead. And alive.
Chapter 4. Taking Note.
What is this? Mr. Nickerson frowned and glanced around at the group. Is this someone's idea of a joke? Because it's not very funny.
What is it, dear? His wife hurried over. I stepped toward my friends. You know how you were teasing me about trying to find a mystery earlier? I said quietly. Well, I think one just found me. Or us. Or Payton, to be exact. Payton wandered toward us just in time to hear her name. What are you talking about, Nancy? She sounded confused. What's going on? I didn't get a chance to answer. Mrs. Nickerson swept over and dragged Payton off toward the house, while Mr. Nickerson called for attention. Something just came up, he told his friends and neighbors. We need to talk privately with Payton for a few minutes. He handed the tongs he was holding to one of the men. Rick, can you see about getting Bertha started? Well, I can't make any promises, but I'll try, the man replied with a smile. Mr. Nickerson thanked him and headed for the door. He paused and glanced at me. Nancy, maybe you should join us. Right behind you, I said, following him into the house. Ned, Bess, and George came too. Is everything all right? Bess asked. What happened? Mr. Nickerson found a threatening note in the grill, I said. It's addressed to Payton. Mr. Nickerson nodded. He handed the note to Ned, who read it with Bess and George looking over his shoulder. Whoa, George said. Mr. Nickerson grabbed the note back. I think we'd better call Payton's parents. And the police as well, Mrs. Nickerson added. No, wait! Payton's face had gone pale. Please don't call my parents. I don't want them to worry. That's sweet, dear, Mrs. Nickerson said. But they'll want to know their only daughter could be in danger. You don't understand. Payton bit her lip. My parents are always pushing me to be the best. They wouldn't want me to get scared off by some random jerk trying to steal my focus. She smiled, though it looked forced. They'd probably trot out that old line about how sticks and stones might break my bones, but words can never hurt me. Mrs. Nickerson frowned. Nonsense, she said. I know your parents always encourage you to do your best, but your safety is more important than anything, and I'm sure they'd agree. Hand me that phone, she ordered her husband. But what if this is just some kind of prank? George spoke up, like one of Payton's fellow riders trying to psych her out or something. I guessed she was thinking about that girl from the schooling ring earlier. It's possible, I mused aloud. Someone from the showgrounds could have followed Payton here and planted that note. Mrs. Nickerson's eyes widened in alarm. All the more reason to notify the police, she exclaimed. Or maybe you just need to notify someone who might actually be able to figure out what's going on, George pointed at me. Done. Mr. Nickerson raised an eyebrow. She has a point, he said to his wife. Yeah, Ned agreed. There's no point getting Mr. and Mrs. Evans all riled up over nothing. Let's let Nancy look into it first. If it's just some prankster or crazy competitor, she'll figure it out. His mother glanced at me, seeming uncertain. Well, meanwhile, Payton just looked confused. Let Nancy look into it? She said. What do you mean? Oh, right. Bess smiled. Payton doesn't know about our local sleuthing prodigy. She and the others took turns explaining. Payton listened, nodding along, but still looking skeptical. Nancy Drew, girl detective. I know it sounds weird, right? Ned finished with a chuckle. But trust me, Payton. If anyone can help you, it's Nancy. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to give her a chance to look into it a bit, Mrs. Nickerson said slowly. She glanced at her husband, who nodded. It's worth a try, Mr. Nickerson said. But if you can't clear things up quickly, Nancy, or if you sense any real danger, we'll definitely be calling in the troops. He put a hand on Payton's shoulder.
and I want you to be careful until we know what's going on, all right? We'll keep an eye on you while you're here, of course, but you might want to mention this to your trainer, so she can keep an extra close watch while you're at the show.
Ned and I were planning to spend the day at the show tomorrow anyway, I said. We can help keep a lookout. And we can come help, Bess said, and George nodded. Thanks, you guys. Payton sounded grateful. I'm sure this is nothing. Really. All right. Mrs. Nickerson still didn't sound completely convinced. We'll give this a chance, but please let us know if you uncover anything worrisome, Nancy. She stood up. Now we'd better get back out there before our other guests think we've abandoned them. She hurried outside with her husband right behind her. Bess, George, and Payton headed out too. I started to follow, but Ned stopped me with a hand on the arm.
I have a confession to make, he said once we were alone. I, wasn't planning on taking you to the horse show tomorrow.
You weren't, but I thought...
I know I told you that was the plan. He shrugged, looking sheepish, but I was actually going to whisk you off for a romantic picnic at Cliffview Park instead. You know, for our anniversary.
You were? I was touched. That sounds amazing. Even Bess would be impressed.
He laughed. Yeah, it was killing me today not to just tell her so she'd get off my back, he said. But I wanted it to be a surprise.
I'm surprised. I smiled and stood on tiptoes to kiss him on the cheek. Thank you.
But that's what I'm saying. Ned sounded troubled. I don't think we can go. Not with this Payton business hanging over our heads. I'm worried about her. Plus, you just pretty much promised my folks we'd be at that horse show all day tomorrow.
I cocked an eyebrow. Or at least all day until we solve the mystery. What if we get there early and wrap it up before lunchtime? Then we could still have our picnic in the afternoon. That made Ned look happier.
True. Do you think you can figure it out that quickly?
So far, the most obvious theory is that this might be a straightforward case of envy-based petty sabotage. I shrugged. How tricky could it be? I yawned as I pulled my car into the show's parking lot. It was early. So early that I found a parking spot pretty close to the gate. Spotting a familiar car a few spots down, I pulled out my cell phone and called Ned.
Are you here?
His cheerful voice asked after just a couple of rings. He's definitely a morning person. Just got here, I replied as I climbed out of my car. Where are you?
At the barn with Payton. Mom and Dad insisted I drive her over and not let her out of my sight. They're still pretty freaked out about the whole situation.
I know. I pocketed my keys. That's another good reason to solve this mystery as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Are Bess and George with you?
They're meeting us here later. They didn't see the point of getting up quite this early. I glanced around again at the nearly empty parking lot. They figured nobody would be around to question at the crack of dawn, and I didn't want to tell them why I was in such a hurry.
He chuckled. Got it. So what's the plan?
You stick with Payton, I said. I talk to some other people, start figuring out a suspect list. I'll call or text if I find anything interesting. After we hung up, I headed for the entrance gate. Halfway there, I heard someone calling my name. It was Annie Molina, the local activist. She was rushing toward me, her full flowing skirt billowing out around her legs and her round face cracked into a broad smile. Her Pan cohorts from yesterday were nowhere in sight. Maybe they were sleeping in, just like Bess and George. "Nancy Drew!" she exclaimed. "It is Nancy Drew, right? Carson Drew's daughter? The one who's always getting written up in the papers for solving crimes and such?" She tittered, pushing aside a lock of curly brown hair as the breeze tossed it into her face. "Yes, that's me. It's Annie, right?" "Yes!" Annie looked thrilled that I'd recognized her. "I just wanted to say hello, and to tell you a few things you might not know about horse shows like this one."
Uh-oh, here it came.
"I'm sorry," I said quickly. "I really need to—" "These horses are nothing but slaves!" Annie exclaimed dramatically. She paused and waited for my reaction. "I see," I answered quickly and dodged around her, heading for the entrance. "Well, thanks for the info. We'll catch up later."
Wait! She cried, but I didn't. I made a break for the gate, easily leaving her behind. Once inside, I headed toward the barn where Peyton's horses were stabled. Halfway there, I spotted Dana. She was riding a large chestnut gelding with 4 white stockings. I leaned on the rail to watch. This was the first time I'd seen Dana on a horse, and I was impressed. She might come across as tense and abrupt on the ground, but all that disappeared in the saddle. She looked like a fluid part of her mount. There was a jump set up in the middle of the ring, consisting of some bright yellow striped rails with a planter full of flowers underneath. The horse was eyeing the obstacle nervously. Every time he got near it, he spooked, jumping to the side and speeding up. Dana didn't react except to bring the horse back around. Again and again, until the horse was barely flicking an ear at the jump. Finally, she turned him and trotted directly toward the obstacle. The horse's ears pricked forward with alarm, and I held my breath, certain that he was going to put on the brakes. "Get up," Dana urged, her voice stern, but calm. At the same time, she gave the horse a tap behind her leg with the crop she was holding. The horse lurched forward, speeding up and zigzagging a bit. But Dana kept him straight with her legs and the reins. With one last kick, she sent him leaping over the jump. He cleared it by about 2 feet and landed snorting and with his head straight up in the air. But Dana calmly circled around and came again. By the 5th or 6th time, the horse was jumping calmly. As she brought the gelding to a walk and gave him a pat, Dana noticed me standing there. "Hello," she said, riding over. "You're Peyton's friend. Lucy, right?" "Nancy," I corrected. I smiled and nodded at the horse. "Looks like you were making him face his fears." Dana chuckled and stroked the gelding's sweaty neck. "He's a good jumper, but a huge chicken about certain types of things. All he needs is a little patience and he gets over it. I just wanted to make sure it was now, with me, and not in the show ring with his 12-year-old owner." I nodded, a little surprised. The Dana sitting in front of me right now seemed like a whole different kind of person from the one I'd seen with Payton yesterday. But I pushed the thought aside. "Listen, I know you're probably really busy," I said, "but I was hoping to talk to you about something. Do you have a second?" "Just barely." Dana checked her watch. Then she dismounted and led the horse out through the gate nearby. "I need to get this guy back to the barn, then meet a student at a different ring for a lesson. What did you want to talk about?" I hesitated, not sure what to say. My usual method was to treat everyone as a suspect until the evidence indicated I should do otherwise. Dana was Peyton's longtime trusted trainer. But did that mean she was innocent? "It's about Payton," I said, deciding to keep it vague, just in case. "I'm, worried about her." Dana stopped fiddling with the horse's stirrups and turned to face me. "Oh?" She peered into my face. "That's funny. I'm pretty worried about Payton myself." "Really? How so?" Dana unsnapped her riding helmet and pulled it off, running a hand through her short hair. "She's not herself lately. I'm afraid she's losing her competitive edge." "You mean because of what happened yesterday?" I asked. "The accusation that she drugs her horses?" Dana blinked. "Actually, I almost forgot about that. No, this has been going on since way before yesterday. At least a month, maybe longer. It's like somewhere along the way she just lost it." "What do you mean?" Dana shrugged, some of that impatience I'd seen yesterday creeping back into her expression. "Hard to describe. Just that these past few shows, it's like she's not that into it anymore." The horse shifted his weight, and Dana glanced over at him. "Okay." I could tell the trainer was getting antsy. "So is there any chance this drug thing isn't the first time someone tried to psych her out? Started a rumor or whatever? Could there be other incidents she didn't tell you about?" "I suppose it's possible. Peyton's a teenager after all, and everyone knows they aren't always super forthcoming." Dana glanced at me, then grimaced as she belatedly remembered, or noticed, my age. "No offense." "None taken. Do you know if Payton has any enemies? Like competitors who might want to throw her off her game or something?" "Funny you should ask." Dana frowned. For such a sweet, hard-working girl, Payton has managed to make a couple of enemies. I held my breath. Now we were getting somewhere. I wondered if one of the enemies Dana was alluding to could be Lenny Hood. The more I thought about the comments he'd made yesterday, the more troubling they seemed. "Who are—" I began. The shrill buzz of Dana's phone cut me off. She whipped the phone to her ear. "Dana here," she said. She listened to whoever was on the other end for a moment. Her expression went grim. When she hung up, she didn't keep me in suspense about why. "Well, that does it," she said. "Midnight just flunked his drug test."
Chapter 5. Test Case. "What?" I exclaimed. "What do you mean he flunked?"
Dana dropped her phone into her pocket. "What do you think I mean?" she snapped. "They found a forbidden substance when they tested his urine. Theobromine, to be specific."
"Theobromine? What's that?"
"What do I look like, a chemist?" Dana said. "All I know is it's an ingredient in chocolate and tea, and maybe some other stuff like that." I wrinkled my nose in confusion. "I don't get it. Who would give chocolate or tea to a horse, and why? And even if they did, who would even know something like that was against the rules?" Dana's frown deepened. "Anyone who shows seriously on the A circuit, that's who. Or they should, anyway. I know for a fact that Payton knew. Someone she knows at another barn got in big trouble for letting her horse drink cola at shows. Similar kind of thing." I almost smiled at the image of a horse drinking cola. But this wasn't the time. "How does the testing work?" I asked. "I mean, did someone just go grab Midnight out of his stall just now and—" "Not just now." Dana stared at me as if I were the stupidest person on the face of the earth. Or at least this horse show. "He was chosen for testing at a show a few weeks back. Takes a while to get the results, and if it's negative, you never hear anything. But if it's positive—" I see. This put a new spin on the case. If Payton was being framed or psyched out, it clearly hadn't started at this particular show. Could someone have slipped him something with theobromine in it, then set him up to be tested that day? I asked. Like the same person who gave the stewards that anonymous tip, for instance. "It doesn't work that way." Dana shook her head. "The testing is totally random. There's no way to tell which horses will be pulled at any given show." I could feel my theories deflating in the face of the facts Dana was telling me. "All right, then, who does the actual testing? Any chance there was some hanky-panky there?" "No," Dana replied flatly. "The testers are mostly vets or other outside people, and they send the samples to an independent lab. Everything's carefully monitored by the USEF. That's the national governing body of these shows. There's about a 1 in a zillion chance of hanky-panky in the process." "So you're saying it's got to be true," I said. "Midnight really did have theobromine in his system. How did it get there?" "That's what I'd like to know." Dana sounded testy. "Apparently the level of theobromine they found is borderline, so there's going to have to be some kind of official ruling made about whether a suspension is warranted. Luckily our records are clean, but—" "You mean yours and Payton's?" "And Midnight's, too." Dana yanked her phone out of her pocket. "I need to talk to Payton about this, now. Here, take him back to the barn." She tossed the chestnut gelding's reins at me. I gulped. "Wait, It was too late. Dana was already stomping away, madly texting as she went. A moment later, she disappeared around the corner of the nearest building. I stared up at the horse, who suddenly seemed a lot taller than he had a second ago. Definitely a lot taller than those ponies from my long-ago lessons. "Nice horsey?" I said uncertainly. Good boy?" I gave an experimental tug on the reins. The horse yanked his head up, almost ripping the reins out of my hands. He regarded me suspiciously, then took a step backward. "Wait," I said. "Don't do that. Hi," a friendly voice said behind me. "You're Payton's friend, right? Are you okay?" It was one of the teens who had filled us in about Lenny Hood the day before. "Oh, hi," I greeted her with relief. "Listen, Dana just left me with this horse, and I'm not sure what to do with it." The girl reached out to take the reins from me. "That's Dana," she said with a touch of fondness in her voice. When she gets hyped up about something, she tends to forget that not everyone is there to be her servant. She giggled. One time my grandma came to one of my shows, and Dana wanted her to jog a horse so Dana could see if it was lame. My grandma's 76, uses a cane, and never touched an animal bigger than her Pekingese. I smiled. So is Dana your trainer too? That explained how the girl knew so much about Payton. Uh-huh. I'm Rachel, by the way. Nancy, thanks for rescuing me. I gestured at the horse, who now stood placidly at the other end of the reins. I think he was about to take off for the hills. Rachel giggled again. No problem. See you later. She headed off with the horse in tow. My smile faded as my mind returned to what Dana had just told me. As if Ned's parents and my anniversary plans weren't enough, now I had an even more important reason to want to solve this case quickly. If I didn't, and the horse show officials decided against midnight, Payton could lose her chance to ride in front of the Olympic chef to keep tomorrow. I pulled out my phone and called Ned. Sorry, it looks like I might need a rain check on those anniversary plans after all. I filled him in on the news about the drug test. Wow, Ned said. That's serious business. I know. So did Dana find Payton and tell her? What does she think? I don't know. Ned sounded worried. I was actually about to call you, for 2 reasons. The first is that I lost track of Payton a few minutes ago. What? But you promised your parents you'd stick with her. I wasn't really that worried about Payton's physical safety while she was on the busy horse show grounds, but still, we'd promised. I know, but it's really their fault, Ned said. My mom called me a little while ago, and I guess Payton must have wandered off while I was on the phone. I leaned against a handy fence post. Okay, what's the second reason you were going to call me? Like I said, my mom called. Ned sounded grim. I guess she was feeling guilty about keeping all this from Payton's parents, so she called them a little while ago. Oh, I couldn't say I was surprised. Mrs. Nickerson wasn't the type of person to be comfortable keeping secrets, especially from one of her best friends. How'd they take it? Were they freaked out? Not exactly. They said it wasn't the first time something like this has happened. What? I pressed the phone closer to my ear as several preteens wandered past me, chatting and laughing loudly. What do you mean? A similar note turned up at a show Payton rode in a couple of weeks ago, Ned said. It was tucked under the windshield wiper of her parents' car after the show. Sounds like Payton's dad was convinced it was just sour grapes from some competitor. He insisted everyone ignore it. Wouldn't even let Payton tell Dana or anyone else at the barn. Wow. I took that in, adding it to the growing case file taking shape in my head. So whoever's trying to scare Payton either knows her well enough to know which car belongs to her family, or is a stalker type who follows her around so he or she can leave those notes in weird locations, Ned finished. Creepy. Definitely. Which means this case just got a lot more serious. I bit my lip. We'd better get back to work. I went to find Dana again. She was about to tell me about Payton's enemies when she rushed off. Sounds like a plan. I'll try to find Payton and let her know what's going on. As I hung up the phone, it buzzed again. Checking the readout, I saw a text from Bess reading, "We're here." I texted back, and soon we met up near the entrance. "Those pan freaks are back again today," George said before I could say a word. "They practically accosted us on our way past." Uh-huh. I wasn't interested in the protesters just then. "But listen, you guys will never believe what's been happening around here." Their eyes widened as I filled them in. When I finished, George let out a low whistle. "Do you really think someone could be stalking Payton?" she said. "But why?" "And is it connected with Midnight's drug results?" Bess added. "That's what I need to find out. I'm hoping Dana can help." I sighed. She started to tell me about how Payton has a few enemies, but that phone call interrupted, and then she rushed off. "I can tell you one enemy," George said. "That girl Jessica. If looks could kill, we would have witnessed a murder at least twice over just yesterday." "Yeah," I agreed. Jessica really seemed to have it out for Payton. But she's even younger than Payton herself. I could see her leaving nasty notes, maybe. But would she really follow Payton back to Ned's house to do it? And what about that drug test? "I don't know," Bess said. "But I do know who else should be on the suspect list. That rude trainer we heard insulting Payton yesterday. Lenny Hood. I nodded. I was thinking about him, too. I definitely want to ask Dana about him. So let's find her and ask, George said. Where do you think she could be? Last time I saw her, she was looking for Payton. I shrugged. Guess we should start by checking at the barn. We hurried across the showgrounds, pausing at each riding ring we passed just long enough to ascertain that Payton wasn't in any of them. She wasn't at any of her horses' stalls either, or hanging out on the benches out front with the other kids from her barn. The day before, Payton had shown us around the stabling area and pointed out the track stall where all the saddles and other equipment were kept. When I glanced in, the place was deserted except for Rachel and a younger girl in riding clothes. They were huddled around one of the saddle racks in the corner, their voices loud and excited. Hi, I said as my friends and I stepped in. Have either of you guys seen Dana lately, or Payton? The girls spun around. Nancy! Rachel exclaimed. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it! Can't believe what? I asked. Come look! She grabbed my sleeve, dragging me to the saddle rack. Can you believe someone did this to Payton's saddle? I gasped. The saddle seat had been slashed to ribbons. Chapter 6. Vandal Scandal. Are you sure this is Payton's saddle? I asked the girls. Definitely, the younger one spoke up. It's practically brand new, too. Her dad bought it for her after she won a big class at Devon. I already texted Dana to tell her, Rachel put in. She's on her way. Good. I leaned closer to the saddle for a better look, but didn't touch it. If Dana called the cops, I didn't want to mess up any potential evidence. Pretty thorough job, Bess said over my shoulder. Yeah. The leather seat was a total loss. Every inch of it was sliced all the way down to the paddling underneath. Who would do something like this? The younger girl wondered, her voice shaking a little. I turned to face her. I was just going to ask you two the same thing, I said. Do you know of anyone who dislikes Payton? Rachel and the younger girl traded a look. Then they both shrugged. Out of the junior riders on the circuit, it's mostly just Jessica, Rachel said. Jessica Watts. She's this rider from another barn near ours. She's always super rude to Payton when they compete against each other. Or even see each other, the second girl added. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've seen her in action. George grimaced. She's around Payton's age, right? I said. Brown hair, narrow chin, rides a tall gray horse. That's her, Rachel confirmed. Why doesn't she like Payton? Bess asked. We don't know, Rachel said as the other girl nodded. Probably just because Payton usually beats her, I guess. Does Jessica hate Payton enough to do something like this? George waved a hand at the ruined saddle. Rachel glanced at it, looking dubious. I don't know. I always thought she was just kind of snotty, but you never know, I guess. A thought occurred to me. That big jumper class Payton won, the one you mentioned just now, did Jessica ride in that class too? You mean the one that got Payton's dad to buy her the saddle? The younger girl asked. That wasn't a jumper class. It was an EC class. A what class? George asked. EC, that's short for equitation, Rachel explained. That's where the rider is judged instead of the horse. You know, for having the proper riding position and stuff. Okay, I said. But was Jessica in it too? Jessica doesn't do EC, Rachel said. She only rides jumpers. And hunters sometimes, the other girl put in. At least she used to, before she sold her pony. My head was spinning with all the horse show jargon, but the one fact I needed seemed clear enough regardless of the details. So Payton didn't beat Jessica out for some big prize in that particular class? Not that one, the younger girl giggled. Just like every other class Jessica's ever been in. So the saddle probably wasn't some kind of symbol of a particularly heinous defeat. That didn't necessarily mean Jessica couldn't still be the culprit, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Anyone else you can think of who might have it out for Payton? I asked. waiting for Rachel to mention Lenny Hood. After all, she was one of the ones who'd told us about his history with Payton. Instead, it was the younger girl who spoke up. Maybe, she said hesitantly. She paused, shooting a look at Rachel. What about Cal? At that moment, Dana burst into the room like a small tornado. This is the absolute last straw, she exclaimed breathlessly. I'm serious. Payton has to stop messing up my life or I won't be around to live it. Then where will you all be? Who will be there to fix all your disasters and help pick up the pieces, huh? I ask you. She glared at the two girls, who didn't answer. In fact, both of them were inching backward toward the door. Did you find Payton? I asked, stepping forward. What did she say about... No, I didn't find Payton. The trainer cut me off irritably. You'd think at a small-town show like this she wouldn't be so hard to track down. Just one more way she's making my life difficult. She pushed past Bess and snatched the ruined saddle off the rack. Then she stomped toward the door. Wait, I said. I need to ask you... Sorry. She cut me off again. I need to find Payton. Like, seriously, now. Wow, Rachel said once the trainer was gone. She seemed really mad. Yeah. The younger girl grabbed Rachel's arm to check her watch. We'd better go start tacking up, or she'll be mad at us next. The two of them rushed out of the room without another word. Leave it to Nancy, George said. Leave it to Nancy what? I asked, distracted by my thoughts. George smirked. To show up at an innocent, fun-filled day at the horse show and have everything go down the drain. Bess rolled her eyes. You're blaming Nancy just because a mystery happened to show up where she happened to be? She said. That makes about as much sense as Dana blaming Payton because someone vandalized her saddle. Right. I was kind of disturbed by the trainer's reaction myself. It's like Dana can't wait to criticize everything Payton does. Think she should be a suspect? George asked. You never know, I said, but there are a few better ones I want to check out first, like Jessica Watts and Lenny Hood, and maybe this Cal that girl just mentioned, whoever that might be. Bess nodded. And what about the animal rights group from the parking lot? They're the ones who tossed that tomato. True, though I haven't seen any sign that any of them has actually been inside the showgrounds, which would make it hard for them to slash the saddle. I paused. Besides, I can't imagine why they'd be targeting Payton in particular. Maybe because she wins a lot, George suggested. They might figure it'll make more of a splash for their cause or whatever. I don't know. Sounds a little far-fetched. Still, you're right. Let's not cross anyone off the list just yet. Spotting Midnight's groom hurrying past outside, I stepped into the aisle. Hey, Mickey, I called. The groom stopped and glanced at me. Yes? He said politely, no hint of recognition on his weathered face. Can I help you? I'm Payton's friend, I prompted him. Nancy? We met yesterday. Oh. Mickey didn't seem interested, but that didn't matter. I wasn't looking for small talk. Just information. You've probably seen the animal rights people protesting outside, right? I said. I was wondering if you've noticed them at any other shows in the past couple of months, especially the recent one where Midnight got drug tested. For the first time, the groom showed a glimmer of emotion, namely confusion. I don't know. I don't usually leave the grounds much during a show. He shrugged. Didn't hear anything about any protesters the past few shows, though. Did you hear about the ones at this show? George asked. Yeah. The groom shot her a look. I heard. Had to clean their mess off Midnight's coat yesterday, didn't I? Okay. One more question, I said. Do you know of anyone around here named Cal? Cal? Mickey blinked. The only Cal I know of is Cal Kidd. He's a jumper rider, and he's the one who sold Midnight to Payton. Chapter 7. Research and Gossip. Before I could question Mickey further, his cell phone buzzed. Excuse me, he said after glancing at the screen. I have to go. He hurried off. He's not exactly Mr. Chatty, is he? Bess said. It's okay. At least now we have a name. I glanced at George. Feel like looking up Cal Kid on your smartphone? On it. George pulled out her fancy phone, a gift from her parents for her last birthday. Her fingers flew over the keypad. So this Cal is Midnight's former owner? Bess mused, leaning against the doorframe of the tack room as we waited. If he sold the horse to Payton, why would he be mad at her now? I don't get it. I don't either, I said. Maybe he thinks she cheated him on the price somehow. Although that wouldn't make much sense either, since her parents would have been the ones actually paying, right? Got it, George spoke up. There are quite a few articles about Cal Kid on the web. She held the phone's tiny screen closer to her face, scanning whatever was on there. Whoa, looks like he's had some gambling problems, got in a bunch of debt, even went to prison for a bit. Was out of the whole horse show scene for a couple of years and is just now getting back into it. Really? That sounded interesting. I leaned closer. Anything about Midnight on there? Hold on, I'm reading. George went silent. Bess glanced down the aisle. Someone's coming, she said. Maybe we should find a more private spot to talk about this. I nodded, following her gaze. A gaggle of tweens in riding clothes were coming our way, chattering excitedly at one another. Let's go, I said, grabbing George's elbow and steering her down the aisle in the opposite direction. She didn't say a word, just kept reading, occasionally hitting a key with her thumb. The showgrounds were getting busy by now, and it wasn't easy to find a spot where we wouldn't be overheard. Finally, we happened upon a small courtyard behind the show office. Nobody was out there, and it was hidden from the main path by a line of shrubs and a large dumpster. Yuck, not exactly my favorite, Bess said, glancing at the flies buzzing around the dumpster. Never mind, we won't be here long. I turned to George. What have you got? George looked up from her phone. Okay, here's the gist of this Cal Kid guy's history. She started pacing back and forth like an over-caffeinated university lecturer. He was some big-time jumper rider for years, started winning big classes when he was almost as young as Payton. Everyone thought he was destined for the Olympic show jumping team. Sounds familiar? Bess put in. Yeah, he had lots of sponsors buying him horses and riders wanting him to be their trainer. Only then, like I said, he got mixed up in gambling, ended up in serious debt, lost all his supporters and clients, and had to sell off his horses. Including Midnight? Bess asked. Yeah. That's the weird thing, though. George stopped pacing and glanced down at the phone in her hand. It sounds like Midnight wasn't even one of his better horses. In fact, it sounds like he didn't have much success with him at all, even though he won everything there was to win on every other horse he rode. She shrugged. Midnight didn't start winning anything important until after Payton bought him. Interesting. I stared at the brick wall of the office building, trying to fit this into what we knew about the case so far. Could Cal be trying to get Midnight back now that the horse is a superstar? A potential Olympic horse? Could be, George agreed. That would be a good way to jumpstart his return to the sport. She grinned. Did you see what I did there? Jumpstart? Yeah, you're a comic genius, Bess said dryly. She turned to me. But would he really want Midnight back? George just said Cal didn't have much luck with him in the first place. Maybe they didn't get along. Maybe, I don't know. But it's worth checking out. I chewed on my lower lip, trying to figure out how to proceed. I should have asked Mickey if Cal is at this show. One way to find out. Bess pointed at the building in front of us. Let's go ask at the office. Within minutes, we had the information we needed. The pleasant woman manning the show secretary's desk told us that Cal Kid had reserved a block of 3 stalls at the show. She even pointed us in the right direction. My friends and I headed that way. So what are you going to say to Cal Kid? Bess asked me. I'm not sure yet, I said. I guess I'll just mention Midnight and then... Hold on, is that my phone? I dug my cell phone out of my pocket. A text had just arrived from Ned. Found P. She and D are talking privately in the tack room. George peered at the screen. Yikes, she said. I'm surprised we can't hear Dana yelling from here. I grimaced, then sent a quick response. Keep us posted. BG and I are checking out a lead. I wonder how Payton is taking the news about Midnight's drug test results, Bess said. She seemed pretty broken up by that drugging accusation yesterday. This is much worse. Yeah. I squinted at the number on the barn we were approaching. Look, I think we're almost to Cal Kidd's stalls. It took another few minutes of wandering around and asking people for help before we found our way to the very back of the barn, where Cal Kidd's 3 stalls were tucked into a corner. Unlike Dana's section in her barn, which was spotless and fully decked out in her barn colors, Cal's area here seemed a bit shabby and bare. However, the horses looking out of the 3 stalls appeared healthy and well-groomed. "Hello," I called as Bess patted a curious chestnut mare. "Mr. Kidd?" There was no response. A woman sweeping the aisle in front of the next block of stalls looked our way. "You looking for Cal?" she called in a friendly tone. "He's not here." I stepped closer. "Do you know when he'll be back?" "Not sure. Haven't seen him all day, actually," the woman said. "I talked to him a bit yesterday, and I don't think he has any classes today, so I guess he might not be back until feeding time tonight. Want me to let him know you were looking for him if I see him then?" I was disappointed, but tried not to let it show. That's okay. We'll just check back later. Thanks." Returning to my friends, I told them what the woman had said. Guess there's no point hanging around here then. Bess gave the chestnut one last pat, then stepped back. Maybe we should head back and see what's going on with Payton. "Hey, did you guys see this?" George was peering up at a cork bulletin board hanging between 2 of the stalls. It was the only bit of decoration in Cal's area, containing several ribbons and photos, though I'd barely glanced at it before. "This must be Cal Kidd. Look familiar?" I stepped closer. "Yeah," I said. "That looks like the same guy we saw yesterday, the one who seemed so angry when Payton beat him in that first class we watched." George nodded. "I think you guys are right. The photos on my phone were so small that I didn't recognize him before." "So that's interesting," Bess said. "First Payton turns Cal's old horse into a big success, then she starts beating him during his big comeback." "That can't be easy to take, especially since she's like half his age," George added. "Think it's enough of a motive to mess with her?" "Maybe." I stared at the photo for a moment, then turned away. "Come on, let's go find Ned." As we walked out of the barn, George started fiddling with her cell phone again. "What are you doing?" Bess asked. "Looking up our other suspects," George replied. "Lenny Hood and Jessica Watts." "Finding anything interesting?" I asked. "Not yet. Just regular stuff about their show results or whatever." George tapped a few more keys. "I'll let you know." She was still searching when we neared the building where Dana's block of stalls was located. Just outside, half a dozen teenage riders were gathered by the benches outside the barn entrance. As we neared them, I was pretty sure I heard Payton's name. "Hold up," I whispered, stopping my friends. George looked up from her phone screen. "Huh?" I shushed her, trying to hear what the teens were saying. A pretty brunette was talking. "And if she gets suspended, there's no way they'll even consider giving her a chance at the team this year." Another girl pursed her lips. "I bet she did it. She's so intense, like she'd do anything to win." "Yeah," a third rider put in. "Plus, if you ask me, there's no way someone her age could win all those big jumper classes without a little, extra help." She smirked as several of the others giggled. "Come on, you guys," a petite blonde girl spoke up. "I think Payton's really sweet, and she seems super honest, too. Maybe it wasn't her fault." That was all I needed to hear. I strode forward to confront them. "Are you guys talking about Payton Evans?" I asked. The girls all looked startled. One of them, a tall redhead with freckles all over her face, met my eye. "Who wants to know?" she asked. "I do," I responded evenly. "I'm a friend of Payton's. If there's something going on, I'd like to know about it." The redhead considered that for a moment, then glanced at the others. "Whatever," she said at last. "Everyone is going to know soon anyway. Peyton's Grand Prix horse just flunked a drug test." "Yeah," the brunette put in, her eyes flashing with excitement at the gossip. "And Peyton's supposed to ride him tomorrow night." "If Midnight ends up on the suspended list, that'll be the end of that," another girl said. "But I heard the test result was actually sort of inconclusive or whatever," the blonde said. "The committee gets to decide whether they're going to suspend or just give a warning." "Do you think they'll decide before tomorrow?" George asked. "That's when the Grand Prix is, right? The one the Olympic guy is coming to watch?" "Yeah," the redhead said. "And I bet they'll decide before then. Otherwise it'll look bad if the news gets out." "And it will," the brunette giggled. "I bet the entire showgrounds knows by the end of today." "You know that's got to be killing Dana," one of the others put in. "I'd pay to see that freak out." The girls already seemed to have forgotten that my friends and I were there, or maybe they were just too caught up in their gossip to care. I was about to move on when something occurred to me. The last I'd heard, even Payton hadn't found out about the test results yet. I suppose that was what she and Dana were discussing when Ned texted me, but that was only about 20 minutes ago. How had the gossip spread so fast? I cleared my throat to remind the girls I was still there. "Where did you first hear about this?" I asked, focusing on the redhead, who seemed to be the ringleader. "News travels fast around here," she said breezily. "Not good enough." "No, seriously," I pressed her. "Who told you about the drug test results?" The girl seemed taken aback that I was pressing the point. For the first time her bravado wavered, and she shot a quick, uncertain look at the pretty brunette. "Aha." "Well?" I asked, turning my attention to the brunette. "How'd you hear? Did someone tell you, or were you skulking around in the barns eavesdropping on people?" The brunette frowned. "I wasn't eavesdropping," she said, sounding insulted. "Someone told me, okay?" "Okay, so who was it?" She looked stubborn. "Who are you, anyway?" she asked, crossing her arms over her chest. "I've never seen you guys at the shows before." "She told you. We're friends of Peyton's," George said. "Now spill it. Who told you?" "Just tell them already, Val." The redhead sounded bored now. "It's not like Jessica was even being sneaky about it. I'm sure she's told lots of people already." "Jessica?" I said quickly. "Do you mean Jessica Watts?" "Yeah." The brunette sounded surly. "Whatever, it might have been her, but you didn't hear that from me, okay?" I traded a quick look with Bess and George. How in the world had Jessica found out about the test results so quickly? It wasn't as if she and Payton were friends. Far from it. Then again, if she was the one who'd slipped something to the horse, she might have some kind of insider knowledge. I opened my mouth to ask how long ago Jessica had started spreading the news. Before I could get a word out, a loud shout cut me off. "Look out! Loose horses!" Chapter 8. Fast and Loose. More voices came from various directions, picking up the shout. "Loose horses! Loose horses!" "Oh my gosh," one of the teen girls said. "I hope my pony didn't duck out under his stall guard again." She and the other girls rushed off around the corner of the barn. My friends and I followed, swept up by the general excitement. "Uh-oh," George said as we rounded the corner and skidded to a stop. 3 horses were running wildly in the grassy area between barns. 2 of them were big bays, and the third was a rangy liver chestnut. "That's not Midnight, is it?" Bess said, pointing at one of the bays. George gasped. "It does look like him. And check it out. There's Dana trying to grab him." I saw that George was right. Peyton's trainer was among those trying to catch the loose horses. She was moving slowly toward the excited bay, her arms out as she spoke soothingly to him. "Hold up. Actually, I don't think it's Midnight." I peered at the horse. It was hard to get a good look, since he was currently dodging back and forth, trying to avoid Dana. But then he lifted his head, so I had a clear view of his face. "Nope, it's not him," I said with relief. "See? That horse has a white star on his face, and Midnight doesn't. Oh, you're right, Bess said. Look, I think Dana's got him. We watched as several people, including some of the teenage girls we'd just been talking to, helped catch the other 2 horses. Soon all 3 escapees were heading back into the barn. Phew, that was kind of crazy, George said. The action never stops around here. Bess laughed, but I just rubbed my chin. Yeah, I agreed. It's kind of suspicious, isn't it? George looked surprised. What do you mean? Do you think someone let the horses out on purpose? Why? Yeah, Bess put in, especially since none of them belonged to Payton. I know, but doesn't it seem awfully coincidental that one of them was a big bay gelding from Dana's barn? One that looks a lot like Midnight? I shrugged. I mean, we all mistook him for Midnight for a second there. Maybe someone else did too. Oh, Bess's eyes widened. I didn't think of that. So you think this really could be connected to the case? I don't know, but we can't rule it out. Let's go find Payton. I think we need to talk to her about all this. We headed into the barn. A couple of grooms and a middle-aged woman were fussing over the recently recaptured bay gelding, who was now standing quietly cross-tied in the aisle. Excuse me, do you know where Dana went? I asked one of the grooms. I'm not sure. The groom seemed distracted as he ran a rag down the horse's legs. Tack room, maybe? She was talking to Payton in there when the horses got loose. Thanks. I led the way down the aisle. As my friends and I neared the tack room, we could hear the sound of a raised voice. Uh-oh, Bess whispered. Sounds like Dana's not happy. Sounds like Payton's not either, I said as another angry voice joined in. I wasn't sure we should be listening to their argument, but it wasn't as if they were making any attempt to be quiet. Half the barn could probably hear them. My friends and I took a few steps closer, stopping just short of the doorway. And it's like you don't even care about your own reputation anymore, let alone mine, Dana was yelling. That's not fair, Payton exclaimed, sounding upset. If it was up to me, I wouldn't even be at this show. Huh? George murmured, raising an eyebrow at Bess and me. Shh. I hushed her, leaning closer to the door. Look, I know you're upset about missing your friend's party or whatever, Dana began. It's my cousin, Payton snapped, cutting her off. My favorite cousin, who's been like an older sister to me my whole life. And it's not just some party, it's her wedding. Okay, whatever, I'm sorry, Dana said. But in this industry, you need to be willing to make sacrifices, and it's not every day that the chef de keep wants to show up and watch you ride. Unfortunately, she lowered her voice just enough so it was impossible to make out whatever she said next. I backed up a few yards, and my friends followed. This adds a new wrinkle, I said quietly. It sounds like Payton wanted to skip this show to go to her cousin's wedding. I wonder if that's the family obligation that's keeping her parents away until tomorrow night, Bess said. Probably, I agreed, remembering Payton's comment the day before. In any case, Dana must have insisted she skip the wedding so she could ride in front of the Olympics guy. Maybe Payton's parents, too, George said. It sounds like they're pretty competitive and ambitious. Yeah. Even if it wasn't their idea, they must have agreed with Dana. Because if they thought Payton should go to the wedding instead, they could have overruled her. I shook my head. You know, I'm starting to feel really sorry for Payton. On the one hand, she's living out her dream, riding at these big shows, super successful, aimed for Olympic glory. Bess nodded, clearly seeing where I was going with my thought. But there's a dark side, too, she said. Her life isn't really her own. She has to make sacrifices to be the best. She sighed. It's just too bad Dana seems to be so, mean about it. Yeah. George glanced in the direction of the tack room. She doesn't really sound too sympathetic, does she? Her comment made another thought pop into my head. It was one that had been dancing around at the edges of my thoughts all day. You're right, I said slowly. If Dana's the one who forced Payton to come to this show, could that be a clue in itself? What do you mean? Bess asked. Do you think Dana should be a suspect? I'm not sure, I said. I mean, this isn't the first time we've witnessed her being kind of hard on Payton. But if she's the culprit, what's her motive? Good question. George pursed her lips thoughtfully. She's Payton's trainer, so if Payton looks good, she looks good, right? Why would she want to mess that up? And would she really slash up that saddle? Bess wondered. I mean, she seems kind of hot-tempered, but not crazy. Yeah, I can't quite picture her going at the saddle with a knife either, I admitted. Still, we'd better put her on the list, just in case. Something else occurred to me. And actually, even if she's not the best suspect for some of the stuff that's happened, there's one thing that fits perfectly. She's the one in charge of Midnight's care, right? Including everything he eats. So she was in the best position to toss some chocolate or whatever into his bucket to make him flunk that test, right? I guess so. Bess looked uncertain. But if that's true, wouldn't she get in trouble too? I don't know. I realized I still wasn't clear on how the whole suspension system worked. Let's see if we can find someone to ask. George glanced toward the tack room. Good idea. We probably shouldn't be here when they come out. I had to agree with that. If Dana might be our culprit, it probably wasn't a good thing for her to catch us eavesdropping. My friends and I tiptoed away around the corner, then started looking around for someone to ask about the drug rules. The first familiar face we saw belonged to Mickey. He was outside Midnight's stall, stuffing hay into a hay net. The big bay gelding was watching the man's work with interest. Hi. I walked over and gave Midnight a rub on the nose, then smiled at the groom. Do you have a second? This time I was pretty sure he recognized me, though he seemed less than thrilled to see me. I guess, he mumbled without enthusiasm. We were just talking about Midnight's drug results, and we realized we don't understand how the system works, I said. Who gets suspended when something like that happens? The horse does, of course, plus whoever signs on the entry form is that horse's primary caretaker, Mickey replied, yanking the cords to tie the hay net shut. Normally that's the trainer, unless the owner signs as trainer for some reason. Oh. I shot a look at my friends. What Mickey was saying seemed to rule out our latest theory, since Dana would be the one who got suspended, rather than Payton. Mickey hung the hay net just outside the stall door, patting Midnight as the big bay horse eagerly yanked a few strands out and chewed. Wouldn't be the worst thing for this guy to get suspended, the groom murmured, running one calloused hand up and down the gelding's neck. His voice was so low that I wasn't sure he'd meant to be overheard. What was that? I asked. Did you say it would be good for Midnight to get suspended? Course not, he said gruffly. It's just that Midnight could use a break, that's all. He's been campaigned pretty hard this year. Too many weeks standing in a tiny stall, riding in trailers. Never mind. Stupid thought. No, I understand. Bess shot the man her most winning and sympathetic smile. You're just worried about Midnight. I think that's sweet. Mickey merely grunted in response, but his expression lightened a little bit. Bess has that effect on people. I don't know how she does it. Yeah, you must be really worried about what happened, I said, trying to sound casual. A lot of people are more likely to talk if they don't realize they're being interrogated. I had a feeling Mickey was one of those people, especially since someone obviously tried to hurt Midnight by dosing him with theobromine. I reached out to stroke the gelding's velvety nose. That can't be good for him, right? Not likely to hurt him, Mickey responded, especially not in such a small amount. Oh, that's good, I said. Still, who would want to give him something they knew would test? And how would they even do it? I eyed the hay net as Midnight took another bite. Do you think someone sneaked in and slipped something into his food? Not likely. Mickey sounded certain. We've got a foolproof system here. You do? What is it? The groom shrugged. Really want to know? I'll show you. He headed off down the aisle without another word. Trading a look with my friends, I shrugged and then followed. Soon we were all crowding into a stall at the end of the row. Like the tack stall, it wasn't set up for horses. Instead, it contained at least a dozen large feed sacks, piles of empty buckets, a folding table with a bunch of small plastic bags on it, and a bunch of other stuff I didn't take in right away. Tacked to one wall was a poster board list of horses' names written in different colors. Beside each name was some additional writing in black ink, though it was too small to read from where I was standing. "Feed room," Mickey said, and I hid a smile. I knew where we were. "So all the horses' grain comes from here?" George asked, peering into a large bag labeled as alfalfa pellets. "Uh-huh." Mickey pointed to a neat row of buckets along one wall. "One color for each horse. Feed gets measured out there." Next he indicated the plastic bags on the table. "Supplements there." "Supplements?" I echoed. "Vitamins, joint aids, stuff like that," Mickey said. "When it's time to feed, grab the bag and dump it in the matching bucket. No way to mix things up." Bess stepped closer to the poster and peered up at the list of names. "Midnight's color is purple," she said. She moved over to the line of buckets. "Hey, wait a minute. It looks like someone already added some supplements to this purple bucket." "Can't be." George picked up a plastic bag filled with powder. A purple sticker was on it. "His bag's right here." Mickey frowned. "What are you talking about?" He glanced at the bag in George's hand, then stepped over and peered into the purple bucket. His face went pale, and he grabbed the bucket with one hand, reaching into it with the other. "There is some kind of powder in here," he exclaimed. Lifting his fingers to his nose, he gave them a sniff. "Smells like butte. But that can't be. Midnight isn't supposed to get that."
Chapter 9. Mixed Messages.
"Butte? What's that?" George asked. Mickey didn't answer. He was already sprinting toward the door, calling out for the other grooms. "Nobody feed anything," he shouted. "I've got to tell Dana about this. We'll have to figure out if any of the other feed was tampered with." A couple of the other grooms rushed in. They seemed surprised to see us in there. "What's going on?" asked Jen. "We're not sure," I told her. Mickey just noticed there was some extra stuff in one of the buckets." "Yeah, he called it butte," George added. "What is that?" "It's a medication," Jen replied. "It's very common, sort of like aspirin for horses. Some of ours get it after a tough day of showing. Which bucket was it in?" "Midnight's," Bess replied. "What?" Jen exclaimed. "But that's not right. Midnight isn't allowed to have butte today." "Why not?" I asked. "I thought you said it was common." The groom looked distraught. "It is, but you're not allowed to give it at the same time as certain other drugs," she explained. "And Midnight is scheduled to get one of those other drugs tonight. If he ended up with both in his system and then got tested—" She let her voice trail off. I could guess what she was thinking. Midnight was in enough trouble with the drug testers already, without another positive result to add to the mess. "Anyway," Jen went on after a moment, "I know there was nothing extra in that bucket an hour ago. I mixed all of this afternoon's feed myself." She and the other grooms started checking all the buckets. My friends and I took the opportunity to slip out of the feed room. "So what do you think?" George asked as we wandered down the aisle. "Does this make Mickey a suspect?" "Maybe," I said. "It sounds like he wouldn't mind one bit if Midnight got a vacation, and a drug suspension would be a sure way to do it." Bess nodded, "Especially since he was so quick to tell us that the Theo-whatever stuff the test found wouldn't hurt Midnight any. That makes it a likely choice for someone who's worried about the horse's welfare, right?" "Good point." I couldn't help feeling dubious. But if he's the culprit, why would he just blurt all that info out to us? I mean, he pretty much handed us his motive on a silver platter. "Guilty conscience?" George suggested. We'd reached the barn exit by then. Bess paused in the doorway, squinting against the sunlight streaming in from outside. "No, maybe Nancy's right," she said. "Mickey seemed genuinely surprised and upset when he saw that powder in Midnight's bucket just now. Either he's a really good actor, or he's not the one who put it there," I finished for her. "Besides, I just thought of something else. Mickey said it's the trainer who gets suspended when a horse fails a drug test, not the owner or rider. so Dana would be the one going down. Would Mickey really want to get his boss suspended from showing? Seems like that could be bad for his own income. I don't know, George said, but I just remembered something else. Mickey was hanging around when Payton took Midnight out to graze yesterday, but then when we came back after the tomato incident, he was nowhere in sight, remember? Payton handed Midnight off to another groom. So what? Bess said. So what if Mickey was out in the parking lot, convincing those panloonies to tomato bomb a certain Big Bay horse? George said. It could have all been part of his plan to secure Payton into quitting, so Midnight would get a chance to go lounge in a field or whatever. I sighed. The more we talk about Mickey as a suspect, the more far-fetched it seems, I said. I mean, I could maybe see him slipping something into Midnight's feed or whatever, thinking he's doing the horse a favor. But would he really follow Payton around leaving nasty notes, or convince someone to toss tomatoes, or slash up a saddle, or let a bunch of other horses loose? Who knows? George shrugged. We don't know the guy. Maybe he's a secret psycho. I didn't respond. I'd just noticed someone hurrying past outside. Hey, I said, lowering my voice. Isn't that Jessica Watts? Where? George turned to look. Yeah, that's her. What's she doing hanging around this barn? Good question. I watched as Jessica disappeared around the corner. I mean, it's a public place, so it's probably a coincidence. Maybe her horses are in this barn, too. Maybe she has friends in this barn. Maybe she's looking for the bathroom. Or maybe she's sneaking out after tampering with Midnight's feed bucket, George said. Let's follow her and see where she goes. I didn't have any better plan to suggest, so I nodded. Stay back so she doesn't see us, I warned as we hurried off in the direction the girl had gone. George tossed me an amused look. What do you think? This is our first stakeout? She joked. Shh, Bess warned as we rounded the corner. There she is. We tailed Jessica halfway across the showgrounds. She didn't seem to be in any hurry. Every so often she would wave to someone passing by, or even pause to say hello. Finally, she entered a snack bar. Looks like she's just looking for something to eat, Bess said. Maybe not. George had darted forward to peer inside through a window. Look who she's talking to now. Bess and I joined her at the window. Oh, Bess exclaimed softly. It's that nasty trainer. What's his name again? Lenny Hood. I gripped the edge of the window as I stared inside. Payton and Lenny Hood were standing at the back of the small restaurant, heads bent together as they talked. I couldn't see Jessica's face, but Lenny's expression was focused and intense. I wish we could hear what they're saying, Bess murmured. Me too, I said. What if they're in cahoots, working together to frame Payton for that drug violation? Exactly what I was thinking, George said. With Payton out of the picture, Jessica would have a better shot at some of those ribbons and the prize money that goes with them. Lenny Hood's students, too, Bess agreed. Think we can get any closer? Not without them seeing us, I said. Let's just wait and see what they do next. We didn't have long to wait. Within minutes, Jessica and Lenny were leaving the snack bar. My friends and I stayed hidden around the corner, though it probably wasn't necessary since neither of our culprits so much as glanced our way before hurrying off in opposite directions. Now what? Bess asked. Should we split up and follow them? I didn't answer for a second. I'd just spotted another familiar face wandering into view across the way. Look, I said. Isn't that Cal Kidd? Bess gasped. What's he doing here? I thought he wasn't at the show today. That's what his neighbor told me, I said. Looks like she was wrong. So what do you want to do? George glanced after Lenny, who was almost out of sight already. If we don't hurry, we'll lose track of all of them. I'll follow Cal, I decided quickly. You guys take the other two, okay? I rushed off, leaving it to them to work out the details. Cal was strolling along with his hands in his pockets, not seeming in any particular hurry. It was easy to keep him in sight as he wandered along the paths, pausing once to watch a pony trotting around in one of the schooling rings, and again to pat a free-ranging dog. Finally, I realized he was heading toward the big old-fashioned wooden barn where his show stalls were located. I waited until he'd disappeared inside, then cautiously entered myself. It was busier in there than it had been earlier in the day, and I had no trouble making my way to the back section without Cal noticing me. I hid in the hayloft with a view of Cal's area and waited to see what he did next. For a while, that wasn't much. He puttered around for a good 20 minutes, first checking on each of his horses, then sweeping the aisle by his stalls. Finally, he grabbed a magazine with a horse on the cover, sat down on a tack trunk, and started flipping through the pages. Sneaking a peek at my watch, I wondered what to do. By the looks of things, I could stand here all day and see nothing important. Why waste time when every second counted? Still, Cal was on the suspect list. I had to figure out whether he needed to stay there. That meant it was time to stop spying and take some action. I climbed down from my hiding place and walked right over to Cal. "Hello?" I said. "You're Cal Kidd, right?" He glanced up from his magazine. "That's me. And you are?" "My name's Nancy," I said. "I'm, a journalism student. I'm here interviewing people at this horse show as part of a class project." "Cool." Cal's smile was polite but a little distant. "So lay it on me. What do you want to know?" I scanned my mind for a good opening question that wouldn't make him suspicious. You're a jumper rider, right? What made you get into that?" "It's kind of a family thing." Cal tossed aside the magazine and stood, stepping over to pat the nearest of his horses. He had only a couple of inches on me, though he was so lean that he seemed taller. "My mom rode when my sister and I were kids, and we just kind of followed along in her footsteps. Or bootsteps, whatever." He grinned. I had to admit, he was kind of charming. No wonder he'd had so many clients and admirers before his fall from grace. Then again, I'd learned long ago that appearances could be deceiving. Some of the worst criminals I'd nabbed, or that Dad had helped convict, could seem like the most agreeable people in the world. "Okay," I said. "What's your favorite thing about the sport?" "The horses, of course. Though the speed and thrill aren't bad either." Cal glanced at me. "Hey, don't you need to, write this down or record it or something? I'm feeding you pearls of wisdom here." His grin faded slightly as he studied my face. "Wait a minute, you look kind of familiar. Didn't I see you hanging around with Payton Evans yesterday?" Oops, I hadn't realized he'd even seen us by the ring after Payton's round. Yeah," I said. "I was interviewing her, too." "Huh." Suddenly, Cal looked a lot less friendly. "Well, here's some more info for your class project. The big-time show-jumping world is a tough business, not a game of My Little Pony, okay?" "I'm not sure what you mean." I backed away, feeling nervous all of a sudden. His eyes narrowed. "I mean, it's no place for little girls," he growled. "You can tell your friend Payton Evans that the next time you interview her. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have business to attend to." He stalked off, glowering, and disappeared around the corner. I collapsed against the wall, my heart pounding. I knew I should probably follow him to see where he was going, but after the threat he'd just made, I was none too eager to face him again. If it was a threat, I murmured to myself, still not quite sure what had just happened. Either way, his reaction was weird enough to keep his name on the suspect list for sure. "Here she comes," George said. Following her gaze, I saw Bess jogging toward us. We were behind the show office again. I'd texted both my friends after leaving Cal's barn, telling them to meet me there whenever they were finished. "I hope you guys found out something interesting." Bess was huffing and puffing as she reached us, because my detective work was a total bust. "Really? What happened?" I asked. Bess leaned against the wall to catch her breath. "Nothing, pretty much," she said. "Lenny went back to his barn and talked on his cell phone for a while, not about anything interesting as far as I could hear. Then he went over to one of the rings to watch some of his students ride. He was still there when I left." "Okay." I turned to George. She'd arrived just moments before Bess, so we hadn't had a chance to compare notes yet. "What about you?" I asked. "I followed Jessica back to her barn," George said. "She sat down on a tack trunk and started texting, so I got bored and took a look around." Bess snorted. "Some detective you are, Ms. Short Attention Span." George ignored her. "Anyway, I ended up chatting with Jessica's trainer, and guess what I found out?" "What?" I asked. "It turns out Jessica might be a jerk, but she's not our culprit." George looked pleased with herself, because she wasn't even at the show where Midnight got tested. "Are you sure?" I asked. "Positive. The trainer lady knew exactly which show I was talking about. I guess she's friends with Dana. She'd just heard the gossip and seemed pretty bummed out that Midnight might get suspended. She said the rest of the barn was at the show in question, but Jessica had the flu or something that week." Interesting. I twirled a lock of hair around my finger as I tried to fit this piece into the puzzle. Bess was frowning. "So this means Jessica couldn't be our culprit, right?" she said. "She wasn't around to slip something into Midnight's food at that show." "Right," I said. "Unless she really is in cahoots with Lenny Hood, of course." "Oh, right." George's face fell. "I forgot about that." "Actually, with all the weird stuff that's happening, it's seeming more and more likely that there could be more than one culprit at work," I said. "That would certainly make it easier to make all the pieces fit." "Okay," Bess said. "So what do we do now?" "I'm not sure." I glanced at the sky, which was showing streaks of red. "It's getting late, and the show will be winding down for the night pretty soon. Maybe we should find Payton and see what she wants to do." My phone buzzed before my friends could respond. It was a text from Ned asking where we were. Oops, in all the excitement I'd forgotten to update him in a while. I let him know where we were, and he was there within minutes. "What have you been up to all day?" Bess asked him. "Planning some romantic getaway for your anniversary?" "Actually, yes." Ned grinned and winked, then turned to take my hand. "I'm officially sweeping you away with me." "Huh?" I said. "Since we had to cancel our picnic, I want to make it up to you," Ned said. "I'm taking you out to dinner. What do you say?" "Picnic? What picnic?" Bess asked. Ned ignored her. "So how's Italian sound?" he asked, squeezing my hand. My stomach grumbled, and I realized I'd forgotten to eat lunch. "It sounds fantastic." I glanced at my friends. "Can you guys finish up here without me? We should probably check in with Payton and—" "Go!" Bess gave me a little shove. "Have a nice time." She pulled me back toward her, gave a sniff, and wrinkled her nose. "But for Pete's sake, stop off at home and take a shower first. You smell like a horse." "This is nice," I said, reaching for my water glass. The ice cubes clinked against the crystal as I took a sip. I glanced around. We were seated in the crowded dining room of the most popular Italian restaurant in River Heights. "I can't believe you actually got us a table here on a Friday night." Across from me, Ned looked happy and handsome as he lifted his own water glass and a toast. "Only the best for you," he said with a wink. Then he chuckled. "But seriously, it's only because my mom plays tennis with the owner. Don't tell Bess that, though." "Your secret's safe with me." My smile faded as I returned my attention to my pasta. It was delicious, even though I could barely remember ordering it. In fact, I'd spent most of the 2+ hours since leaving the showgrounds only half focused on what I was doing. The rest of my mind kept returning to the case. The Grand Prix was tomorrow night, and I had no idea when the powers that be would make their decision about whether Payton and Midnight could still enter. If I didn't figure something out fast, there was a chance Payton could miss her chance to impress the Olympic chef to keep. And I didn't want that to happen if I could help it. It took me a moment to realize that Ned had said something. Blinking, I shot him a sheepish smile. "What?" Sorry. Guess I'm a little distracted." He looked sympathetic. "I hear you. I'm worried about Payton, too." I reached over and squeezed his hand, grateful as always that he was so understanding about my sleuthing. "Thanks. It's just that we don't have much time and—" I know. Ned speared a meatball with his fork. I called Mom and Dad to tell them Dana would be dropping Payton off when they finished for the day. They asked how everything went, but I didn't mention that slashed-up saddle. Now I'm wondering if it's a mistake to keep it from them. Whoever did that has some serious anger issues.
Maybe Payton will tell them when she gets home, I said.
Maybe.
Ned sounded dubious,
but she's the one who didn't even want to tell her parents about that note.
He sighed, setting down his fork.
I'm thinking it might be almost time to bring in the police.
I didn't answer. I couldn't really disagree with his point. Things just aren't coming together, I mused, staring at my plate. There are a lot of people on our suspect list, but none of them quite fits all the evidence.
I know, like that girl Jessica. She's got a motive, but she wasn't at the show where Midnight got drugged, Ned said. Plus, could she really sneak into Dana's barn in broad daylight to slash that saddle or tamper with Midnight's feed without anyone seeing her?
I'm not sure. We did see her outside right after those horses were let loose, but what about those threatening notes? I'm not even sure she's old enough to drive. How would she follow Payton all the way back to your house?
Unless she's teaming up with that other trainer like you said, Ned said.
I nodded. I'd filled Ned in on our latest theories on the ride over. These big-time trainers all seem to attend most of the same shows, so I'm guessing Lenny was probably at the one in question, I said. But everyone says he's super successful in the show world. Would he really risk his whole reputation on this kind of garbage, just to take out a teenager?
Ned shrugged. Okay, change of pace. How about those animal protester people?
You mean Pan? We'd passed the protesters on our way out of the show, though I'd noticed that Annie Molina wasn't with them. I don't know. I'm not sure they'd be likely to target any particular person, and so far everything seems to be aimed at Payton.
Good point.
Ned reached for the salt.
They did throw that tomato, though, right?
Yeah, but we're wondering if someone put them up to it. That made me realize we'd never followed up on that particular angle. I made a mental note to try to talk to Annie or one of her cohorts the next day.
Okay,
Ned said.
So other than Lenny and Jessica, who else have you got? What about that Cal Kid guy? Or Dana? Or the groom?
All still on the list, I sighed. It's just that none of them quite... Hold on. My phone was buzzing from my purse. Fishing it out, I saw that I'd just received a text. It was from Payton. Nancy, sorry to bother you. I'm still at the show. Everyone else went home. And now I think someone is stalking me. Chapter 10. Signing Statement. Can't you drive any faster? I complained, gripping the armrest of Ned's car.
Not without breaking the sound barrier.
Ned spun the steering wheel, sending his car screeching into the fairgrounds parking lot. It was a much different sight from the one we'd left a couple of hours earlier. Only a few cars were still parked there, along with several large horse trailers hulking in the pale floodlights positioned here and there throughout the lot. Ned screeched to a stop near the gate, not bothering to park between the lines. Let's go, I said, hopping out of the car. We sprinted in through the gate, the guard barely looking up as we passed.
Where did she say she was?
Ned asked. She didn't. I put on a burst of speed. Let's check Dana's barn. If Payton's not there, I'll text her again. We burst into the barn. It was dim and quiet in there, the only light coming from a few safety bulbs in the aisle.
Payton! Ned hollered. Where are you? It's Ned and Nancy. Payton!
I held my breath, listening for a response. There, I said, spinning and pointing toward the tack stall. I heard footsteps.
Payton?
Ned hurried that way. Halfway there, he skidded to a stop as Mickey emerged, rubbing his eyes.
Hello?
The groom said, sounding sleepy.
What's all this shouting about?
Mickey! I rushed over to him. Have you seen Payton?
Payton?
Mickey blinked at me.
What do you mean? I thought she left with Dana and the others an hour ago.
I pulled out my cell phone and sent Payton a text. Where are you?
If everyone else left an hour ago, what are you still doing here?
Ned asked Mickey, sounding suspicious.
Mickey was looking more awake by the second. I stay here every night, he said. Extra security. Dana doesn't want to take the chance of anyone messing with the horses overnight.
I couldn't help thinking he wasn't doing such a hot job as an amateur security guard. He hadn't even known Payton was still here.
Unless he's the one who was stalking her, I thought with a shiver. Any response yet? Ned asked, glancing at the phone in my hand. I shook my head. Let's check her horses' stalls. Maybe she's in with one of them. Leaving a confused-looking Mickey behind, we jogged down the aisle. The first stall we checked contained only a sleepy-looking gray mare.
Midnight's stall is right over there.
I hurried across the aisle and peered inside.
Payton! Nancy!
Payton was leaning against Midnight's side. She straightened up and came to the door.
Thanks for coming. I'm really sorry to bother you guys. Bess told me you were out on a date.
It's no problem. Ned unclipped the stall guard to let her out. What happened?
Payton bit her lip. I kind of lost track of time and never told Dana I needed a ride, she admitted. By the time I realized it, everyone was gone.
You could have called my parents, Ned said. They'd come get you, or I would have.
I know. I was planning to call your dad.
Payton glanced at Midnight, who was hanging his head out over the door as if listening to the conversation.
I was just going to say goodnight to the horses first. I was coming out of Midnight's stall when I saw someone in the aisle.
Was it Mickey? I asked.
Payton shook her head. That's what I thought at first, but it wasn't him. I called out, and instead of answering, the person ran away.
What did he look like? I said. Was it definitely a man?
I think so. I'm not sure. Payton bit her lip again. I really didn't get a good look. It was pretty dark, but it looked like a big guy with broad shoulders. Maybe bald? She shrugged. Like I said, it was hard to see, and I guess I wasn't thinking too clearly.
It's okay. I put an arm around her shoulders. Are you sure it wasn't show security or something?
I don't think so. Why would a security guard run away as soon as I said something to him?
Payton sounded shaken.
Anyway, I wasn't sure what to do. I was still standing here in the aisle when I heard a weird whistle.
A whistle? Ned echoed. What do you mean?
It's hard to describe. It sounded like some kind of signal or something, you know? Like in the movies.
Payton let out a low two-note whistle, then shook her head.
I know that sounds crazy.
Not really, I said. Not after everything else that's happened around here lately.
She nodded. Anyway, I was kind of spooked, so I ducked back into Midnight's stall and hid behind him while I texted you.
I'm glad you did. I glanced at Ned. Speaking of show security, maybe we should let them know about this. They can keep a lookout for this guy. They might have noticed him entering or leaving the grounds. I'll run over to the gate and talk to the guard there, Ned offered. You guys should probably stay with Mickey until I get back.
Okay.
As he hurried away, Payton and I headed toward the tack room. Mickey was still in the aisle where we'd left him. What's going on? He asked, sounding totally awake by now. Payton, I didn't know you were here.
I know, I'm sorry.
Payton smiled weakly. I should have remembered you'd be around and come to find you. Then I wouldn't have had to bother Nancy and Ned. It's okay, we really don't mind. I steered her into the tack room and over to a chair. You should sit down for a minute. Mickey followed us in, perching on the edge of a cot that was now sitting in the middle of the small room. Is someone going to tell me what this is all about? I filled him in on what Payton had just told me. Have you seen or heard anything unusual tonight? I asked. Not a thing, sorry. Mickey shot Payton a worried look. Are you sure it wasn't me you saw? He asked. I was pretty tired when I made my rounds last time. Might not have heard you. It definitely wasn't you, Payton told the groom with a shaky smile. This guy was a lot bigger than you, plus he definitely reacted when he realized I'd seen him. She glanced at me. Still, I'm starting to wonder if I panicked for no reason. Maybe it was just some local guy poking around after hours out of curiosity. He might have been as scared as I was. What about that weird whistle? I asked. Maybe it was a bird. She stifled a yawn. Like I said, I was kind of panicked, so I didn't know what I was hearing at that point. Just then, Ned rushed into the tack room. Alerted the guards, he said breathlessly. They'll be on the lookout. Also, Dana just called.
She called you? Payton asked in surprise.
Yeah, I guess she's been trying to reach you, but couldn't get an answer.
Oops. Payton reached into her pocket. I forgot I turned off my phone when I hid in Midnight's stall. She looked sheepish. I was afraid it would ring and give away where I was hiding. So what did Dana want? She looked apprehensive, and I couldn't blame her. In her current condition, the last thing Payton needed was another scolding from her trainer. But I felt better when I noticed that Ned was grinning. She was calling with good news, he said. She just heard from the show officials or whoever. You guys are in for the Grand Prix tomorrow. What? Payton looked startled. That's great news, I exclaimed. So they decided not to suspend. That's right. Ned flopped into another chair. You guys know how fast Dana talks. I couldn't keep up with all of what she was saying, but I guess the fact that the levels were so low, plus your good reps, made them decide in your favor. I shot a look at Mickey. The groom looked thoughtful, but his weathered face was difficult to read beyond that. Was he thinking that his plan had failed? I just couldn't tell. Wow, Payton said. I can't believe this. My attention shifted back to her. You don't look as thrilled as I thought you'd be, I said. Aren't you happy that you'll get to ride in the Grand Prix? Sure, of course, Payton said quickly. It's just that this has all been so crazy, you know? What do you mean? Ned asked. Payton sighed. I feel bad for putting Dana through so much trouble. She likes a drama-free barn. That's why she won't take on just anyone as a client, no matter how talented they are. Like, have you guys ever heard of Cal Kidd? As a matter of fact, we have. I was surprised that she even had to ask. Then I realized I hadn't yet had a chance to mention my suspicions to her. What about him? I heard he wanted to train with Dana for his big comeback, Payton said. I guess they've known each other for a long time or something. At least that's what I heard, she added. But he has kind of a bad rep from his gambling days. Too much drama and gossip, so Dana turned him down. She did? This added yet another new wrinkle to things. Could we be looking at this all wrong? Could Cal be our culprit, but trying to punish Dana rather than Payton? Interesting you should mention Kidd. Mickey spoke up, breaking me out of my thoughts. I caught him skulking around here last night after hours. You did? I spun to face him. What happened? Just what I said, the groom shrugged. I was making the rounds right after everyone left and saw him hanging around near the feed room. When I asked what he was doing there, Kidd refused to answer and took off. Interesting. I shot Ned a meaningful look. Come on, Payton. We'd better get you home. Right. Ned clapped Mickey on the shoulder. Thanks for your help. Sure, Mickey murmured, stifling a yawn. Leaving him to his cot, Ned and Payton and I headed out. Soon we were outside in the cool evening air. Nobody was in sight out there. The only activity was a cat stalking something in the shadow of the next barn. That's it, then, I blurted out. I bet Cal Kidd is our culprit. Exactly what I was thinking, Ned agreed. Payton wrinkled her brow. What are you guys talking about? It all makes sense. I was feeling excited now. All this time we've been thinking the mischief around here has been aimed at you, but it's really been aimed at Dana. Cal must be mad at Dana for turning him down, so he's trying to get back at her. I don't understand, Payton said, shaking her head. Most of this stuff hasn't had anything to do with Dana. Sure it has. Any sabotage of her star rider could be considered sabotage of her as well. My mind raced as I tried to fit all the pieces together. And what about those loose horses? We thought whoever let them out was targeting you, because one of them was from Dana's barn and looked a little like Midnight. But maybe the Midnight thing was a coincidence. Maybe the only important thing was that the horse came from Dana's barn. But about Midnight, Ned began. I was just getting to that, I said. The suspension thing works too, because as Midnight's trainer, Dana was the one who'd pay the price if the horse got suspended. It all makes perfect sense. Okay, I see what you're getting at, Payton said. And it would make perfect sense, except that everyone on the circuit knows I always sign the entry forms as my own trainer. That brought me up short. What? Payton nodded. I sign my own entry forms. There was even an article about it in one of the industry magazines just last month, so I'm sure someone like Cal probably knows about it. I was struggling to catch up to this new twist. Wait, but someone told us it's always the trainer who signs, I said. Yeah, that's the normal way. Payton glanced at Ned with the ghost of a smile. But you know my parents don't believe in doing things the normal way. They've always insisted I sign for myself. Dana wasn't thrilled about that at first. In fact, I was afraid that drama might get me kicked out before my first show with Dana. I still don't get it, I said. Why would your parents even care who signs some horse show entry form? I don't know. I guess it's supposed to teach me to be responsible for myself or more independent or something, Payton replied. Just another part of the Evans edge. Can you even do that, though? Ned wondered. I mean, you're still a minor. You're right. Actually, my parents have to sign too because of my age, Payton amended. But in their eyes, I'm the one who's ultimately responsible. She glanced at me. So anyway, this means that even if Midnight had ended up suspended, Dana would have been in the clear. I'm the only one who would have been in trouble. Oh. I thought about that for a second. And you're sure Cal would know about that? You said he's been away from the show scene for a while. That doesn't matter, Payton said. The gambling stuff was only part of the reason Dana didn't want Cal in her barn. The other reason is that he's supposed to be some huge gossip. Trust me, he's got to know. My shoulders slumped. Okay, so much for that theory, I muttered. Come to think of it, maybe I'd been too quick to latch onto it anyway. After all, those threatening notes didn't really fit either. Why would someone targeting Dana leave them in such obscure spots, knowing that Payton might not even tell her trainer about them? Ned stifled a yawn. Okay, back to the drawing board, I guess, he said. Maybe we should all head home and sleep on it. But what about your date? Payton sounded worried as we headed toward the parking lot. I didn't mean to ruin it. It's okay. We were almost finished anyway, I said. Yeah, Ned grinned at Payton, although I was kind of looking forward to dessert. You can make it up to me by giving me half of yours next time our families go out together. That actually made Payton laugh. It's a deal. The next morning, I arrived at the show bright and early. Bess and George were there with me, though George wasn't particularly happy about it. I can't believe people voluntarily wake up this early, she mumbled, stifling a yawn as the three of us walked along the path leading toward Dana's barn. Get over it, Bess told her cousin. The Grand Prix is tonight, and we need to figure out before then who's trying to sabotage Payton. That's right, I agreed. We don't want this hanging over Payton's head on the biggest night of her riding life. Otherwise, she might not ride her best in front of the Olympic sky. Okay, you're right, George admitted. So, what's the plan? Good question. I can't stop thinking about Cal Kidd, I said. Bess and George traded a look. I'd filled them in on last night's events on the ride over. I thought you ruled that out when you found out Payton signs her own entries, Bess said. Right, but here's the thing. What if Cal actually doesn't know she does that? I kicked at a stone on the path. Payton seemed convinced that everybody knows, but I'm not sure we should assume something. I suppose it's worth checking into, George said. So you still think Cal might be getting revenge on Dana? Maybe. I can't stop thinking about what Mickey said about seeing Cal sneaking around the barn the other night. Why would he be there if he's not our culprit? Unless Mickey is lying about that to throw suspicion off himself, Bess suggested. Even if it's true, how do you know it's Dana Cal is after? George put in. I still think he could be after Payton because of the Midnight connection. I glanced at her. You know, I almost forgot about that. Probably because while we were talking about Cal last night, Payton never even mentioned that he used to own Midnight. Why would she? George shrugged. It's old news, at least to her.
But what if it's Cal's real motive? What if he's targeting Payton because he wants his star horse back, and he figures scaring her out of the saddle is the best way to do it? Except that Midnight wasn't his star horse, Bess reminded us. He wasn't anything special until Payton bought him. I still think we should go question Cal, George said. He's looking like our best suspect either way. I've got a better idea. I pointed toward the ring we were passing. Isn't that Dana over by the rail? Let's go ask her about Cal. At least she should be able to tell us if it's true that he wanted to train with her, and maybe what the deal was with him and Midnight. We hurried over and joined Dana. She was watching as a stout woman trotted an even stouter horse around the ring. "Heels down, Sue," Dana called out. Then she noticed us. "Oh, hello, girls." "Hi," I said. "We were just wondering something." Dana didn't seem to hear me. "More impulsion," she yelled at the woman. "He's moving like a slug, not a horse." "Sorry," the woman's cheerful voice drifted back. I watched as the rider kicked at the horse's sides. The horse totally ignored her, trucking along at the same leisurely pace. Dana sighed, then glanced at us. "What was that?" she said. "Did you girls say something?" "I wanted to ask you about someone I met yesterday," I said, trying to sound casual. "His name's Cal Kidd?" Dana stiffened. "Cal? What about him?" "We heard you might know him," George spoke up. "That he might even have wanted to train with you?" Instead of answering, Dana turned back to face her student. "That's enough for today, Sue," she hollered. "I've got to go." "What?" The woman sounded surprised. "But we haven't even warmed up yet." "Wait," I said. "I just want to—" I let my voice trail off. It was too late. Dana was already hurrying off without a backward glance. "Okay, that was weird," George said. "As soon as you mentioned Cal's name, she totally freaked out." Bess nodded. "So what do we do now?" I wasn't sure. My phone buzzed, and I answered without bothering to check the caller ID. "Hello?" "Nancy? Is this Nancy Drew?" It was a woman's voice I didn't recognize. "Yes, this is Nancy," I said cautiously. "Who's this?" There was a funny noise from the other end of the line. It sounded like a sob. I pressed the phone to my ear. "Hello?" "Nancy!" the voice gasped out again. "This is Annie Molina. We talked yesterday?" "Yes, I remember," I said, perplexed. Annie choked back another sob. Sorry to bother you," she wailed. "But I had to call someone, and you're the only person at the show whose name I know, and, well, I just want to confess." Chapter 11. The Evans Edge. "There she is," George pointed out through the main gate. Shading my eyes against the morning sun, I looked that way. Annie Molina was hurrying to meet us. My heart pounded. Could this really be so easy? Was Annie about to solve the case for us by confessing? "Nancy!" the woman blubbered. She was a mess. Mascara dripped down her splotchy cheeks, and more tears were welling up in her eyes. "I'm so glad I tracked you down. I feel just terrible about all this." "Okay," I said. "Why don't you tell us about it?" Annie nodded, wiping her nose on her sleeve. "I just wanted to help the animals," she said. "And horses are so darling and magical. When I read on Pan's website that they were coming here to protest, I just knew I had to help." "So this was the first horse show you protested with them?" George asked. "Or was there another one a few weeks or so ago?" Annie blinked at George as if wondering who she was. "No, this was my first one," she said. "I'd never worked with Pan before. They don't come to this area much." "But this time they decided to come and protest the River Heights Horse Show," I prompted, poking George in the side to shut her up. I didn't want her questions to confuse Annie, who seemed a little confused already. "So you joined in to try to help the horses?" "That's right!" Annie sniffled loudly. "Only I thought we'd just be carrying signs and so forth. It was bad enough when Bill threw that tomato, but then yesterday, oh dear!" She shuddered. "Yesterday?" I said. Annie nodded. "I swear, I only distracted the guards so the others could sneak in," she insisted, the tears starting to flow again. "I didn't even want to do that. The whole plan just seemed too risky, but they convinced me that none of the horses would be hurt." "Hold it." I was starting to catch on. "You're talking about those horses getting loose from their stalls, right? Your pan buddies were the ones who let them out?" "That's right." Annie pulled a wadded-up tissue out of her pocket and dabbed at her eyes. "Oh, I'm just so glad nothing terrible happened. Even so, I couldn't rest all night. What if one of those beautiful creatures had been hurt? I just couldn't live with myself if we'd caused any real trouble." She shook her head. "That's not what I thought Pan was all about." As far as I knew, that was exactly what Pan was all about. But I didn't bother to say so. "I see," I said. "So what about the other incidents?" "What other incidents?" Annie looked worried. "Did something else happen? I just got here myself." She stared wildly around the parking lot. "So you don't know anything about Payton Evans and her horse's drug test?" Bess put in. "Who?" Annie said blankly. Yeah, maybe Annie wasn't going to solve the case for me after all. All she was confessing to was the loose horse incident and the tomato throwing. Just to make sure, we asked her a few more questions, but it soon became clear that we were wasting our time. After that, it took several minutes to extricate ourselves from Annie's sobbing confession, but finally my friends and I escaped into the showgrounds. "Okay, that was a waste of time," George said as we walked past the snack bar. "Not really," Bess pointed out. "At least now we know for sure that the tomato thing and the loose horses are red herrings." I nodded, and I think we can cross Annie and Pan off the list for the other stuff. It's pretty obvious they're not organized enough to pull off anything too devious. "Great." George clapped her hands. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find our other suspects." We spent the next few hours wandering around the showgrounds, trying to do just that. Unfortunately, luck seemed to be against us. When we finally located Cal Kidd, he was schooling one of his horses in an out-of-the-way ring. We wasted at least half an hour watching him before giving up and moving on to Lenny Hood. But when we tracked him down, he was surrounded by students and seemed to be staying that way. As for Dana, she appeared to be actively avoiding us. Was it because of our questions about Cal, or just because she was busy? It was hard to tell. "This is ridiculous," George said as we leaned on a fence and watched Lenny canter an ornery-looking chestnut over a low fence, while the horse's young rider watched from nearby. "The Grand Prix is starting in about an hour, and we haven't made any progress at all." "I know." I checked my watch. "Let's go see how Peyton's holding up." Halfway to the barn, we heard shouts coming from behind a shed. Bess looked worried. "That sounds like Dana," she said. Exactly what I was thinking. Putting a finger to my lips, I gestured for them to follow as I crept closer to the shed. Dana was still yelling, something about her reputation and how she didn't want to look bad. "And trust me, having you hanging around all the time isn't doing me any favors," she finished. By then I was close enough to peek around the edge of the shed. I carefully did so, expecting to see Payton cringing before Dana's fury. But Payton was nowhere in sight. My jaw dropped when I saw who was facing off against Dana. It was Cal Kidd. "Whoa," George breathed in my ear. I shot her a warning glance. Luckily, Dana hadn't heard a thing. She was glaring at Cal. "So what do you have to say for yourself?" she demanded. "I don't know why you're so mad at me," Cal said in a surly tone. "I'm the one who should be mad. I mean, what kind of person won't even help out her own brother when he needs a hand?" "Half-brother," Dana snapped. "And as usual, you're not listening to me. I don't care if we're family. I'm not going to be your shortcut back into the show world. Not until you prove to me that you've cleaned up your act for good." She poked a finger in his face. "And bad-mouthing Payton all over the place isn't helping your cause. I don't care how badly she beats you in every class." I stepped back, pushing my friends with me. My head was spinning with what I'd just heard. "I can't believe this," Bess exclaimed once we were safely away. "Dana and Cal are brother and sister?" "Half-brother and sister," George corrected. "And now that she mentions it, I can sort of see the family resemblance." I didn't say anything for a second. What did this mean? As far as I could tell, it just added one more wrinkle to an already rumpled and confusing case. Do you think they could be in cahoots? I wondered at last. Dana and Cal? Bess shrugged. Maybe. George glanced back toward the shed. Although they didn't sound too chummy just now, she added. Dana actually seemed upset that Cal doesn't like Payton. This probably explains why Cal was hanging around Dana's stalls the other night, I mused, and why he wouldn't tell Mickey what he was doing there. He must have been trying to catch Dana alone to try to talk her into training him or whatever. So you don't think he has anything to do with our case? Bess asked. I didn't say that. We did see him freak out after Payton did so well in that jumper class they were both in. And there's still the midnight connection. I rubbed my forehead as if trying to jumpstart my brain. The more information we got, the more muddled this case seemed. We continued to discuss it as we resumed our walk. Unfortunately, we didn't reach any new conclusions, and by the time we neared Dana's barn, I was feeling frustrated. Why couldn't I figure this one out? I had several distinct and troubling incidents, several promising suspects, but none of the pieces fit together. When we reached Dana's section of the barn, we saw a horse cross-tied in the aisle. Jen was hard at work currying the animal's already spotless gray coat. "Hi," I said as we reached her. "Have you seen Payton lately?" The young groom looked up with a smile. "I think I saw her go into the tack stall," she said, gesturing with the curry comb she was holding. "She's probably getting ready to tack up for the Grand Prix." "Thanks." I led the way toward the tack stall. "You're not planning to talk to Payton about the case, are you, Nancy?" Bess asked as soon as we were out of the groom's earshot, because she probably needs to focus right now with the Grand Prix coming up so soon. I frowned, realizing she was right. "Okay, we'll just wish her luck and then leave her alone," I sighed. At this point, it's probably too late to solve this before the Grand Prix anyway. "That's the spirit," George joked. I was rolling my eyes at her as we stepped into the tack stall. Out of the corner of one of those rolling eyes, I saw Payton bent over a saddle rack. She jerked back in surprise and straightened up when she heard us. "Oh!" she exclaimed. "You startled me." "Sorry." Noticing that she was holding a pocket knife with the blade open, I glanced at the rack in front of her. It held a saddle with a white pad and leather girth slung over the seat. "What are you doing?" "Nothing," she said, reaching over to fiddle with the pad. Then she glanced at the knife. I was just scraping some dried mud off my backup saddle, since my regular one got ruined. Dana doesn't like seeing dirty tack, especially in the bigger classes." She smiled weakly, then snapped the knife shut. "Speaking of your ruined saddle, where did that knife come from?" Bess stared at it. "Did you leave it anywhere that someone could find it?" Realizing what she was driving at, I shot her a smirk. "I thought we weren't going to bug Payton about the case before her big class, Detective," I joked. "Sorry, you're right," Bess said quickly. "Don't pay any attention to me, Payton." "No, it's okay." Payton smiled uncertainly. This isn't my knife. I just borrowed it from one of the grooms. They all keep them around to cut hay twine and stuff." That made sense. "So whoever slashed your other saddle probably didn't have any trouble finding a knife to do it with." I shook my head. Just one more clue that's not as useful as it seems, I guess. Just then, Jen stuck her head into the room. "Payton," she said, "Dana just texted me to see where you are. She wants to start warming you at midnight up in 10 minutes. Should I text Mickey so he can come help you tack up?" "No, thanks. I've got it. Tell Dana I'm on my way." Grabbing the saddle and other stuff off the rack, Payton headed for the door. "Good luck," my friends and I all called in unison. "Thanks." She tossed us one last smile, then disappeared. Bess perched on the edge of a tack trunk. "We should probably find Ned and then grab seats for the Grand Prix before it gets crowded." "Yeah." George sounded distracted. She bent down and picked something up from under the empty saddle rack Payton had been using. "Hey, no fair," she complained. holding up an empty candy wrapper. "Payton was eating a Choco Minto bar and didn't share." I grinned. Choco Mintos were George's favorite candy. "Too bad for you," I said. "But how do you know it was even Payton who dropped that wrapper? We didn't see her eating any candy. She didn't even have chocolate smeared around her mouth like you always get when you pig out on those things." George made a face at me. "You know, sometimes having a detective for a friend is a real drag." Tossing the candy wrapper into the trash bin in the corner, she headed for the door. "Let's go. I want to make sure we have good seats for the Grand Prix." "Wow," Ned said. "So Dana and Cal are related? That's wild." "Shh. It seems to be some kind of secret. I don't think even Payton knows." I glanced around to make sure nobody had overheard. Luckily, the people sitting in the stands around us were all focused on their own conversations. Everyone seemed excited for the start of the Grand Prix. The bleachers set up around the main ring were crowded and getting more so every minute. My friends and I arrived early enough to snag seats in the second row, which gave us a spectacular view of the course. The huge, colorful jumps had actually taken my mind off the case for a few minutes. There were brightly colored rails, a fake brick wall, even a pair of jump standards shaped like riverboats in honor of our town's riverside heritage. "It's hard to believe someone we know is actually going to jump a horse over those, huh?" Bess said, her gaze wandering to the jumps. "Yeah," I shivered with anticipation. I just hope Payton isn't distracted by everything that's happened. I glanced around, wondering where the Olympic chef d'équipe was sitting. "Payton seems like a pretty cool customer when it comes to competing," George said. "I'm sure she'll be fine." "Still, I wish we could have figured out this case before now," I sighed. "Me too," Ned agreed. Bess, George, and I had just finished filling him in on everything that had happened that day. Not that there was much to tell. "So, back to Cal. If he's Dana's brother, does this mean he's off the suspect list?" "No way," George said. "He might still want Midnight back. What better way to make a big splash in his return to show jumping than by riding a star horse? There's your motive right there. And Cal definitely had the opportunity to do most of the bad stuff, since nobody would think twice about seeing him around the barn. He could have easily slipped something into Midnight's feed bucket, and slashed Payton's saddle, too." "So could Lenny Hood," I said, "or Jessica Watts, or Dana herself, or Mickey." I shook my head. The thing that keeps bugging me is those threatening notes, especially the second one. "What do you mean?" Bess asked. "I mean, I can see how most of our suspects might be able to figure out which car belonged to Payton's family and leave a note there." I glanced around at my friends. "But how in the world would any of them know she was staying at Ned's? Or that she'd ever find a note left inside the beat-up old grill at his house?" "Don't let my dad hear you talk about Bertha that way," Ned joked. Then his expression went serious again. "But actually, that's a good point, Nancy." "Maybe someone at the show overheard us talking about the barbecue?" Bess suggested. "I suppose it's possible, although that makes it more likely to be Dana or Mickey, right? Do you remember seeing either of them hanging around while we were talking about the barbecue?" I asked. George shrugged. "I don't even remember when we mentioned the barbecue." Just then, the crowd roared as the first rider entered the ring. "It's starting," Ned said. "We'll have to talk about this later." For the next half hour, I did my best to focus on the action. The Grand Prix was exciting, but I couldn't help feeling distracted. Why couldn't I crack this case? There had to be something I was missing. I tuned back in when I heard the crowd gasp. An older male rider on a fractious black horse had just knocked down the top pole on a jump. Another jump was coming up fast, and the horse was racing forward with its head straight up in the air, looking completely out of control. Sure enough, it veered sideways as it approached the next obstacle, a large, solid-looking jump with a pair of fake stone columns as standards. "Oh!" I exclaimed along with everyone else as the horse crashed sideways into one of the columns, sending it flying. The horse stumbled over a pole and almost went down. The rider came off, hitting the ground hard and rolling out of the way of his mount's flying hooves. "Yikes!" Bess said.
I hope the rider's okay.
He's already getting up. I clutched the edge of my seat and leaned forward, my gaze shifting back to the horse. It leaped over the scattered poles and glanced off the other standard, knocking that one over as well. Then it started galloping wildly around the ring, reins and stirrups flying, veering around the people who hurried in to try to catch it. Everyone gasped again as the horse headed for one of the other jumps, leaping over it wildly and knocking down a couple of more poles. George squinted down toward the inn gate. Check it out. There's Payton. Let's hope Midnight doesn't see that other horse and get any ideas, huh? I turned to look. Payton was riding Midnight toward the gate. The big gelding looked magnificent. His bay coat gleamed, set off by his crisp white saddle pad. Dana was scurrying along beside the horse, talking a mile a minute, though we were way too far away to hear what she was saying. Payton halted a few steps from the gate, watching with everyone else as the people in the ring finally caught the black horse. Meanwhile, Dana stepped toward Midnight's midsection, her hand reaching to move Peyton's leg aside, but Payton nudged her trainer's hand away with her boot, then swung the horse aside and leaned forward from the saddle, slipping her own hand under the girth. I was too far away to see clearly, but I was pretty sure Dana had a frown on her face, though she stepped back as Payton straightened up again. My friends were watching too. What was that all about? Ned wondered. Dana was trying to double-check that the girth is tight enough, I think, I said. When I was a kid, my riding teacher used to do that before I rode. It's a safety thing. You don't want the girth to be too loose, or your saddle might slip. I guess Payton wanted to check it herself, Bess said. Maybe she's still mad at Dana from that blow-up we overheard yesterday. I wouldn't blame her, George put in. Maybe that's it. I frowned slightly as I glanced from Payton to Dana. Or maybe there's a reason Payton doesn't trust Dana when it comes to her safety equipment. Ned shot me a worried look. Do you think so? It might be worth asking Payton about later, I answered thoughtfully. Hey, Ned, here come your parents, Bess pointed. Ned stood for a better look. Peyton's folks are with them, he said. That's good. Mom was afraid their plane would be delayed and they'd miss Peyton's big moment. Cupping his hands around his mouth, he called out to his parents, then waved so they could see where he was sitting. Moments later, the Nickersons and Peyton's parents were squeezing in beside us. Mr. Evans was a big man with a booming laugh, while Dr. Evans was petite and delicate-looking like her daughter. Made it in the nick of time, Dr. Evans exclaimed, peering down at the ring. Mr. Nickerson nodded. Looks like Peyton's on deck. Right, I said, glancing out at the ring. The black horse was gone, and Payton was riding in. She started walking Midnight around at the end of the ring as the crew reassembled the jumps the black horse had knocked over. She's looking good, isn't she? Mr. Evans said. Focused. Strong. You must be very proud of her, I said with a smile. It's amazing that she's competing at this level at her age. That Evans Edge stuff is really working. Peyton's father chuckled. She told you about that, huh? Uh-huh. She seems to take it pretty seriously. I couldn't help thinking that a certain aspect of the Evans Edge had almost ended up causing her to be suspended from competing. Especially the part about signing her own paperwork at the shows instead of having Dana do it. Oh, that. Mr. Evans rolled his eyes. Yeah, that's a pain in the neck if you ask me. It means I've had to fax my signature to every dang show for the past 3 or 4 months, since she can't legally sign on her own yet. He smiled and shook his head. Still, once Payton gets an idea in her head, there's no changing her mind. His wife heard him and chuckled. Yes, I wonder where she got that from, she quipped, reaching over to squeeze her husband's hand. Wait a minute, I said, a little confused. You mean signing as her own trainer was Payton's idea? But I thought she said, Look, Ned exclaimed, cutting me off. Payton's starting. While I was talking with Mr. Evans, the crew had finished rebuilding the jumps. We all watched as Payton finally nudged her horse into a relaxed trot, beginning a big loopy circle around part of the ring. From watching previous rounds, I knew she was waiting for the buzzer to sound so she could begin. I glanced over at Mr. Evans, who was chatting with Bess. Why was his last comment bugging me so much? Okay, so Payton put as much pressure on herself as her parents did. That was obvious. It didn't have anything to do with the case. Did it? My mind sorted through the clues and incidents again, looking for patterns. Any of our suspects could be the culprit, right? Except I kept getting stuck on that note in the grill. I tried to picture Lenny Hood following Payton home from the showgrounds, then sneaking into the Nickersons' backyard. Or Jessica. Or Cal. Or Dana. Or Mickey. It just didn't compute. How on earth would any of them pull it off? Perhaps more important, why would any of them hide a note in such an out-of-the-way place? There was only one logical answer. They wouldn't. That meant somebody else must have done it. I glanced over at Dr. Evans and Mrs. Nickerson, who had their heads close together as they chattered and laughed while waiting for Payton's round to start. A new idea crept into my mind. Could it be? The buzzer sounded, startling me out of my thoughts. "Here she goes," Mr. Evans exclaimed as Payton cantered Midnight around to the end of the ring, picking up speed as she aimed him toward the timer flags. There was a loud whoop from down by the gate. Glancing that way, I saw Dana standing there, watching Payton. I gasped as the answer hit me like a horse's hoof to the gut. "Stop!" I shouted, leaping out of my seat so fast I almost tripped over Bess. "Stop her!" "Nancy!" Mrs. Nickerson cried. "What are you doing?" The others were gasping and crying out too, but I ignored them. I lunged down the bleachers, almost stepping on the hand of the man sitting in front of me. "Stop her!" I yelled as loudly as I could, waving both hands over my head. "Please, you have to stop this round!" Chapter 12. Driven. I raced for the ring, ignoring the shouts and stares from people around me. I had to stop Payton before it was too late. There were too many people between me and the gate, so I pushed aside some spectators standing at the fence and vaulted over. I was vaguely aware of people running toward me, jump crew probably, trying to stop the crazy girl from ruining the show, but I had a head start as I dashed across the ring. Midnight was just a few strides out from the first jump on the course, his ears pricked forward. Was I already too late? "No!" I howled, pushing my legs to pump faster. Payton heard me and glanced over. A look of confusion crossed her face as she saw me running toward her. Midnight heard me coming too. He spooked away from me, losing speed as he lurched sideways. "Go!" Payton urged, kicking the horse to get him moving again. But the horse's hesitation had given me the time I needed. I threw myself forward, grabbing for the reins. Midnight tossed his head, almost dragging me off my feet. But I held on, and the horse came to a prancing, snorting halt. "Nancy, what are you doing?" Payton's face was very pale beneath her black riding helmet. "Let go!" I met her eye, not backing off. "You don't have to do this, you know." Someone grabbed my shoulder from behind. "Come with me, young lady," a gruff voice said. Glancing back, I saw a particularly burly member of the jump crew. A man in a suit was hurrying toward me as well. Some sort of official, I assumed. "Get her out of here," the official snapped. He glanced up at Payton. "I'm sorry about this, Ms. Evans. If you need a moment to regroup or settle your horse, of course it's no problem." "What's going on?" Dana demanded, rushing over to us. "Payton, are you okay?" Without waiting for an answer, she whirled to glare at me. "What in the world are you doing?" She shoved me back away from Midnight and grabbed the reins herself, running her free hand down the horse's neck soothingly. Then she glanced at the jump crew guy. "Get her out of here already." "Wait!" I resisted as the guy started to pull me away. "Look at this, Dana!" Slipping out of the man's grasp, I stepped forward and slid my hand under the girth, giving it a hard yank. Snap! It broke apart just under the saddle flap. The loose end flopped down against Midnight's front legs, making him jump in surprise. "Whoa!" Dana exclaimed, her eyes going wide with alarm as Payton's saddle, suddenly left with nothing but gravity holding it on the horse's back, slipped to one side. "Easy, boy." I stepped back, shoulders slumping. My hunch had been right. I sort of wished it hadn't been. Dana managed to keep Midnight still long enough for Payton to slide down before the saddle could slip any further. Then the trainer grabbed the girth for a closer look, her expression going grim as she examined it. "It looks like this girth was cut almost all the way through, if it had broken while Payton was going over a jump." "But how did this happen?" she blustered. "I always check all tack myself before my clients go in for—" "Wait." She shot Payton a confused look. "Except this time I didn't." "Let's get out of here," I urged, suddenly aware of the murmurs of the crowd as they watched. "We don't need an audience for this." Noticing that the jump crew guy was moving toward me again, I gulped. Dana, can you tell them to back off, please? I can explain." Dana frowned at me, seeming undecided for a second. Finally, she shrugged. "It's okay," she told the men. "I'll sort it out and let you know if we need help." By the time we got out of the ring, my friends, the Nickersons, and Peyton's parents were waiting for us. "What happened?" Dr. Evans cried, wrapping her daughter in a hug. "Oh my gosh, Payton," Bess exclaimed at the same time. "If your girth had broken over the top of one of those huge jumps, you could have been killed." George was staring at me. "Nancy, how did you know that was going to happen?" "Because I finally figured out who's behind everything that's been happening," I said. Ned gasped. "You mean the same person who drugged Midnight and slashed Peyton's saddle did this too? Messed with her girth so she'd fall off?" "That's cold." George shot Dana a suspicious glance. "So who was it?" "Not any of the people you're thinking of." I turned and gave Payton a meaningful look. She met my eye, her lower lip trembling slightly. Then she nodded and squared her shoulders. "It was me," she said. "I did it. All of it." "What?" several voices exclaimed at once. "That's right. I messed up my girth. And my saddle, too." Payton took a deep breath. "And I fed Midnight chocolate to make him flunk that drug test." Dana looked grim. "Payton, you're the last person I ever thought would cheat to give yourself an edge." "That's not why I did it," Payton protested quickly. She pulled off her helmet. "Please, just let me explain." She shot her parents an unreadable look. "Payton?" her father prompted. "What's this about?" "I just wanted a break, you know?" Payton blurted out, her eyes filled with tears. "From the pressure, the need to be the best at all costs, from not having a life outside of showing, from always being afraid I was going to let someone down." She paused. "And especially from feeling like I was pushing my horses way too hard, especially this guy." Midnight had turned his head to stare at the ring as another horse and rider pair entered. At Peyton's touch, he turned and nuzzled her hair, the rings of his bit clanking against her head. There was a babble of voices, some confused and some angry, as everyone reacted to Peyton's revelation. I ignored them, watching Payton. "So you decided to frame yourself," I said. "Make everyone think you were in danger so they'd let you quit. Maybe even insist you quit." Payton ran her fingers lightly over Midnight's face. "That wasn't my first plan," she said. "First I tried to get myself suspended. I'd been slipping chocolate to any of my horses that'll eat it for months." "Ever since you first started signing as your own trainer?" I guessed. She nodded. I definitely didn't want Dana to get in trouble. After that, the words poured out of her like water out of a broken dam. At first, she'd been willing to wait however long it took for one of her drugged horses to be selected for random drug testing. But then the chef de keep had announced that he was coming to the River Heights show, and Peyton's parents and Dana insisted that Payton skip her cousin's wedding to attend. That had made Payton desperate enough to plant that note on her father's car. That hadn't done the trick either, obviously. Payton ended up in River Heights anyway. Even so, she'd decided to do whatever it took to avoid riding out in front of the chef de keep, which she seemed to see as the point of no return. First, she'd called in that anonymous tip to the stewards about herself. Then she'd sneaked the second note into the grill, hoping that when Mrs. Nickerson saw it, she'd put pressure on her old friend to pull Payton from the show. That didn't work either, so next Payton slashed her own saddle. She tried calling Ned and me, pretending a shadowy man was stalking her. She even let the news about Midnight's drug test slip to Jessica Watts, knowing the gossip would be all over the showgrounds in a heartbeat. which Payton hoped would influence the decision of the officials. But when the long-awaited failed drug test failed to stop her from reaching the Grand Prix ring, Payton had really panicked. "I didn't want to hurt Midnight," she said, still stroking her horse's neck. "So I figured it was going to have to be me." Dr. Evans gasped. "Oh, Payton." "So that's what you were doing when we came into the tack room earlier," George said. "You weren't cleaning dirt off your saddle with that knife. You were using it to slice through your girth." Payton nodded. "You guys almost caught me." Mr. Evans looked grim. "I wish you'd come to us about all of this, Payton." "I'm sorry, Daddy," Payton whispered. She looked around at all of us, her gaze finally settling on Dana. "I'm really, really sorry. For everything." Dana looked uncertain. "Payton, will you take Midnight back to the barn for me?" Payton asked her trainer. "Please? I left some carrots for him in my tack trunk." She stroked the horse's face one more time. "No more Choco Mintos for you, buddy." Mr. Evans turned to face me. "Thank you for stopping her, young lady," he said. We really appreciate it. If she'd gone through with her crazy plan..." His voice trailed off as he glanced at his daughter with a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. "Well, thanks. Now, if you'll all excuse us, I think it's time we had a serious family talk." "Are you sure you're not in the mood for brunch?" I poked my head into my father's home office. "I could call and see if they have a table for us at that little cafe on River Street. You love that place." Dad glanced up from his computer. "Sorry, Nancy," he said. "I already told you. I've got to get through these briefs before tomorrow." I frowned, feeling restless. That often happened after I wrapped up a tough case. Not that this one felt very wrapped up. Sure, I'd figured out who was behind all the mischief. But what was going to happen with Payton's riding career now? That remained a mystery. "Well, maybe I'll just go out for a run then," I said, turning away. "Wait," Dad said. I spun around, hoping my father had changed his mind about brunch, but he was frowning slightly. "Actually, would you mind tossing a load into the washer? I'm all out of clean socks, and since it's Hannah's day off today..." I sighed loudly. It was a beautiful day, and I wasn't in the mood for laundry. Still, Dad rarely asked me to pitch in with extra housework, since our housekeeper Hannah Gruen took care of most of it, so I didn't feel right saying no. "Sure," I said. "I'll go take care of it right now." I trudged upstairs to grab the hamper. The doorbell rang when I was halfway back down the stairs. "I'll get it," I shouted in the general direction of Dad's office. Hurrying over to the front door, I swung it open. "Payton," I blurted out in surprise. Payton smiled at me. "Hi, Nancy," she said. "Hope you don't mind me stopping by without calling first." "No, not at all." I stepped inside. "Would you like to come in?" "Actually, I was wondering if you wanted to go for a ride." Payton waved a hand at the car parked by the curb. "My parents are letting me use their rental car, and I could use a change of scenery. And someone to talk to." "Sure, let me grab my purse." Soon we were on the road. I wasn't sure where Payton was heading, and I didn't ask. It didn't really matter. "So, I wanted to say thanks," Payton said as she eased the car to a stop at a traffic light. "I mean, at first I was kind of mad at you for stopping me, but it was the right thing to do." She shot me a look. "I guess I went a little crazy." "I understand," I said. "And you're welcome." She drove across the intersection as the light turned green. "Anyway, my mom calls what I did a cry for help. I think that means she thinks I wanted to get caught." She shook her head. "I just couldn't think of another way to get my parents' attention, to convince them to let me slow down. They don't believe in giving up on anything they start." "The Evans edge," I murmured. She nodded. "Right. That edge can be sharp, I guess. Anyway, they're paying attention now. I think they're starting to understand how I feel. Or at least trying. So they're going to let you give up showing?" "If that's what I want." Payton hesitated.
I'm not sure if I want to give it up for good. I mean, I used to love it." She glanced out the side window. We were heading out of town by now, passing by larger properties and small farms. Horses were grazing in some of the fields we were passing. "Giving up showing doesn't mean giving up horses, does it?" I asked. "That's exactly what I've been thinking," Payton said. "I think I'm going to take a break from competition and try just riding for fun for a while. See if I can remember what I used to love about it." She hit the turn signal. There was no intersection in sight, just an unmarked gravel driveway. "Where are we going?" I asked. "You'll see." She smiled as she spun the wheel to turn into the driveway. I glanced down the lane. It ended at a cute little red barn. Was Payton planning to start rediscovering the joy of riding right now? Payton brought the car to a stop near the barn. "Look," she said. I looked where she was pointing. My jaw dropped as a gorgeous horse and carriage came into view. A woman I didn't recognize was holding the reins. Sitting beside her was someone I definitely recognized. "Ned!" I blurted out. Payton grinned. "Surprise." "What? But I don't understand," I began. "It's your anniversary gift," she explained as we both climbed out of the car. "Dana knows the woman who owns this place. I know I ruined your dinner the other night, and Ned mentioned that it was originally supposed to be a picnic, so I figured I'd help him arrange a nice romantic make-up picnic today." "Oh." Something else made a lot more sense. "Wait, was my dad in on this too, by any chance? Was that why he wouldn't let me leave the house?" Payton nodded, still grinning. "Don't worry, she's definitely surprised," she called to Ned proudly as we approached the carriage. "Impressive. It's not easy to pull one over on River Heights' greatest young sleuth." Ned winked at her. I laughed. "Yeah, you got me," I admitted. "And I love it." Payton stepped over to pat the horse, a stocky palomino with a sweet face. "Well, what are you waiting for, Nancy? Your carriage awaits." "Thanks, Payton." I smiled at her, glad to see real happiness in her face as she patted the horse. I hoped she would be able to rediscover the joy in riding, and maybe even in showing. Considering some of the characters I'd met over the past few days, I had a feeling the show circuit needed as many people like her as possible. But I wasn't going to focus on that right now. I took the hand Ned was offering me, climbing up into the carriage. "Ready to ride off into the sunset with me?" Ned asked, squeezing my hand. "Or at least the midday sun?" I squeezed back. "I'm ready." Dear Diary, poor Payton. The pressure she was under to perform and be #1 was too much for her. It would have been too much for anybody, really. It's too bad she just couldn't talk to her parents and tell them how she truly felt. But harming Midnight sure wasn't the answer. Hurting anybody, or anything, never is. We hope you've enjoyed Mystery of the Midnight Rider, an Oasis audio production. Directed by Dirk Gowans. Text copyright 2013 by Simon & Schuster. Production copyright 2015 by Oasis Audio, under arrangement with Aladdin, an imprint of Simon & Schuster Children's Publishing Division. Oasis audio titles are available wherever audiobooks are sold, and on our website, oasisaudio.com. Oasis Audio presents The Nancy Drew Diaries #4, Once Upon a Thriller, by Carolyn Keene. Read for you by Georgina Marie. Dear Diary, it's no surprise that my nose is always stuck in a book. I can't get enough of a good biography, historical novel, or fantasy story. But my favorites are edge-of-your-seat, page-turning mystery stories. And when Bess, George, and I were in the middle of a raging storm on Moon Lake, I wished I were just reading a mystery, not smack in the middle of one. Chapter 1. Burned. "Come on, hurry up and let's go," I called to Bess and George as I popped open the trunk of my car. I had parked in front of George's house and was in a rush to get going. "Leave it to you to be right on time, Nancy," Bess teased as she and George walked down the front steps of the porch and headed toward me, overnight bags in hand. George glanced at her watch. "Whoa, Bess is right," George said. "It's 9 a.m., on the dot." She grabbed Bess's bag and tossed it and her own into the trunk before slamming it shut. "Well, that's when I told you I'd be here," I answered. "And I'm really looking forward to getting to the lake early so we can settle into our cabin and go for a hike before it gets too hot." "Ugh," Bess groaned. "Not a hike. You and George promised me this would be a relaxing weekend." "And it will be," I said. "A short hike this morning, followed by a canoe ride this afternoon. Then tomorrow we can sleep in and read and relax before we go water skiing after lunch." Bess rolled her eyes at me. I could tell she would have preferred spending the entire weekend doing nothing but sitting on the shores of Moon Lake with a magazine and a bottle of nail polish to touch up her manicure and pedicure. But there's no way I could manage that. I would get way too antsy. Besides the outdoor activities, I also planned to read the latest Miles Whitmore mystery, Terror on the Trail. Lately, I couldn't get enough of his books. I never figured out who done it till the very end, and I'm an amateur detective. That's how crafty a writer he is. I pulled away from George's house and maneuvered my car toward the highway. Once we got going, it was only about 50 miles to Avondale, which is where Moon Lake is located. If we didn't hit any traffic, we'd be there in under an hour. "We'll make it up to you, Bess," George said. "You have complete control over music for the entire weekend." "Really?" Bess asked, incredulous. "I'm not sure I believe you. You always hate any group I like." "Really? I promise," George said. I was impressed. George can be incredibly opinionated when it comes to music. She and Bess are my best friends, and they also happen to be cousins. But the two are as different as Beethoven and the Rolling Stones. Sometimes it's hard to believe they're related. "Well, I suppose that's something," Bess said with a sigh. She plugged her MP3 into the radio and outblasted Grayson and James, her latest favorite group. I saw George in the rearview mirror, and I knew she was working hard to restrain herself. I saw her putting on her own headphones to drown out Bess's music. I know, Bess half apologized, sensing George's frustration. "But this is great driving music, isn't it, Nancy?" "I actually like this song," I admitted sheepishly. I was trying to keep the peace between my friends, but I was also being truthful. The song was catchy and fun. And with that, we all settled in to enjoy the ride. We pulled up to our rental cabin on Moon Lake almost exactly an hour later. Towering green pines surrounded the cabin, and the setting looked inviting. I couldn't wait to get started. Within minutes, the car was unpacked and our hiking boots were on. "I promise it will be a short hike, Bess," I told her as I pulled my hair into a tight ponytail. "Let's just do one loop around the lake. We'll be back in time for lunch." "All right," Bess grumbled. "Let's get this over with." She tightened the laces on her boots, and the three of us headed for the trailhead, which happened to be just a few paces from our cabin. As we hiked, I took in the beautiful scenery and tried to let my mind wander.
That can be tough for me, as I always have some mystery on my mind, a real one or one in a book. But this weekend at the lake, I really plan to focus on my friends and the great outdoors. Right, Nancy? I heard George say. She was looking at me as though she'd been talking to me for 5 minutes without a response, which, come to think of it, was quite possible. "Oh, sorry, George," I replied. "I guess I was lost in my own world." "I said that's our cabin right there, isn't it?" George repeated, pointing to the little wooden structure peeking through the trees a few hundred yards ahead of us. "It is," I replied, glancing at my watch. Wow, that was quick. It had taken us less than an hour to hike the 3-mile loop around the lake. Even Bess agreed that it had been pleasant and not particularly taxing. "Great," George said, "because I'm ready for Hannah's lunch." Back at the cabin, I went into the kitchen to get the basket Hannah had packed for our weekend. Hannah Gruen is my dad's housekeeper, and she loves to keep all of us well-fed and nurtured. She's got lots of love to share. I couldn't wait to dig into some of her famous fried chicken and homemade coleslaw. But the basket was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, an image of it popped into my head. It was sitting on the counter. The counter at my house in River Heights, that is. "Bad news," I groaned. "I left the lunch basket Hannah packed for us at home." "That's because you were rushing like crazy to get up here," George said. "What's my stomach supposed to do?" she joked. Bess smiled broadly. "I guess we'll just have to make a trip into town then," she suggested. "It's not far away, and I'm pretty sure Avondale has a bunch of cafes and cute stores." She emphasized the word stores, and knowing Bess, she was eager to squeeze in some shopping along with lunch. "Great," I agreed, because I also left Terror on the Trail at home, so now I have nothing to read. Hopefully there's a bookstore in town, too. "Terror on the what?" George asked. "Do you ever stop trying to solve mysteries?" She tapped her tablet, which was perched on a nightstand. "You know, Nancy," she continued, "you wouldn't have this problem if you weren't so resistant to e-books. You could take 10 books with you at once." "As long as she remembered to actually bring the reader," Bess pointed out. "Ha ha," I said dryly. "But you know what? When it comes to books, I like the feel of the pages in my hands, and even the smell of them." "That's Nancy," George teased. "Always with her nose in a book, literally. Now let's go. I'm starving." 10 minutes later, we pulled into the town of Avondale. And Bess was right. There were plenty of quaint stores and shops. But that's not what caught my attention. 2 fire trucks were stopped in the middle of the street, and an acrid smell filled the air. We parked and quickly made our way toward the crowd that had formed. "Was there a fire?" I asked a man with a golden retriever close by his side. "Looks that way," he replied, shaking his head and gesturing toward a nearby building. A sign in front of the shop was in the shape of an open book. "And it pages, of all places." Nearby, 3 young women had their heads together whispering, but loud enough that we could hear them. "And now we won't get to meet Lacey O'Brien," one of them said. "I can't believe it, Carly," another replied. "And I've read all her mysteries." That word got my attention. I moved closer to the girls. "Excuse me," I said. "Do you know what happened? We're just here for the weekend, but what's going on here? I was trying to get to the bookstore, but it looks like it's going to be, difficult." "We were here for the bookstore, too," the first girl replied. "Lacey O'Brien was supposed to do a reading and a book signing. You know, the mystery writer." "I've heard of her, sure," I replied. "She's like a local celebrity around here," the second girl, who had dark, curly hair, said. "Well, except that people hardly ever see her. I heard this book signing was the only one she was doing all year." "And now we're out of luck, aren't we, Mandy?" the third girl added. "No signing today." The girls continued chattering, and I took a few steps back, but I could still hear them clearly. In fact, everyone around us could. A firefighter near us was talking with a distraught-looking woman with graying hair, who was pointing to the store. "Did you realize there was a fire in her latest book, Burned?" Mandy whisper-shouted to her friends. "You're right," Carly answered. "That's a weird coincidence. You don't think Lacey had anything to do with this fire, do you?" "Well, at least something finally happened here. Nothing exciting or mysterious ever happens in Avondale," Mandy said. I wouldn't be so sure, I thought. That's what everyone thinks, until something actually happens. At that moment, one of the other firefighters approached us. "Everyone, please step back," he announced. "We need to get our equipment out of the store." "Sure, no problem," George said. We all moved back, but Mandy had ideas of her own and went right up to the fireman. "What happened?" she demanded. "We really, really wanted to see Lacey O'Brien today, and now we might have to wait another year until we do." I could have sworn the fireman rolled his eyes, but he patiently answered her question. "From our initial investigation, it looks like some faulty wiring in an old chandelier," he replied. "That happens a lot in older buildings like this one." Mandy gasped. "It does?" she asked, an amazed look on her face. "Because that's exactly how the fire started in Lacey O'Brien's last book. Except the wiring in the chandelier hadn't really caused the fire. It was arson." Chapter 2. The Missing Wallet. I turned to George and Bess to see if they had been listening. One glance at their faces told me they had heard everything. In fact, there was an almost collective gasp from the crowd around us. The firefighter replied. "That's very interesting. But until we do a more complete investigation, we can't make that assumption, miss." Mandy turned back to her friends. "Well, I can, and I will," she whispered to them. The crowd broke up, and Bess, George, and I walked slowly down the main street. George cleared her throat. "Nancy, if this is arson, then it's really none of our business, right?" she began. "We can just go about our weekend plans, can't we?" "Without you looking under every rock," Bess chimed in. My mouth dropped open, but I wasn't really surprised. My friends knew me better than anyone, except maybe for Ned, and they knew it would be close to impossible for me to resist a suspicious fire and a well-known writer who happened to specialize in mysteries. "I guess I'm an open book," I agreed with a soft laugh. No pun intended. "Well, before we start," George said as we walked, "can we grab some lunch first? I won't be much help unless I eat." "Why don't you and Bess find someplace while I ask a few more questions? Just text me where you go, and I'll meet you there in about 10 minutes, okay?" I said. "Perfect," George agreed as she and Bess headed down the street. I turned back toward the spot where the firefighter had been talking with Lacey O'Brien's fans. Most everyone who had gathered was gone, except for the firefighter whom Mandy had questioned. He was busy talking on his phone, and I waited a moment until he seemed like he was wrapping up his conversation. "Excuse me," I asked, "but do you know when the bookstore might reopen, and when Lacey O'Brien will be signing her books?" "I think you're out of luck," he replied. "The store won't be reopening for a few weeks at least. It wasn't a bad fire, but there's a lot of smoke and water damage. The owner, Paige Samuels, has quite a mess on her hands." "Do you think those girls were right?" I asked innocently. Then I thought fast. My brother's a volunteer firefighter and has never dealt with arson before. "I really don't know and can't say just yet," he replied. "It looked like bad wiring to begin with, but it could have been anything. As I said, we'll be doing a full investigation, but it's too soon to tell right now." He excused himself and headed over to the other firefighters. I nodded and backed away. Then I pulled out my phone to see if George or Bess had texted me.
I had one new message from George. Meet us at the Avondale Diner, corner of Parkside and Main. I headed up the street, passing an eyeglasses store and a bakery. Baskets of purple and pink impatiens hung from the street lamps. And I had the feeling that Mandy was probably right, that nothing exciting ever did happen in Avondale. It was quiet and quaint, with a small-town feel. So why now? Why a fire? And who? And did the fire really have anything to do with Lacey O'Brien's book? Or maybe even Lacey O'Brien herself? At that moment, I passed the Cheshire Cat Inn. In front, a woman was sweeping the sidewalk, mumbling to herself. She had curly, dark brown hair with a distinctive streak of gray in it. As I got closer, I realized she was talking to someone, an older man in an apron who stood half hidden in the doorway to the bakery. "She had it coming to her, if you ask me, Arnold," I heard her say. Now, Alice," the man scolded gently. "I know you and Paige have never been the best of friends, but no one deserves to have her shop practically burned to the ground." I couldn't believe my luck. They were talking about the bookstore and the owner. I had to find out more. "I'm sorry to interrupt," I said, "but I think I'm a bit lost. Is this the way to the Avondale Diner? Parkside and Main?" "You're going in the right direction," the man, Arnold, replied. "This is Main Street here. Just keep walking 2 more short blocks and you'll come to Parkside. The diner's on the other side of the street. Best peach pie around, by the way," he added and smiled. "Thank you," I said and started walking, but then turned back. "One more thing. I was hoping to get a copy of Lacey O'Brien's latest mystery at the bookstore, but her signing was canceled." I gestured toward the few people still lingering in front of Paige's pages. "Do either of you know of another place in town that sells books?" The woman stopped sweeping. "I sell all of Lacey's novels in my gift shop," she replied, somewhat too cheerily. She stepped into the lobby of the inn and motioned for me to follow her. "Thanks, that's perfect," I said. I followed her into the lobby, which was dim, dark, and covered in ornate, flowery wallpaper. An enormous antique grandfather clock stood against one wall. Just beyond it was a small arched entryway that led to a tiny nook of a room. In addition to a wide variety of antiques, it was packed with Cheshire Cat-themed gifts, from salt and pepper shakers to clocks to tea towels and Alice in Wonderland books and toys. "This is a lovely place," I said as I studied an antique Tiffany lamp in the entryway to the gift shop. "It's so charming." "Thank you," she answered. She seemed surprised at the compliment. "It's nice to see a young person like yourself appreciates dusty old antiques the same way I do. Most girls your age are more interested in cell phones and technical gadgets." She wrinkled her nose in disgust. "I'm Alice Ann Marple, by the way. Lacey O'Brien's from around here, you know. Tourists know she's a local writer, so guests are always asking for her books." "Nice to meet you. I'm Nancy Drew," I said. "I'm a writer myself," I fibbed, "and a big mystery fan." I gestured to the rack of Lacey O'Brien's novels, which was tucked between a display of antique picture frames and a shelf of cat figurines. There were at least 10 different titles to choose from. "I'm sure you know, but this one's her latest," Alice Ann began, picking up a copy of Burned. The front cover showed an old house lit up in bright flames. "But this one's my favorite." She handed me a copy of a book called Framed, which had an image of a shadowy figure in an oversized picture frame on the cover. "You know, all of her books are set in a town that's similar to Avondale," Alice Ann continued. "Some people even think they're based on real crimes, but I think that's just ridiculous. I went to high school with her, and she had quite an active imagination." What was Alice Ann saying? Did she know something about the fire today? "Are you still close friends?"
I asked. "Friends. Close," Alice Ann scoffed. "We were never really close. I wouldn't even say we were friends. We were foe." Alice stopped, and then she went on, but in a more measured tone. "Lacey was, well, she kept to herself. Still does, as a matter of fact." I nodded. Well, it would have been nice to see Lacey today, especially since I hear she rarely makes public appearances to promote her books. And how awful about the fire. I really feel bad for the owner. I hoped Alice would continue talking about Paige. But she just gave me a tight-lipped nod. It seemed like she had remembered that I was a stranger in town and not an old acquaintance to gossip with. I guessed I wasn't going to find out why Alice felt Paige had something coming to her. "Yes, it's quite a tragedy," she replied. For a moment I thought I heard sarcasm in her voice, but I couldn't be sure because she moved on. "Have you decided on a book?" she asked, gesturing the 2 paperbacks I was holding. "I'll take them both," I replied. "Thanks again for the help." "Of course," she said. "I'll ring them up for you." It was clear our chat was over. A few minutes later, I was sitting in a booth at the diner with George and Bess, who were finishing dessert. "We almost started to worry about you," Bess said, "but we went ahead and ordered you an avocado and cheddar wrap with hummus. Hope that's okay." "Well, it's not Hannah's fried chicken, but it still sounds pretty good," I replied. "I'm starving." "So what did you find out?" George asked. "Only that Lacey O'Brien grew up here and keeps to herself, and that Alice Ann Marple, owner of the Cheshire Cat Inn, is no fan of Paige Samuels or Lacey O'Brien. I overheard Alice saying that Paige had it coming to her, and then she started to say that she and Lacey were more enemies than friends. I knew it would be way too easy if Alice Ann was the one to set the fire, but what did she mean by her remarks? I took a sip of water from the glass in front of me. "And I bought 2 Lacey O'Brien books," I said. I pulled out my copies of Burned and Framed. "Nice work," George said. "Why don't you give me Burned and you take Framed? We'll see if there's anything to what those girls said about the bookstore fire." "Well, it's a first step at least," I said, "but I think we're just getting started. You don't think she could have been behind the fire, do you?" Bess started to answer, but the waitress arrived with my wrap, and as she placed it on the table, she noticed my books. "I loved Burned. I think it was her best yet," she commented. "I just started it, but so far it's terrific," I agreed. "Lacey O'Brien lives in town, right?" Bess asked innocently. "Does she ever eat here?" "Never has on any of my shifts," the waitress replied. "She doesn't live in town, though. She has a cabin on Moon Lake, and she's one of those reclusive writer types. She does 1 signing a year at Pages, but that's it. No one around here sees her for the rest of the year." So the girls who we saw at the fire and Alice were in agreement about Lacey. She really didn't show up in town often. "We're staying in a cabin on the lake. Maybe we'll bump into her up there," Bess said to the waitress. "You never know," she said with a shrug, "but her cabin is almost completely hidden. You can't even see the place from the road. I've heard that her lakefront is decorated with a huge carving of a brown bear." "I've never seen it myself, but that's what a customer told me." Then the waitress leaned into our table and said, "I don't think folks from around here like her too much. Like she thinks she's better than everyone else who lives in Avondale." She tucked the check under the salt shaker and moved on to take the order of the couple seated at the table behind ours. "Wow," Bess whispered. "I wonder what she meant by that. And I'm totally intrigued by this hidden cabin." "And the bear," George said. "That's a great way for us to find the cabin from the lake." "If we could score an interview with Lacey O'Brien, that would be terrific," I remarked. George nodded. "We can still take the canoe out this afternoon," she suggested. "Maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to spot that bear and Lacey's cabin." "Sounds like a plan," I said as I picked up the check. "By the way, lunch is on me." I opened my backpack and reached inside for my wallet. Then I gasped. "What is it?" Bess exclaimed. "My wallet," I groaned. "It's gone." Chapter 3. Capsized. "I thought nothing ever happened in Avondale," George cried. "First a fire and now a lost wallet? Did we bring this bad luck with us?" "Oh no," Bess said. "Do you think it was stolen?" "Anything's possible," I said, sighing and searching through my backpack again. "I hope not. I'll have to cancel all my credit cards and get a new license. What a pain." "When did you last have it?" George asked, not wasting a second. It took me a moment to retrace my steps, but it came to me pretty quickly. "The Cheshire Cat," I said, "at the gift shop." "Oh, is that where you bought the books?" Bess asked. I nodded, breathing a sigh of relief as I pointed to the novels still sitting on the table. My wallet probably hadn't been stolen. More likely I had flaked out and left it on the counter while talking to Alice Ann. "Let's go. We'll stop there on the way back to the car," George said as she went to pay the bill. "Thanks, George," I smiled. For someone with such a great memory when it came to mysteries and clues, I could sometimes be surprisingly absent-minded about everyday things like wallets and car keys. As soon as we entered the inn, Alice Ann cried out, "I'm so glad you came back. You left your wallet on the counter when you paid for those books. I've been waiting for our front desk clerk to return from her lunch break so I could dash up to the diner to return it to you." "Thanks so much," I said, relieved. I can be such a scatterbrain sometimes. "Happy to help," Alice Ann replied. Then she noticed George and Bess behind me. "I didn't know you had friends with you. Any chance you need a place to stay? We've had a few cancellations, so there's plenty of room here at the Cheshire Cat." "No, thanks," Bess said. "We've already rented a cabin on the lake." Suddenly I had an idea. Maybe I could get Alice Ann to open up a bit more after all. "Speaking of the lake, the waitress at the diner mentioned that Lacey O'Brien lives up there," I began. "I know you said she keeps to herself, but any chance you know which cabin is hers? Of course we wouldn't bother her, but we're taking a canoe ride this afternoon, and it might be fun to just pass by." Alice Ann hesitated for a moment. "Well, I'm not in the habit of advertising her whereabouts to tourists," she said. "We may not have ever been close friends, but I suppose the woman is entitled to her privacy." She paused again. I waited, sensing that she was about to give in. "Well, I suppose it won't do any harm, but hers is the cabin on the northwest corner of the lake, and you won't be able to miss it from the water because there's a massive carving of a grizzly bear on the shore. That monstrosity must have cost her a fortune," Alice said and pursed her lips. I don't know what she was thinking when she commissioned that piece. Thank you, Alice. We'll just paddle by and get a peek at the place from afar," I told her, knowing full well that Bess, George, and I had other plans. Alice Ann nodded curtly. Once again, she was acting as though she might have opened up and said too much. "You enjoy your books now," she said as we thanked her again and headed back out the door into the car. On our way back to the cabin, we stopped at a grocery store to pick up a few supplies. Bess headed to the produce aisle for fruit and vegetables, while George and I picked up some bread, cereal, and milk for breakfast the next morning. The three of us met in the checkout line. We were right behind a nervous and tired-looking woman who was speaking with the checkout clerk in hushed tones. "So sorry about the fire page," I heard the clerk tell the woman. With a start, I realized we were behind Paige Samuels, the owner of the bookstore. I glanced quickly at the items she was purchasing, which included a box of heavy-duty trash bags, a large flashlight, a heap of batteries, and a case of bottled water. Then I elbowed George in the side and silently gestured to the woman. George glanced at the supplies and gave me a quick nod. and we both leaned in a bit to hear more. "Thank you," Paige said to the cashier in a quiet voice. "It's quite a shock." "Do you know what happened?" the clerk replied. "A few people have said that it might have been arson. What do you think?" Paige seemed surprised by the suggestion. No, she replied hastily. "The building is very old, you know. I'm sure it was just an old faulty wire, which is what the fire department thinks. Besides, Carol, why would someone want to deliberately set fire to my store? Alice Ann doesn't dislike me that much, does she?" And then she laughed. George and I looked at each other. Alice Ann? And Paige was laughing? This was too weird. Paige paid the cashier and quickly headed for the exit. As she pulled her car keys out of her pocket, a slip of paper fluttered to the ground. I leaned down and snatched it up. It read 9-1-14. "Excuse me," I called after her. "You dropped this." She turned back, a startled expression on her face. Then she saw the slip of paper, snatched it from me, and fled without saying thanks. "Whoa," George said as she appeared at my side. "That was beyond strange." "Tell me about it," I agreed. We headed back to the checkout line and joined Bess, who was busy loading our groceries onto the conveyor belt. "What was that all about?" Bess asked. "Nothing," I said softly, not wanting to speak freely in front of the cashier. Bess gave me a puzzled look, but she just shrugged and began bagging the groceries. As we headed out to the car, George and I quickly filled Bess in on what she had missed. "Weird," Bess exclaimed. "What do you think 9114 means?" "I don't know," I replied. "A date? It could be some sort of code, though." "I bet it is a date. September 1st, 2014, George stated matter-of-factly. "Could be," I mused. We drove back to the cabin in silence, mulling it over. Then we unloaded our groceries and put everything in the fridge, put on our bathing suits, shorts, and tank tops, and headed outside. Bess unlocked the equipment shed near the cabin and retrieved the paddles, while George and I carried the canoe down to the tiny stretch of rocky sand just behind our cabin. Bess pulled a bright orange life vest over her head and handed one each to George and me. "Ugh," she sighed. "Why do they have to make these so ugly?" "So they can be spotted in a storm," I replied simply. "Thanks, Super Sleuth," Bess joked. It was a rhetorical question, though. She squinted at the sky. "Speaking of storms, it looks a little dark off in the distance, doesn't it?" she asked. "Maybe we should wait until tomorrow to take the canoe out." She was right. The sky above the horizon was definitely gray. I pulled out my phone to check the weather. "Well, there's no rain predicted for this afternoon," I assured her. "So I think we should be okay, and I'm really curious to check out Lacey O'Brien's cabin." George just shrugged and followed us down to the shore. We climbed into the canoe and pushed off. As Bess and I paddled, George sat back and closed her eyes. I looked at the expanse of sky and the deep green fir trees that ringed the lake. It should have been relaxing, but it wasn't. I couldn't stop thinking about the fire and the odd facts and timing surrounding it. I'm really curious to hear what the fire department says. Paige seemed awfully certain it was accidental, but I'm not so sure. And she was so jumpy when I picked up that slip of paper. And I know she's a recluse, but even though there couldn't have been a signing, I'm a bit surprised Lacey stayed away. Bess nodded. "Good points," I continued. "And what about Alice Ann? Even Paige pointed out that Alice wasn't too fond of her." George glanced down at her phone, which was open to a compass app. "We're here. Well, the northwest corner of the lake, anyway." She looked from her phone back up at the sky. "I'm wondering if maybe we should turn back, though," she said worriedly. "It's gotten a lot darker out here, and my hair is suddenly standing on end because of all the static electricity in the air. I don't like the idea of being on the water in a lightning storm." "I agree," Bess said nervously. "And the wind is changing. I can feel it. I'm getting goose pimples on my arms." The sky definitely did look more menacing than it had before, and the wind had picked up. It was growing increasingly more difficult to paddle through the choppy water. But suddenly, out of nowhere, I caught a glimpse of a dark figure on the beach. 2 figures, actually. One in the dark shape of a bear, the other a human. "Look!" I cried out. "Over there! Someone's on the beach!" I gave George and Bess a pleading look. "We're actually closer to this shore of the lake now than we are to our cabin," George said with a sigh. "I'd rather be near the shore, any shore, than in the middle of the lake if we do run into trouble. Maybe we can land on the beach and ask for temporary shelter if it starts to storm," I said. Bess sighed. "You're both right," she agreed. "Turning back now in this wind would be more dangerous than going ashore here." Bess and I paddled hard. The gusts picked up while George gripped the sides of the canoe. The wind started whipping at us from every direction, but there was nothing else to do but press on. If we could make it to the beach, we'd be safe from the storm. The shadowy figure watched us from the shore. He or she didn't wave or yell out to us. It just watched us struggle. I put my head down and used all my strength as I pulled on the paddle. The waves were getting bigger, and every time one hit us, we rocked unsteadily from side to side. "Whoa!" Bess cried out. "Ugh!" George moaned. "This rocking motion is making me feel ill." "Try to keep the canoe cutting through the water perpendicular to the waves," I called to Bess over the wind. "That way we won't tip over." "Okay," Bess called back, as she and I both tried hard to turn the canoe so the bow of the boat was slicing through the waves at a right angle. Suddenly, the wind changed, and a swell of water hit us hard from the left, causing us to tip toward the right. "Yikes!" Bess screamed. At that moment, George pointed to a floating dock that seemingly just appeared. "Nancy! Bess!" she shouted. "Watch out!" In trying not to hit the dock, Bess and I managed to turn the canoe so that we were once again parallel to the waves. A second later, we were hit from the left with another giant swell. Before I even realized what was happening, the boat lurched wildly to the right, throwing us into the violent waters. "Help!" I yelled out. But my screams were lost in the wind. Chapter 4. No Trespassing. I gasped when I hit the lake, sucking down a mouthful of frigid water. Luckily, the life vest kept me afloat as I coughed and spluttered until I had spit most of it out. George and Bess bobbed next to me. "Are you both okay?" George yelled, wiping a handful of weeds off her face. "I'm fine," I yelled back as I grabbed hold of the side of the canoe. "Just drank about half the lake, but other than that, I'm okay." "Ah!" Bess screamed. She combed a muddy twig out of her hair with her fingers, and she was covered in lake gunk. She swam around to the other side of the canoe and grabbed hold as well. I glanced toward the beach to wave for help, but the person who was there before had disappeared. That was strange. Whoever it was had just been there a moment ago. Had the person really watched us capsize and then vanished without offering to help? I was certain, since we had also spotted the bear, that this was Lacey O'Brien's house. "Looks like we're on our own," I told my friends. I studied the canoe I was gripping. After we capsized, the canoe had flipped right side up again, only it was now full of water. Then I felt raindrops. So much for getting an accurate weather forecast before we'd set out. "Hey, where did that person go?" George asked, incredulous. "What if we were in real trouble out here?" "Maybe they're going to get help," Bess said. George shook her head. "Doubt it," she replied. "Nancy's right.
We're going to take care of this. Do either of you have any idea how to empty a swamped canoe?" I could barely hear her above the wind, and we kept screaming back and forth to one another. "Well, I did see it in a movie once," I admitted. "First we'll have to dump out most of the water. I guess we'll have to turn it over to do that." George shook her head. "We're only about 30 yards from shore," she said. "Let's swim in and tow the canoe behind us. We'll wait out the storm on the beach." Amazingly, we made our way to shore, kicking hard as we towed the boat through the thickening sheets of rain. Luckily, we didn't see any lightning or hear any thunder as we slogged through the lake. It was slow going, but we finally got close enough to the shore so we could stand and dump the water out before we pulled the boat the rest of the way in. We collapsed on the ground, soaking wet and exhausted. Dragging that canoe was one of the most physically challenging things we had ever done together. Once we were somewhat rested, I stood up, looked around, and saw that the property was covered in no trespassing signs. "Not exactly rolling out the welcome mat, right?" Bess commented. "I guess I understand why that person on the beach disappeared." "Well, I'm not going to let those signs stop me," I replied. "If that was Lacey or someone else, I want to meet whoever wouldn't help 3 people stranded on a lake in the middle of a storm." "And we've got to make it back to our cabin," Bess said, which was something I hadn't actually considered. The rain had let up somewhat, so George and Bess parked themselves under a tree, while I climbed the wooden steps that led from the shore to the cabin. I pounded on the back door, waited a good 2 minutes, and then pounded again. "Hello, Ms. O'Brien?" But nobody came to the door. When I backed away from the cabin, though, I caught a flutter of curtains at the window beside the back door. "Hello?" I called out loudly. "Is someone there? We're just looking for a place to dry off for a few minutes until the storm passes. Hello?" Still nothing. I waited another minute, but the door remained firmly closed. The curtains didn't move again. I returned to the beach and to George and Bess. The canoe was emptied, leaning on its side. Just as quickly as the storm had formed, it had let up. "I thought I saw the curtains flutter when I knocked on the door, but I could have been mistaken," I told them, shaking my head. "What now?" Bess asked. "We get back in the canoe and then head back to our cabin," I replied with a shrug. "And we try to figure out why Lacey O'Brien or whoever that was on the beach earlier refused to help us. If that was her, no wonder she has a terrible reputation in town." George bit her lip thoughtfully. "It was pretty rude," she agreed. "Maybe the fire was set to sabotage her book signing. She may have enemies right here in Avondale." At that moment, a small motorboat with 2 men aboard headed toward the shore. I could see the words Avondale Police stenciled on the hull. "You folks okay?" one of the men shouted. "We received a call that a canoe had capsized in the storm, and that trespassers were on this property." "We're fine," Bess called back. "Just cold, wet, and exhausted." The boat pulled up to a small dock, and the second officer climbed out. He was much younger than the first and had dark brown hair and eyes. More importantly, he was carrying an armload of thick, heavy blankets. He walked across the beach and handed one to each of us. "Thanks," Bess said, a smile crossing her face. "I haven't been so happy to see a blanket in a long time." He smiled back at her, blushing slightly and revealing 2 enormous dimples. The sun peeked out from behind the clouds for a second. Bess lowered her eyes and her cheeks reddened. It was all a little ridiculous, considering what had just happened to us. George rolled her eyes. The other officer started talking. "Ladies, I'm Sheriff Garrison. I'm relieved you are all okay, but you must have known how dangerous it was for you to be on the lake with a storm of this magnitude, and trespassing is a serious offense in Avondale. What were you doing here anyway?" "The storm came up suddenly and we headed for the nearest shore. Then we tried to get help from the owner of the cabin. We didn't mean to trespass." "I understand, but the no trespassing signs are there for a reason.
The owner of this cabin likes her privacy and is very wary of any strangers who could be stalking her," said the sheriff. Bess spoke. "We really didn't mean anything by this, sir. We promised to steer clear for the rest of our visit. I apologize for all of us." The sheriff nodded. "I will let you off with a warning. This time. But if I hear another complaint about you three, I'll bring you into the precinct. That's a promise." He walked away and started talking on his phone, leaving us with the younger officer. We were speechless. How had this weekend taken such a disastrous turn? He smiled. "I'm sorry my uncle was so rough on you guys," he apologized. "But folks in Avondale really take their privacy seriously. I'm Ian Garrison, by the way. I'm interning over the next couple of months for the sheriff's office. It looks like you could use help getting back to wherever you're going, right?" I nodded. "We're heading to our cabin on the southeast corner of the lake," I explained. "I think we'll be fine, but if you're going in that direction, we wouldn't mind the company." "We're heading that way, too. Just consider us your police escort." "Nancy," I replied as I took his hand. "And that's Bess and George." I pointed to my friends. "Nice to meet you all," he said. George and I portaged the canoe down to the shore. Bess carried the paddles, and we climbed in and pushed off. We got back slowly but surely, the motorboat officers watching our every move. By the time we got back to our cabin, the weather had cleared, and I couldn't believe it, but it was close to dinner time. What a day it had been. "Can we get you anything to drink before you leave?" I asked Sheriff Garrison. "No, thanks," he replied. "I have to get back. But remember, stay out of trouble while you're here." Then he smiled and said, "But barring an emergency, Ian here is done for the day." He gestured to his nephew. "That would be great, thanks," Ian replied with a shy smile in Bess's direction. Sheriff Garrison took off, and Bess and I went into the kitchen to get the drinks. As I sliced some lemons to add to a pitcher of iced tea, I said to Bess, "I was hoping you might be able to pump Ian for some info on the fire." I smiled at her in what I hoped was a winning fashion. Since he seems to really like you." "He does not," Bess protested. "But I'll ask a few questions if it helps." We headed back out onto the porch with the ice-filled pitcher, 4 glasses, and some snacks. "This is great, thanks. So, where are you all from?" Ian said. "River Heights," George replied. "We're just up here for the weekend." "What do you think so far?" Ian asked. "The lake is beautiful if you can manage to stay in the canoe," I joked. "And we got to check out Avondale earlier today as well. That bookstore fire looked really terrible." I glanced at Bess to see if she would take the lead. She turned to Ian and asked, "Who would want to torch a bookstore? We heard some people say that Lacey isn't too popular around here, even though she's a famous mystery writer. And Paige seems to have an enemy or two as well." "Well, I'm not supposed to discuss ongoing investigations, but we really don't know that much yet. I'm sure it wouldn't hurt," Ian said. "The fire chief and Uncle Bob, the sheriff, were in the bookstore all morning collecting evidence. They still have to evaluate everything officially. But just between us, that fire was definitely not an accident. They found traces of kerosene, though they also found some frayed wires on an old chandelier," he continued. "It looked like someone cut through the wires to make it look like that's what started the fire. Now they've launched a full investigation." So it was official. Someone had started the fire on purpose. But who was the target? Paige? Lacey? Or someone else? I was contemplating my next move when the ringing of Ian's cell phone cut through my thoughts. "Hey, Uncle Bob," he answered. "Is everything okay?" The sheriff. It was difficult not to eavesdrop, since Ian was sitting just a few feet away. "Really?" he asked. "Of course. I'll be there as soon as I can." The call over, he looked at us, seemingly in shock. "Thanks for the iced tea," he said, nodding his head at Bess as he spoke. But our small town has been hit again. Someone stole a valuable, one-of-a-kind statue. He shook his head. I just don't understand why this is happening.
Chapter 5. Cracking the Code. Bess was up from her chair in a second. "Come on, Ian," she offered. "I'll give you a lift back." George and I walked Bess and Ian to the car. "Do you have any more details?" I asked. He opened the car door and said, "The piece was by artist Rick Brown. It was taken from one of the small art galleries in town. The Bride of Avondale, I think my uncle said." 2 crimes in less than 12 hours? George questioned once they drove off. "I know that may not be much for River Heights, but from what we've heard about Avondale, it's pretty suspicious, isn't it?" "I agree," I said. "I know I've heard the name Rick Brown, but I can't remember where." "Maybe you saw one of his pieces in a museum or read about him in art class," George suggested. "Wait a sec," I said. "I remember." I jumped up and ran into the house to grab the 2 Lacey O'Brien books I had bought earlier in the day. I came back to the porch and opened one of them to the About the Author page and skimmed it quickly. "I knew it," I said triumphantly. "I read about the author on the way to the diner before. Rick Brown is Lacey O'Brien's husband." "That's too much of a coincidence, isn't it?" George said. "I mean, first Lacey's supposed to appear for a reading, but there's a fire at the bookstore. Then her husband's statue is stolen from an art gallery on the same day." I took a sip of tea and closed my eyes for a second. "Do you remember those 2 girls at the bookstore fire this morning? One of them mentioned that it seemed awfully similar to the plot of Lacey O'Brien's book Burned." George nodded. "Right," she agreed. "But what does that have to do with the stolen sculpture?" "Well, Burned is about a fire in an old building, and Framed is about a theft from an art museum," I told her. "Seriously?" she said. I nodded. "And another one of Lacey's mysteries is Drowned. Think about what happened to us on the lake before. It sounds like someone's copying the crimes from her mystery novels," I said. George gave me one of her George looks and said, "Okay, so we could have drowned today in Moon Lake, but why would anyone target us? No one knows who we are. And besides, how could anyone have known we'd go out on the lake and be caught in a storm?" "But remember Alice Ann? And that waitress told us where Lacey lives. I just have a feeling it's connected somehow. I know you're beat, but maybe we should start reading Burned and Framed now. There just might be more clues to what's next." "I'll tell you what's next for me, Nancy. Sleep. You can wait up for Bess, but I'm going to bed." The next morning, I woke up early and waited to tell Bess and George what I had discovered. I had looked at both books, letting George get her beauty sleep. Burned opens with a mysterious fire at an antique store. The arsonist tampers with the wiring in an old chandelier to make it look as though the fire is accidental. The rest of the plot involves an international ring of criminals who traffic in fake and stolen antiques. The heroine in the novel, a journalist named Lucy Luckstone, breaks the story and eventually solves the case, with the help of Detective Buck Albemarle. The 2 characters appear again in the novel Framed. This time, a thief steals a valuable painting from an art museum while Lucy Luckstone is on a behind-the-scenes tour. Lucy is framed for the theft, and Detective Albemarle has to clear her name. I didn't know if Drowned would have revealed anything helpful, but I didn't have a copy of it. I was on my 2nd cup of tea when Bess came into the kitchen. "So, what did you find out?" Bess asked eagerly as she helped herself to a mug of coffee. "Any insight into the Avondale crime spree?" "Well, I think there's a pretty good chance I'm right about someone borrowing crimes from Lacey's books," I explained. "But I don't even know where to begin in terms of motive." "How about Alice Ann?" George said as she shuffled into the living room. "You said she didn't seem to like Lacey or Paige all that much." I nodded. Could it really be that easy?
Who else? Lacey? Bess yawned from the couch. It sounds crazy, but who else knows her books better than the one who wrote them? Bess had made a good point. But as much as I would love to talk to Lacey, we had already been warned by Sheriff Garrison to stay away. Far away. I wasn't sure if anyone would be willing to talk to strangers from out of town, no matter how friendly people from Avondale appeared. George looked thoughtful. Well, you're probably the only person in town who's made the connection between the two crimes, she said. Ian and the sheriff might figure it out as well, but something tells me you have a leg up on those two, at least for a little while. The sheriff thinks we're stalkers, remember? I answered. I know, but the girls in town did know that the Pages fire sounded similar to Burned. Maybe it would make sense if we let people know about the connection between the two crimes. What do you think? George didn't look too happy. Do we really have to get involved in this, Nancy? Can't we let the sheriff take charge for once? My friends knew me better than that. If there was even a possibility that these occurrences were copycat crimes, then I couldn't ignore them. And it didn't mean they would stop. Lacey O'Brien had written a number of mysteries, and the person or persons behind the fire and the theft had more than enough material to keep them going. I frowned at George. She and Bess both sighed. Okay, Nancy, Bess finally said. What do we do next? I got up from my chair and walked into the kitchen area to pour myself another cup of tea. I was thinking I might give Ned and his dad a story for the Bugle, and if they want to run it, they would be free to do so. Bess nodded. And you'll get this story by saying I'm a Bugle reporter, of course, and that I'm following Lacey O'Brien's rare appearance and book signing in the quiet hamlet of Avondale. Hamlet? George said. I'm going to give Ned a call right now, I said, and then I'll do the dishes. Promise. My boyfriend, Ned Nickerson, is a part-time reporter and news editor at the River Heights Bugle, his dad's paper. The Bugle covers a wide area encompassing 3 counties, including Avondale, so the chances were good that Ned and his dad would be interested in the story. I quickly filled him in on what had happened yesterday, and he agreed that both crimes sounded newsworthy. I'll have to clear it with my dad, but if you write the story, I'll edit it and get my dad to publish, he told me on the phone. When will you be back in River Heights? I'm not sure, but Bess and George are coming home first thing tomorrow, I replied. I hope to do the interviews tomorrow morning and write the article tomorrow night, so you can post the story ASAP. Sound good? Yes, sounds great, he replied. After I hung up the phone, I cleaned up the dishes as promised. And because yesterday had been such an unplanned adventure, we decided to relax the rest of the day at the cabin, snacking, napping, reading, before George and Bess took off for home. After dinner, we decided to play one of our favorite games, Scrabble. George was easily the best player among us, and just 15 minutes into the game, she was well ahead of Bess and me. Triple word score, she shouted gleefully as she played the word zebras. Ugh, and you even have a Z in there, Bess groaned. Not only that, but the Z is on a double-letter score square, I added with a pained sigh. Sorry, girls, George said apologetically, though the smile on her face made it hard to believe she was being sincere. I played the word year and was left with the letters A, D, K, and O. I selected a Q and then 2 O's in a row. Really? I exclaimed, exasperated. 2 more O's? Nancy, you just totally gave away your letters, Bess laughed. I shrugged. I was losing badly by this point anyway. I placed the tiles on my stand with a sigh and started rearranging them. Suddenly, I remembered the scrap of paper from yesterday. Oh, I exclaimed, practically knocking my tiles over. I think I know what that number might have been. George and Bess both gave me puzzled looks. Number? Bess asked. What number? The one on the paper page dropped in the supermarket, I reminded my friends. What do you think it means? George asked. Well, I was rearranging the letters on my stand, and I was looking at the number of points assigned to each letter, instead of at the letters themselves, I explained. Maybe each of those numbers corresponds to a different letter of the alphabet. I spun my stand around to show them. Well, I guess the game's over if you're showing off all your letters, George joked. I glared at her. Sorry, she said, waving her arms in apology. Please go on. George, I know you thought the number might be a date, but what if it's a word? I continued. The numbers were 9, 1, 14, so we should try the 9th, 1st, and 14th letters of the alphabet. Bess had been keeping score, so she quickly grabbed a scrap of paper and a pencil and jotted down the numbers 1 through 14 on the paper with the letters of the alphabet below them. She studied the paper for a second and then gasped. The letters spell the name Ian, she cried. Really? I asked, intrigued. It's a good theory, but why would someone write down numbers instead of letters for someone's name? George asked. I admire your sleuthing skills, but maybe the number is just a number. You have a point, I admitted. People sometimes write things down if they're likely to forget them, and Ian doesn't seem like a name that would be hard to remember. Or necessary to disguise, Bess pointed out a bit defensively. Well, we don't know about that, do we? George joked. Maybe he's an undercover spy, and his cover is that he's the sheriff's nephew/intern. Ha ha, Bess replied, rolling her eyes. Wait a minute, I said. If it is just a number that someone wouldn't want to forget, it could be a combination. Maybe to a safe? And that would explain why the bookstore owner looked so alarmed when you picked it up, George pointed out. Maybe it's the code to a safe she has in the bookstore. I nodded. It's a possibility. Are we done with this game then? George asked as she gestured at the abandoned Scrabble board. Or are we still playing? Bess threw up her hands. It's no use, George, she admitted. You'll win anyway. Let's call it quits. I agree, I chimed in. You are truly the champ, George. With that, we packed up the game and headed to bed. I fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. But I was startled awake in the middle of the night by a rustling noise outside the cabin. I sat straight up. Bess was still sleeping soundly in the bed next to mine, but I saw George shift in her bed across the room. She sat up too. I tiptoed over in the dark and perched on the edge of her bed. Did you hear that? I whispered. She nodded. It sounds like someone's out there, she said in a hushed tone. I stood up and dashed back to my bed to grab a sweatshirt and my cell phone, just in case. I pulled the sweatshirt over my head and stepped into my flip-flops. George did the same, and then we quietly went out into the cabin's main room. A shadow darted past the window next to the front door. George and I both held our breath. Maybe we should call the police, she said quietly. Suddenly the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I clutched George's arm. What I had seen outside was now behind me, but inside. Chapter 6. Shadowed. The moonlight cast the figure's shadow on the wall in front of me. I grabbed a ceramic frog that was perched on the sideboard and whirled around, my heart pounding. I raised the frog, ready to bash the intruder. Stop! Don't touch me! The voice screamed. Bess? I lowered my arm. Bess, you scared the daylights out of us. Bess flinched and then scowled. You almost hit me with that ugly frog. I smiled apologetically. Sorry, I said sheepishly, glancing at the painted ceramic figurine. I thought you were an intruder. I did too, George added. Bess glared at us both. Well, you two are the ones who are out of bed in the middle of the night, she said accusingly. I heard the floorboards creaking and both of your beds were empty, so I didn't know what was going on. What's up?" "George and I heard something outside the cabin," I explained, leaning over and flicking on the light switch. "We wanted to check it out." George nodded. "And then we saw a shadow on the front porch. We were about to call the police when you came up behind us." "Well, let's call then. It's possible the intruder is still around." Bess shuddered. "I still don't know why anyone around here is interested in us." She picked up the phone and dialed 911. About 10 minutes later, Sheriff Garrison appeared at our front door. "What seems to be the problem, ladies?" he asked. "I didn't expect to see the three of you again so soon." George said, "We heard a noise outside the cabin. Then we saw a shadow flit across the porch. We thought someone might be trying to break in." The sheriff looked concerned. "I'm glad you notified us," he replied. "This is the third call we've received tonight from the cabins around Moon Lake. It seems there have been a few sightings." Bess, George, and I exchanged a look. First a fire, then a theft, our almost drowning, and now 3 calls to the police in one night? Was that also a plot from one of Lacey's books? The sheriff's walkie-talkie crackled. "Unit 1, come in." The sheriff pulled the handset off his belt and replied, "Sheriff Garrison here. We're sending the chopper over Moon Lake, looking for a perp in the southeast quadrant." "Copy that," the sheriff replied. He turned back to us. "You ladies okay? We're sending the helicopter out over the lake, so if there's anyone still out there, he or she should flee quickly or be caught in the floodlights. In the meantime, lock all the windows and doors and turn on any lights around the outside perimeter of the cabin. I doubt the perp will come back this way, but if you see or hear anything suspicious, just give me a call." He handed me a card. "This is my cell number. Feel free to call me directly or I'll send someone out ASAP." "Thanks a lot, Sheriff," Bess replied as she held the door open for him. "And sorry to bother you twice in 2 days. At least we weren't annoying anyone this time." She smiled. "No bother," he replied. "That's what I'm here for." Once the sheriff had gone and we had double-checked to be sure all the doors and windows were locked, we returned to the bedroom and climbed back into our beds. "Whew," Bess said as she slipped under the covers. "I feel like these 2 days have been like a roller coaster." "I know," I said as I lay back against the pillows. "I'm really sorry this visit to Moon Lake hasn't been restful." I closed my eyes and mulled things over for a few minutes. Could the would-be intruder be connected to the fire and the art gallery theft? I had to check the plots of some of Lacey O'Brien's books to find out if an intruder in the woods was a character who appeared in any of her stories. I opened my eyes to see that Bess and George were both asleep. I quietly slipped out of bed, grabbed my laptop from my bag, and tiptoed into the living room. Once my computer was running, I did a search on Lacey O'Brien's books. Up came Framed, Drowned, Consumed, Shadowed, Snatched, Dragged, Ditched, Stalked, Nabbed, and Burned, with plot summaries of each novel. I read through the summaries and my breath caught when I got to Shadowed. Lucy Luckstone is the protagonist again, and this time she's spending a week on vacation in a rented cabin on a lake. On the first day of her trip, her wallet is stolen, and for the rest of the week, she feels as though she's being followed. Then one night, someone tries to break into her cabin. It turns out she has a doppelganger who's trying to steal her identity. My skin prickled. It was as if I was reliving the book. How could that be? Had I really left my wallet at the Cheshire Cat Inn, or had someone, Alice Ann, lifted it from my purse and then returned it to me after finding out my background? I dug through my bag and grabbed my wallet, popping it open to check its contents. My credit card, ID, and cash were still inside. I laughed nervously. Of course Alice Ann hadn't stolen my wallet. She was the one who had brought up my missing wallet when Bess, George, and I returned to the inn, not the other way around. But just because everything was accounted for didn't mean Alice Ann, or anyone really, hadn't looked through my wallet. Now I was really being paranoid. But I couldn't help feeling that I had become the copycat criminal's target. A wave of exhaustion washed over me. My head hurt from thinking too much about all the different possibilities. I had to get some sleep, or I'd never be alert enough to track down the owners of the bookstore and art gallery, and possibly Lacey O'Brien the next morning. With heavy eyelids, I headed back to bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, we were all awake bright and early. George and Bess were packing up to return to River Heights. Meanwhile, I would stay here in Avondale and try to interview as many possible suspects as I could. I decided to leave our rental cabin on the lake, which without Bess and George would be too isolated for me to stay in alone. I thought I'd stay in town at the Cheshire Cat. I'd be able to keep my eye on Alice Ann and anything else that happened. "Nice to see you again, Nancy," said Alice Ann as she checked me in. "So glad you decided to stay here after all. I think 2B would be perfect for you. Just up the staircase, second door on your right." 2B was decorated with everything related to famous writers, from Edgar Allan Poe to Emily Dickinson. A bust of William Shakespeare sat on the night table, and a framed needlepoint of the Robert Frost quote, "Two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by," hung on the wall above the bed. There was even an old typewriter on a desk in front of the windows. I looked for a memento of Lacey O'Brien, but there was nothing honoring her in the room. That would be odd if I didn't already know Alice Ann's true feelings about her. I headed to Page's bookstore first. It was still closed, of course, but I was hoping Paige might be around cleaning up after the fire. The store was locked up tightly, though, and there was still police crime scene tape across the front door. I headed around to the back of the store, where a woman with dark, graying hair in a messy bun was loading large trash bags into a white pickup truck. I recognized her immediately as the woman from the grocery store, Paige. I cleared my throat softly, and she whirled around, clutching her chest. "Oh!" she exclaimed. "You scared me. Can I help you?" "My name is Nancy Drew, and I'm on assignment for the River Heights Bugle," I introduced myself, holding out my hand. "Are you the owner of the bookstore?" She studied me carefully, taking in my notebook, sunglasses, and reddish blonde hair. "Have I met you before?" she asked, genuinely perplexed. "Have you been to my store?" I figured she might recognize me from the grocery store, and it seemed like the best thing to do was just fess up. "I think our paths crossed at the grocery store on Saturday," I admitted. "You dropped a slip of paper, and I handed it back to you." She smiled. "Oh, yes, of course," she replied. "Thank you for that. And I apologize if I was abrupt. I was a bit out of sorts that day with the fire and everything. I still am today, I'm afraid. I didn't sleep much last night." She wiped her hair out of her eyes with the back of her hand, and I noticed the dark circles under her eyes. Then she said, "I know the investigators said it may be arson, but who would do such a thing? We're a quiet town with law-abiding citizens. This is quite disturbing." I thought back to my busy night and didn't blame her for not being able to sleep much, given what she had been through. She took my hand and shook it firmly. "I'm Paige Samuels," she said. "I realize it must be difficult, but I'd like to speak with you for a few minutes about the fire," I explained. "I'm doing a story about a few crimes that have taken place around town over the last few days." "A few crimes?" she asked, her eyebrows raised. "I didn't know there were others." I nodded. There was a theft in town Saturday as well, and sightings of an intruder near Moon Lake last night. I think the crimes may be related. Do you have a minute to talk? Paige nodded. "Let me just put this last bag of trash in the back of my truck, and then we can grab a coffee at the diner. The firefighters let me bag up some debris on Saturday before they began their investigation. I figure there's still plenty more to do inside the store, but for now, I may as well clear away as much of this trash as I can." "No problem," I said. Should I meet you there in about 15 minutes? Paige nodded. Sure, that works. I got back in my car, drove up the street, and parked in the lot across from the Avondale diner. Standing on the curb, I quickly glanced to the left and right before stepping into the crosswalk. Suddenly, a black car raced around the corner, tires squealing, heading straight for me. Chapter 7. Close Call. The car swerved to the left just as I jumped to the right, landing in a planter full of impatiens. The flowers managed to cushion most of my fall, though my right thigh was somewhat scraped and bruised from where it hit the edge of the planter. Slowly I stood up, and as I brushed myself off, I saw that the black car had screeched to a stop and pulled over to the curb ahead. A man and a woman got out and approached me hurriedly. The woman was tiny and wore an oversized hat and sunglasses. The man in a dark, ill-fitting suit was extremely tall. Both were pale and looked completely shocked at having come so close to hitting me. The woman grabbed both of my hands and looked me straight in the eyes. "Are you okay?" she asked a bit hysterically, her voice rising in pitch at the end of the question. I nodded. I was a bit shaky, but I was otherwise fine. I hadn't even torn or dirtied my shorts, despite the scrape on my thigh. Wait until Bess and George hear about my latest brush with death, I thought. They'll never believe it happened in Avondale. The woman turned to the man and poked him in the arm, hard. "I told you to slow down, Rick," she shrieked, almost in tears. "You almost ran this woman over. You could have killed her." I know, he lamented, wringing his hands. He turned to me. "Words cannot express how sorry I am, and how thankful I am that you're okay," he said genuinely. "It's all right," I replied, giving them both what I hoped was a reassuring smile. "I'm fine, really. It was clearly an accident." "Do you need us to call an ambulance or the police?" he asked. "No need for that," a loud voice replied from behind me. "The police are already here." I turned to see Ian and Sheriff Garrison heading toward us. Oh no, I thought. Not another encounter with the Avondale police. This was getting a bit absurd. Sheriff Garrison interviewed the couple and me and took down a full report, while Ian tended to my leg using a first aid kit that looked like it was at least 10 years old. "Are you sure that adhesive is still sticky?" I joked as he placed some gauze over the scrape. "Are you kidding?" he replied. "They don't make this stuff like they used to. I'll bet this will still be stuck to your leg a year from now." Once Ian was done patching me up, and Sheriff Garrison had completed his report, I assured everyone for the 10th time that I was just fine. Then the woman reached into her purse with shaking hands and pulled out a small notebook. She wrote down a phone number and address, tore the sheet out, and handed it to me. "We're on our way to an appointment outside of town, but please call on us later today if you need anything at all," the woman said. I glanced at the slip of paper before putting it in my pocket. "Sure, thanks," I replied, though I doubted I would ever call. I had a full day planned, and though I was still a bit shaken, I was fine. The couple climbed back into their car and drove away, and Ian and the sheriff turned to me. "Are you sure you're all right?" Ian asked yet again. "Of course," I replied, smiling reassuringly. "You did a great job patching me up." "I'm going to stop by the cabin later this afternoon if that's okay," Ian told me. Just to make sure. I smiled. Since Bess and George went back to River Heights, I checked into the Cheshire Cat Inn. It's not necessary, but that's where I'll be if you want to stop by. I waved a quick farewell and hurried across the street to the diner. Paige was waiting for me at a windowed corner booth. "Are you okay? I just saw that car almost take your life," she said. I smiled sheepishly. "Really, I'm fine. No worse for wear," I said as I settled in across from her and began the interview. "What can you tell me about the fire Saturday morning?" I asked as I opened my notebook. I would have taped our interview, but thought I would be less threatening just taking notes. "Well, we had a book reading and signing scheduled for 10 a.m. with Lacey O'Brien. We're not particularly close, but we were in the same class in high school. Once a year, I'm able to convince her to come out for a special event. Well, her husband convinces her. I knew him back then, too. They're high school sweethearts, you know? She paused and looked off in the distance distractedly for a moment before she continued. Of course, as you know, the event never happened. When I showed up at 8 to open the store, the firefighters were already there. It looks like the blaze broke out in the early morning, and the firefighters think it was caused by old electrical wiring. I jotted everything down in my notebook. I thought the firefighters were investigating the possibility that the fire was caused by an arsonist, I pointed out. Isn't that why there was police tape up around the store? Paige sighed heavily. I was hoping you wouldn't have to print that in your article, she explained. The bookstore hasn't been doing too well lately, and I didn't want the bad publicity. But you're right. The sheriff and the fire chief are investigating the matter. I hope it wasn't arson, and that the fire was accidental. I nodded as I made a few more notes, thinking back to what Ian had said about the sheriff and the fire chief finding the kerosene and frayed wire in the bookstore. Clearly, Paige was in denial about the cause of the fire. Ms. Samuels, if it was arson, do you have any idea who would want to torch your shop? Please, call me Paige, she said. Oh my, absolutely not. As I said before, this is a very small town, and everyone here gets along. I thought. Not exactly. I thought of Alice Ann, and how she didn't seem to care much for either Lacey O'Brien or Paige. I still found it hard to believe that Alice Ann was behind the fire or the theft, but stranger things had happened. But I still couldn't figure out what her motive would have been. And was it Alice Ann who'd been on the porch of our cabin? If it was, she sure knew how to cover up her feelings, as she couldn't have been nicer to me when I got a room at the inn. I caught Paige glancing at her watch, so I quickly moved on to the next topic. Did you call to tell her about the fire? Paige nodded. After I'd spoken with the firefighters, I did call her to let her know what happened. We briefly discussed rescheduling the appearance for later in the year after the store reopens. And her husband, Rick Brown, do you know him well? I asked. Paige shrugged. Not really. Like I said, we went to high school together, but that was ages ago. You do know that one of his sculptures was taken? I said. I just heard about it on my way here, Paige answered. She shifted in her seat and glanced at her watch again. For the life of me, I don't have a clue as to who would be targeting Avondale's fine arts, she said. Books and paintings and sculpture are important tourist attractions for us and add so much to our community. I do hope the police get to the bottom of this and fast. She paused, then said apologetically, I should probably be getting back. I have so much cleanup work to do. Of course, I answered. Just one last thing. Some people have theorized that the arsonist and the art gallery thief may be perpetrating crimes based on some of the plot lines in Lacey O'Brien's books. Paige looked startled. Really? She asked. You mean like a copycat criminal? Exactly, I explained with a nod. Do you think you could help me contact Lacey? I'd like to speak with her about her books, but I know she's reclusive. I'd also really like to interview her husband about his art piece. Suddenly, Paige's face lit up. Did you happen to catch the names of the couple from your accident? She asked. I thought back to the police report the sheriff had filled out, wondering what this had to do with Lacey O'Brien. I think they were Richard and Cecilia Brown, I told her. Why? She leaned in and whispered, Well, the couple that tried to run you down was none other than Lacey O'Brien and her husband. Chapter 8. The Secret Door. I pulled the slip of paper the woman had handed me earlier out of my pocket. It read, 555-0192, 34 Crescent Lane. Cecilia Brown is Lacey O'Brien? I asked, incredulous. Paige nodded. Lacey O'Brien's been her pen name since we were in high school, she explained. She always hated the name Cecilia Duncan. She was named for her grandmother, and Lacey thought it sounded old-fashioned. It didn't help that most of the kids in school called her Cece, even though she despised the nickname. She almost always goes by Lacey these days, but it makes sense that she gave her real name to the sheriff. But he acted like he didn't even recognize her, I said. I couldn't believe that the sheriff hadn't known that Cecilia Brown and Lacey O'Brien were one and the same person. Paige shrugged. He probably didn't, she said. Most folks in Avondale have only heard of her as Lacey O'Brien, the local mystery writer, and don't know her personally. Aside from her close friends and people who grew up with her, not many local residents would recognize her. I only know her real name is Cecilia because of our high school days. So it's no surprise the sheriff didn't know who she was. He's only been in office a few years anyway. I glanced back down at the slip of paper. What luck! As crazy as it sounded, almost getting hit by a car was turning out to be my best break of the day. I was all but guaranteed an interview, or at the very least, a meeting with the famous author later that afternoon. For now, I had one more place to visit in town. The art gallery. Thank you again for your time, I told Paige. The story should be in both the online and paper edition of the River Heights Bugle tomorrow morning. Of course, she replied. I'm happy to help. And thank you for looking into the fire. If it was arson, I'm eager to find out who's behind it. Me too, I assured her. And I won't stop investigating until I do. Paige offered to pay for our coffees on her way out, and I headed to the ladies' room. On my way there, I realized someone was in the booth right behind ours. Oddly, he or she, I really couldn't tell, was hunched down in their seat and seemed to be hiding behind a large menu. But I was able to glimpse a shock of curly brown hair with a streak of gray. Alice Ann? I asked tentatively. She lowered the menu and seemed surprised to see me there. An empty coffee cup and a plate with the remains of a slice of pie sat on the table in front of her. Since I hadn't seen her come in, I figured she had been there the whole time Paige and I had been talking, which meant she had likely heard our entire conversation. And considering she was my number one suspect, maybe my only suspect, I wasn't thrilled that she was pretty much spying on us. "Nancy!" she replied a bit too cheerfully as she jumped up and grabbed her check from the table. "I didn't know you were here." She waved the bill in front of me as she headed for the cashier. "In a hurry!" she cried. "I've got to get back to the inn." I walked out the door shaking my head. In addition to being one of the town's biggest gossips, it seemed Alice Ann was also an expert eavesdropper. Or was it more than that? I thought back to the wallet incident on Saturday. Was it possible that Alice Ann was really shadowing me? I was glad that my stay at the inn would keep her close to me. I headed outside, and after quickly checking directions on my phone, I realized I could walk the few blocks to the art gallery. I glanced behind me a few times on the way just to be sure Alice Ann wasn't tailing me. I was fairly confident I was on my own, but I felt jumpy all the same. I couldn't shake my suspicions about that woman. The Clancy Tate Gallery was cool and bright, though the scene that greeted me was anything but cheerful. A thin, tight-lipped man in a dark turtleneck and thick glasses with tousled hair was standing in front of a desk in the corner, having a heated argument with a woman in a blue suit standing opposite him. "Mr. Tate, please, I ask you not to raise your voice," she implored him. "I assure you that it won't help the situation." The man sat down in his chair abruptly and slumped back, looking completely dejected. "I'm ruined," he wailed. Now, Mr. Tate," the woman replied in a clipped voice. "There's no need to be so dramatic." The man stood back up and squared his shoulders proudly before he addressed her again. "Excuse me," he began softly. but you've just come into my gallery and informed me that my insurance policy lapsed 3 days ago and that no one from your agency had the decency to send me a renewal notice. So for the last 3 days, including the day before yesterday, when a valuable piece of artwork was stolen from this gallery, I have had absolutely zero insurance coverage, which means that I am solely responsible for the cost of the piece, and you dare to accuse me of being overly dramatic." He was shouting loudly by the end of his brief speech. The woman retreated sheepishly. "I do apologize, Mr. Tate," she replied. "Perhaps I should come back tomorrow so that we can discuss this further." She turned to leave and saw me standing near the entrance. "And I see you have a customer as well, so I'll be out of your hair now," she said as she quickly darted past me and out the door. The man sighed loudly. "Thank goodness that vile woman is gone," he muttered, more to himself than to me. Suddenly, he seemed to notice me standing there. "Oh, excuse me," he apologized, a dazed look on his face. "Can I help you?" "I hope so," I replied. "Are you Clancy Tate?" He grimaced. "I'm afraid so." "My name is Nancy Drew," I introduced myself. "I'm on special assignment for the River Heights Bugle, investigating the recent Avondale crime spree. Would you have a moment to answer a few questions about the Bride of Avondale for my article?" "Would I?" Mr. Tate asked. "If your article can help get the statue back, then I've got all the time in the world." We sat at a glass-topped table, and once again, out came my notebook. "When did you first notice that the sculpture was missing?" I asked. "I was the only one here. One of my co-workers had the day off and another called in sick." Mr. Tate paused and then went on. "Lacey O'Brien's fans were in town for her signing at the bookstore. I guess a few of her super fans know she's married to the sculptor Richard Brown, so they came flooding in to see one of his most beloved works. It's not a large piece. In fact, it's rather delicate, but the detail and intricacy is meticulous. We had about 20 more people than usual sign the guest book on Saturday. At one point, I must admit, I did go in back to look for a sepia photograph of Moon Lake by Ethan Jenkins, another of our local artists." He took a deep breath and continued. "After that, I was busy making a sale of a few posters to a woman from Louisiana. When I realized the statue was gone, I called the police immediately, and they were here within minutes. But it was too late. The thief was long gone. It could have been anyone." "May I see the guest book?" I asked. I didn't think a thief would actually sign in, but I still had to check. "Go right ahead," Mr. Tate replied. He handed me a thick, oversized leather book and opened it to the most recent page. I scanned down the list of names and addresses. A few were locals, but most of the addresses were from neighboring towns. Ian Garrison, the sheriff's nephew? Arnold Edwards. Was that the man in the apron talking to Alice our first day? But one name stood out more than the others. Alice Ann Marple. If Alice Ann was the thief, she was either the dumbest thief in the world for signing the book or incredibly shrewd. "Do you mind if I take note of these names and addresses?" I asked. "No, not at all," Mr. Tate replied. "Like I said, if your story helps get that statue back, I'll be in your debt forever. And you know what they say about publicity. It's never a bad thing, at least in the art world. Do you want me to make a copy of that page for you?" "Nope, I've got it," I replied. I used my cell phone to take a photo of the register before I handed the book back to him. I started to put my notebook away when Mr. Tate cleared his throat. "There's one thing I forgot to mention, and it involves Lacey O'Brien, but I can only tell you off the record. It would be a security risk for me if you printed it in the paper." I was immediately intrigued. "Of course," I assured him. "From now on, everything you say is 100% off the record." "There's one other way to get into the gallery. Only a few people know about it. I mentioned it to the police, and they've concluded that's probably how the thief came in and exited." "Go on," I prodded. I sure wished Bess and George were here. I could have used some extra eyes and ears. The gallery actually shares space with a mystery writer's retreat and workshop, he explained. As a wealthy local artist, Richard Brown has always been a huge investor in and supporter of the gallery. A few years ago, Lacey had the idea to fund a dedicated writing space for fledgling mystery writers. She and Richard didn't want their names attached to it, since she so closely guards her privacy, but Lacey still believes beginning writers should get a break, especially mystery writers. Gee, I thought, that didn't sound like someone who thought she was better than everyone in town. Mr. Tate went on. Anyway, Richard proposed closing off the back half of the gallery that faces Oakwood Lane and turning it into the writer's space. There would be a separate entrance, and Lacey would rent the space from me. She and I are the only two people with the key to the door between the gallery and the writer's space. My mind raced as I quickly processed the new information. A place just for writers. Mystery writers? Even though Lacey didn't want anyone to know the space was her brainstorm or that she was paying for it, I wonder if she ever dropped in as her former self, Cecilia Duncan. Most people probably wouldn't guess that their writing mentor or coach was the best-selling Lacey O'Brien. It was as if she was hiding in plain sight. Whoa. Besides Mr. Tate, Lacey was the only person with access to the gallery through the secret entrance. But why would she have stolen her own husband's sculpture? Was it some sort of strange publicity stunt? As Mr. Tate had said, no publicity is bad publicity in the art world, or the world of publishing. Who owns The Bride of Avondale? I suddenly asked Mr. Tate. Lacey does. I put it on exhibit to coincide with her book signing. Wait a minute. The sculpture that was stolen was one of Lacey O'Brien's, and she's the only one, other than you, who has access to the gallery through a secret entrance? I asked. At that moment, a crash sounded from a back room. Could Lacey be in the writer's room now? A voice called out, "Sorry, Uncle C. I was standing on a stool in the supply room and lost my balance." Into the gallery walked a girl with a familiar-looking face. "Mandy," I said, "what are you doing here?" It was the girl who was with her friends the other day, standing outside Pages after the fire. Mr. Tate asked, "Do you two know each other? How can that be?" Mandy looked at me quizzically at first, and then had a light bulb moment of recognition. "Hey, you're the person who was asking me and my friends Carly and Rachel all about the bookstore." "That's right. I'm Nancy Drew. I'm writing an article about the recent crimes in Avondale and have been interviewing Mr. Tate about the theft of the statue," I explained. "Well, my Uncle C is totally clueless about it," she said, "but I think someone is definitely lifting their ideas from Lacey O'Brien's books, just like I said the other day, and my friends and I think it might even be Lacey O'Brien." I might not have thought Mandy knew what she was talking about the other day, but right now, we were on the same page. Chapter 9. Framed. I ran outside and called George, quickly updating her on what I had discovered. "What do you think?" I asked. "I don't buy it," George said. "It's just too, convenient." I agreed. I didn't actually believe Lacey had stolen the statue either, but clearly she had to be considered a suspect. George continued. "Since the statue was just on loan to the gallery, Lacey doesn't have a real motive for stealing." "You're right," I said. "The motive question is definitely a problem. But that doesn't change the fact that she had ample opportunity." "But it's also obvious," George replied. "It's almost as if someone chose stealing the sculpture because it would make Lacey a prime suspect." "Exactly. Lacey's being framed, just like the character Lucy Luckstone in a novel, Framed." "That makes sense," George answered. "Kind of. Do you think she's also being set up with the fire? Who would want to frame her? Nancy?" I kept walking down the street and noticed the Avondale Library. I sat down on a bench in front to continue our conversation. "I understand those crimes could be connected to Lacey and her books, but what about the intruder at our cabin? And the canoe? And me almost being run over?" I asked her. Nothing answered me. "Hello, George? Are you still there?" I asked. George spoke. "Nancy, when were you almost run over? Are you okay? See what happens when Bess and I aren't around to chaperone you?" Oh no, I'd never told them about my near accident. "I'm fine, really, but because of it, I'm hoping to get a face-to-face meeting with Lacey O'Brien." George laughed a bit on the other end of the phone. "Only you, Nancy. Only you could have that happen. But nice work. If you need us to come back to Avondale, just say the word." We hung up and I walked back to my car. Instead of first calling Lacey, I decided to drive right to her house. Maybe by surprising her, I would get more information. Or perhaps a confession. I used my phone's GPS to navigate from town back to Moon Lake and 34 Crescent Lane. Lacey and Richard's cabin was set back from the road, covered, it seemed, by giant oaks and pine trees. I pulled into the long driveway and in 2 minutes was knocking briskly on the front door. Within seconds, Cecilia Brown, a.k.a. Lacey O'Brien, flung open the door and greeted me by grabbing both of my hands tightly in hers and squeezing them hard. "Please tell me you're still feeling okay, dear," she gushed as she swiftly pulled me into the house. "Of course," I replied. "I'm feeling just fine. Honest." Her cheeks reddened, and she looked down at her feet in what seemed to be embarrassment. "I'm afraid I owe you an apology," she said softly. "I know who you are." Wow. Did she know I was writing an article? And that I suspected her of staging her crimes from her books? She continued. "I recognize you from the lake on Saturday. You had 2 other young women with you. I'm so sorry Rick and I didn't come out to help you. I truly regret it. It's just that, well, we've had people stalk us from Moon Lake in the past, and we're never sure who to trust." Lacey wrung her hands nervously, then said, "We did call the sheriff, but there's still no excuse for not coming out there ourselves to make sure you were okay." I was stunned. That Lacey, Cecilia, was so honest and forthcoming took me by surprise. Could this truly be someone masterminding a local crime spree? "Thank you, Mrs. Brown," I answered. Luckily, we were just drenched to the bone, shaken up somewhat, but nothing more serious. "Why don't we sit down and make ourselves comfortable?" she replied, and I followed her into a warm and comfortable living room, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the lake. We settled in on an overstuffed couch. "We were not stalking you, but we did hear that this is where Lacey O'Brien lives, and when you and I had our run-in in town, I had no idea you were Lacey O'Brien." I paused and then admitted, "I'm not here about our run-in this morning, though. I'm here because I'd like to interview you for an article I'm writing for the River Heights Bugle." Again, Lacey looked embarrassed. "I see it wasn't hard for you to connect the dots about who I am. I'm so sorry, but I don't grant any interviews about my work," she explained. "I made a decision many years ago not to allow interviews, so now I'm afraid I'm stuck. If I make an exception for one paper, the floodgates would open. I hope you understand." Once again, she seemed genuinely sorry. "The story isn't about your writing," I said. "It's actually about a number of crimes that have taken place around Avondale this weekend." "What does that have to do with me?" she asked, looking me squarely in the eyes. Truth time. I was a little nervous to directly confront Lacey and was hoping she wasn't currently writing a mystery entitled Murder at Moon Lake, but I had to take the chance. I probably should have looped in Sheriff Garrison and Ian, but I kind of knew they wouldn't approve of what I was doing. "My article reports the ways the perpetrator of the crimes is stealing ideas from your books, burned and framed. The police and the fire department have determined that the bookstore fire started due to wiring in an old chandelier that had been tampered with, exactly like what happened in Burned. And besides Mr. Tate, you're the only one with the key to the gallery's back room and easy access to the statue. I'm afraid that you're at the top of my suspect list." Lacey paled, and then grew angry. "That's awful," she said, "and frankly, I resent your accusations. However, for your information, I was home the morning of the fire. Paige called me to tell me about it. I certainly couldn't be 2 places at once." She went on heatedly. "There is no way I could be your culprit." I exhaled. What a relief. "Now I'm the one to apologize, Lacey, but I hope you understand that I had to play my hunch," I said. There was somewhat of an awkward silence before I spoke again. "It's quite possible, then, that you're being framed." "Me? Framed?" She laughed lightly, and I realized it was the first time I had seen her smile. But then she paused as though trying to determine whether she should reveal something. "About 10 years ago, a big fan of my work called me every day. He figured out where I lived and trailed me around town for a number of weeks. He was basically harmless, but I ended up getting a restraining order because it was very unsettling. The last I heard, he had retired to Florida and was doing well. That's the main reason Rick and I became so reclusive and protective of our privacy. We didn't want to go through something like that again," she said. "Have you heard from him recently?" I asked. "No, I haven't," she replied with a shake of her head. "I actually have no reason to suspect him, but we do have a history, so it's one possibility." "Anyone else?" I said. She shook her head again. "I'm afraid there's no one I can think of." I took down the former stalker's name anyway, though it didn't sound like a promising lead. I intended to look into it. Then I gave her my number and asked her to call if she thought of anything else. "If anyone comes to mind, please let me know. Who knows what they'll do next to set you up?" "I'll definitely be in touch if I think of anything," Lacey said. "Nancy, I should let you know that I'm going to tell my husband Richard what's transpiring. I don't want either of us letting down our guard." She walked me to my car and warned me to be careful. "I know Avondale has a peaceful facade, but one never knows what lies beneath." Even though it was warm outside, Lacey's words chilled me to the bone. Another exhausting day. I drove back to town, looking forward to the quiet of my room at the inn. Now I had to write the article, and by the time I was done with it, I realized I hadn't solved a thing and had actually created more questions than I had answered. Just after 7:30, I hit send with my article to Ned. Then I called to let him know it was on its way. "You sound beat, Nancy," Ned said. "Maybe I should drive to Avondale tomorrow and help you out." "I'm fine. If I can't figure this case out in the next 2 days, I promise to turn it over to the sheriff," I told him. I was about to hang up when there was a knock at my door. "Hold on a minute, Ned. Let me see who this is." I padded past the Dr. Seuss chair and opened the door. Nobody was there. But on the ground was an envelope with my name. I opened it, wondering what it could be. A thin slip of paper fluttered out. I picked it up and read the typewritten note. "Stop pressing your luck. If you know what's good for you, you'll get out of town now." Chapter 10. Stalked. "Ned, I'll call you right back," I said and hung up. I peered at the note and realized it had been typed on an old-school typewriter rather than printed out from a computer. I looked at the letters closely and realized that all the T's were more faded than the other letters, as though that key on the typewriter didn't work quite so well. I looked up and down the hallway and didn't see or hear a soul. Suddenly, my phone rang and I jumped. "Hello? Who is this? What do you want?" "Nancy, it's me, Ned. You said you'd call back in a minute. What happened?" He sounded panic-stricken. "Ned, I'm sorry, but I think I will take you up on your offer. Can you come to Avondale first thing tomorrow?" I said. "Of course I'll come. But are you all right tonight?" Ned asked. I assured him I would lock my door, not open it for anyone, and meet him at the Avondale diner at 8 a.m. We said goodnight and I got into bed, still tired and now a bit scared. Not surprisingly, I had trouble falling asleep. A million thoughts filled my head. I must have been closer to who was behind this mystery than I realized. Who'd left that note, written with a typewriter? I sat up in bed. Typewriter. There was one right on the desk in my room. I turned the night table lamp on and walked over to the desk. I took a sheet of the Cheshire Cat Inn stationery and put it in the roller. I typed the same words in the note. Stop pressing your luck. If you know what's good for you, you'll get out of town now. I ripped out the paper, inspected the T's, and almost started crying, but from relief. This wasn't the same typewriter used to write the note sent to me. I'd been so worried that someone had snuck into my room. But maybe, just maybe, if I found the typewriter that was used for the letter, I would find out who was behind the second cup of tea, reading my article in the River Heights Bugle when Ned arrived at the diner. He listened closely while I filled him in on everything that had happened, everything I hadn't written about in the article, that is, over the last few days. So you've talked to Paige, Lacey, Alice Ann, and Mr. Tate. It could be any of them, Nancy, Ned said. It was great seeing Ned, and great to be able to bounce theories off him. After we talked, we both were in agreement about two things. We didn't think Lacey was the culprit, and in order to find out who was, we had to find the broken typewriter. I figured we'd swing by Paige's pages first, and then stop at the Cheshire Cat Inn. Both seemed to be likely spots for an antique typewriter. But the bookstore was dark, and the web of police tape still decorated the front door. I cupped my hands around my face to block out the bright sunlight and peered inside, but the store looked deserted. I realized I didn't know how to reach Paige other than by stopping by the shop. But then I remembered Alice Ann. Maybe she would be able to tell me where to find the bookstore owner. Nothing? Ned asked as I backed away from the darkened window. Nope, I replied, shaking my head. Let's walk up the street to the Cheshire Cat Inn. Wait till you see this place. When we entered the inn, Alice Ann was front and center behind the receptionist's desk, chatting with someone on the phone. When she saw me come in, her face lit up. She gestured that she would be just a moment, and I nodded before Ned and I ducked into the gift shop. Wow, she sure has a thing for cats, Ned remarked as he took in the array of cat-shaped knickknacks crammed into the tiny space. Mm-hmm, I replied absently as I surveyed the space for typewriters. Antiques and old-looking memorabilia were everywhere. My eyes took in a shelf of antique scissors, strange items for an inn gift shop, I thought, and old-fashioned writing devices like fountain pens and quills. In addition to the spinner rack of paperbacks that housed all of Lacey O'Brien's books, there was a shelf of dusty old dictionaries, encyclopedias, and Avondale high school yearbooks. But there was no typewriter. "Nancy!" a voice cried out behind me, and I turned to see Alice. Shockingly, she grabbed me and gave me a friendly hug. "Oh," I exclaimed. "Hi, Alice. Good morning." She laughed. "I hope you had a restful night. I was looking for you this morning, but you were out bright and early. But now I can thank you in person." "Thank me?" I asked, genuinely perplexed. "For what?" "Ever since your article was published in the River Heights Bugle this morning, my phone has been ringing off the hook," Alice replied, a huge grin on her face. "We've had a tough summer at the inn, and it's been hard to book rooms, but it seems that people all over the county are curious about Avondale and Moon Lake since your story came out. We're completely booked for the next 3 weekends, and I imagine we'll be full for the rest of the summer by the end of the day. It seems people want to make a weekend trip to Avondale so they can retrace the steps of the copycat criminal. And relax by the lake, of course." "That's a little disturbing," Ned replied, a troubled look on his face. "Well, yes, I suppose it is," Alice admitted, and her brow wrinkled for a moment in dismay. Then she shrugged. "But it's been great for business." At that moment, the phone rang again, and Alice dashed back to the reception desk to answer it. Ned and I continued to browse the shop while she finished the call. About 15 minutes later, she returned. "Sorry about that," she explained a bit breathlessly. "Now, what can I do for you two?" She studied Ned carefully and raised her eyebrows questioningly at me. "This is Ned Nickerson," I replied. "Ned, this is Alice Ann Marple." "Very nice to meet you," Alice said as she shook his hand. "You too," Ned replied. "Nancy told me about your little shop, and I know how much she loves antiques." "Actually, I was really looking for an old-fashioned typewriter," I jumped in. "Would you happen to have any of those?" I watched her closely to see her reaction, but Alice Ann barely blinked. "No, I'm afraid not," she replied. "But I do have some vintage typewriter ribbon tins. They're very collectible." She pointed to a shelf of colorful lidded tins. I shook my head. "But who buys the ribbons without the typewriter?" I asked. "I was really hoping for a typewriter. I couldn't recall whether you had one in here or not." I smiled, and Alice did as well. She didn't seem rattled at all when I mentioned looking for a typewriter. "You might try Memory Lane on Oakwood," she suggested. "Stephen Gray is the owner, and he might have something like that in stock. Just tell him I sent you." "Okay, thanks," I replied. "I appreciate it." "It's no problem at all," Alice Ann gushed. "I really am so grateful for your article. Not that I'm pleased about the crimes that have taken place, of course," she added, her face growing serious. "I hope you don't think I'm an opportunist like all these tourists who have been calling this morning." No, not at all," I murmured. "I mean, I'm not at all happy about the reason I'm seeing so much new business. It's just that the inn has been struggling so much recently. I've thought about throwing in the towel and retiring early. But this new business should be enough to keep us afloat at least through the end of the year, which is when we usually see a bump, thanks to the ski resort in nearby Sugarville." "I understand," I told her. "Don't worry. We don't judge you." "Well, thank you," she replied, her cheeks reddening a bit. "I'm a little embarrassed to be profiting from the crimes, but what can you do? It is what it is." Ned and I nodded in agreement. Truthfully, I did agree with her. If she hadn't committed the crimes, then it wasn't her fault. That was the reason tourists were flocking to the Cheshire Cat. "Well, thanks for your time," I told Alice as we headed for the door. "Oh, one more thing. Any idea where I can find Paige Samuels? I wanted to ask her when she thought the bookstore would be reopening, and if she was going to reschedule the Lacey O'Brien signing." "Really?" Alice Ann replied, looking more than a little curious. "Well, she often has lunch at the diner, so you might try to find her there. Or you can swing by her place. She lives in an apartment on Oakwood Lane, right above the antique shop, in fact." Alice prattled on. "I don't know where she's been keeping herself. I know the fire put her store out of commission for a time, and she's probably mad as blazes at Lacey, for so many reasons dating back to high school that I couldn't even begin to tell you about, but no, I haven't seen her." "Thanks, Alice Ann," I said. I was grateful when the phone rang and Alice Ann stopped gossiping. Ned and I headed out into the warm morning. "Well, she sure is something," Ned said softly as we left the inn. "Doesn't want to profit off the crimes, huh?" "How can't it be Alice Ann?" I whispered to him. "We've got a motive now. Her business was suffering and now it's booming. She doesn't particularly like Lacey or Paige either." I paused. "But we still need actual proof. We've got to find that typewriter." Ned nodded. As we walked past my car, he plucked a piece of paper from the windshield and held it out to me. "Hey, what's this?" he asked. Oh no, not another note. Again, it was typed in all caps. "Ms. Drew, you seem to have trouble following directions. Don't say I didn't warn you." Chapter 11. Opportunity Knocks. My stomach dropped to my feet. Who was watching me? "There goes that theory," I said with a shudder. "There's no way Alice Ann could have put that note on my car. She was with us the entire time. And we just passed my car on our way from the bookstore to the inn." I chewed my lip as I thought things over. Then I glanced down at the latest note again. I needed to find that typewriter. It was our best clue, and I was worried about what would happen next, to me or someone else in Avondale. "Let's go to Memory Lane, then," Ned suggested. "Maybe the owner knows of someone in town who's a collector." "Sounds like a plan," I agreed, giving him a grateful look. "Thanks again for coming along today." "Happy to help," Ned said, reaching over and giving my hand a squeeze. "You'll get to the bottom of this. I just know it." A few minutes later, I parallel parked in front of Memory Lane. There was a doorway just next to the entrance that had 2 buzzers. The top one was labeled Samuel's. I rang and waited a minute or so before ringing again. When there was no response after the 3rd ring, I gave up, and Ned and I headed into the antique store. The shop was dim, dusty, and absolutely crammed from floor to ceiling with antique furniture, light fixtures, candlestick holders, china, cameras, and clocks. Ned and I made it about 2 feet before we were stopped by an enormous antique bookshelf filled with crumbling old books. We couldn't figure out how to get around it, so instead I called out for help. "Hello, Mr. Gray?" I cried. "Is there anyone here? We could use some, assistance." "Coming, coming," a muffled voice replied from what sounded as though it was somewhere below us. A minute later, a man with horn-rimmed glasses popped up behind me. "Hello, so sorry to keep you waiting," he said. "I was just in the basement organizing some stock. What can I do for you?" "Alice Ann Marple sent us over. We're looking for any old or antique typewriters you may have." He scratched his head and looked around at the piles and piles of stuff surrounding us. Typewriter, he muttered. "Let me check my inventory. Come right this way." Mr. Gray darted to the right and squeezed his way past the enormous bookshelf. Then he weaved his way through a row of wicker chairs and around a mirrored door that was leaning against the wall until he came to a roll-top desk that was completely covered in more paper. He picked up a large notebook and began to thumb through pages that were covered in rows of nearly illegible scrawls of ink. "Ah, yes," he exclaimed, pointing at a row in his ledger. "We do not have a typewriter." Okay," Ned replied, glancing at me. "How is this helpful?" he mouthed. I just shook my head at him. "Trust me," I mouthed back. "Does that mean you used to have one, but it's been sold?" I asked. "Indeed it does," Mr. Gray said with a nod. "That's too bad," I replied, thinking quickly. "Did you happen to sell it to someone local? I'm a collector and would pay top dollar." Ned raised his eyebrows at me. "Nice," he mouthed. Of course," Gray replied without hesitation. "I sold it to that famous writer. What's her name again? Lacey O'Neill? She was wearing a big hat and sunglasses, so I wouldn't recognize her, but I knew who she was." He shook his head before he continued. "That typewriter wasn't even in very good shape. In fact, there were a few keys that were broken when she bought it." Ned and I looked at each other and quickly said goodbye. I grabbed his hand and hurried him out the door. "We've got to question Lacey again. Come on, we're driving to Moon Lake." I was glad to leave the dust and papers behind and be outside in the sunshine. "One more second, Ned. Let me ring Paige's buzzer again. Maybe she came home while we were talking to Mr. Gray," I said. But Paige still wasn't home, or just not answering. We started to go to my car when I noticed the storefront on the other side of Memory Lane. It was unmarked, but there was a logo of a quill and a jar of ink etched into the glass door. That had to be the writer's space that was connected to the art gallery. We didn't have time to check it out. We had to get to Lacey. I was sorry that Ned and I couldn't enjoy the scenery or a hike as we drove out to Moon Lake. Right before we pulled into her driveway, Ned asked, "What about Lacey's stalker? Did you check him out? These notes seem to have stalker written all over them. No pun intended." I had to smile at Ned. I knew he was trying to calm my nerves. "I did check up on him. I placed a few calls before you came this morning and confirmed that he's still in Florida." We got out of my car, and it took all my self-control not to run to the porch. I rang the bell, and we waited. I rang again, willing Lacey to be home. Finally, the large oak door opened. Lacey looked at me like she didn't recognize me. But an instant later, she exclaimed, "Nancy, it's lovely to see you again so soon. Is everything all right? Have you found the guilty party?" But I wasn't as warm and friendly to her. "May we come in, please? This is my boyfriend, Ned Nickerson." "Please do. Come in and have some tea," Lacey said. "Rick's in his studio working, but I'll go get him." Just like yesterday, Lacey didn't act uncomfortable or guilty in the least. Ned and I sat down in cushy green armchairs in the living room, while Lacey disappeared into the back of the house. She returned a few minutes later with a tray of tea and her husband. "Nice article, Nancy," Rick remarked as she shook my hand. "Are you any closer to solving this mystery and recovering the stolen statue?" "Rick," Lacey scolded him, "isn't clearing my name more important?" "Of course," he replied. "But I'm sure that finding that statue will clear your name." He turned to Ned and me. "The sheriff and his assistant were here earlier today with a search warrant. They were looking for the sculpture." I looked at Lacey expectantly. "Of course they didn't find it because it's not here," she told me, "but they're getting a warrant to search my writer's space next." As Lacey fixed herself a cup of tea, I took out the typewritten notes I had received. I took a deep breath and began. "I know you were adamant yesterday defending yourself, but not only did someone make sure I got these notes," I paused and held them up, "but we found out from Stephen Gray that you were the one who bought the typewriter they most likely were written on." Lacey and Rick exchanged glances. "May I see those, please?" she asked. She took the papers and slowly read the messages. "I didn't write these notes!" she exploded. Her face turned red. I held my breath as I waited for her to explain. "The typewriter is at Oakwood Writers' Workshop, of course," she replied, "but no one uses it. It's there merely as decoration, and perhaps inspiration for the writers. You must know, Nancy, that hardly anyone uses typewriters anymore." I nodded. True, but anyone who uses the space had access to the typewriter and to the secret entrance to the art gallery. "No one has access to the art gallery through that entrance except Lacey and Clancy," Rick chimed in. "For both your sakes, I really hope you're wrong about that," I said. Again, Rick and Lacey glanced at each other. What was in that look? Did they seem concerned about something? Maybe I had been right about Lacey's innocence, but could Rick have been involved? "How can we help?" Rick asked. "I think Nancy really needs a list of people who are members at Oakwood," Ned suggested helpfully. I nodded. "Just give me a few minutes and I'll print the membership list from my laptop," Lacey said. The next 5 minutes seemed to take an eternity. When Lacey returned with the sheet of paper in her hand, I jumped up from my chair. I scanned the list from top to bottom 3 times. One name made me stop. And I realized I had to get back to town. Now. Chapter 12. The Final Clue. I didn't want Lacey or Rick to know I suspected anyone on the list, so I handed it back to her and thanked her. As they walked Ned and me out, Lacey told us about a last-minute fundraiser that they were holding tonight at Mr. Tate's art gallery. With the theft of the Bride of Avondale statue, his gallery was in jeopardy of closing because of the lapsed insurance policy, and the local art community had organized the event. Rick glanced at me and said, "You and Ned should come. Lacey and I will get you tickets. And you can ask your friends who had the canoe mishap the other day to come as well. It's the least we can do." "Thank you," I answered. "We'll try to be there." Once we were in the car, I turned to Ned. "We've got to hurry," I told him. "We have to get back to the Cheshire Cat Inn, and then to that fundraiser." "The Cheshire Cat?" Ned looked at me incredulous. "But it can't possibly be Alice Ann. You said so yourself." "Trust me on this one," I said. "There's something there that I need. Let's go." I drove carefully but quickly, hoping Alice Ann hadn't locked up the gift shop for the day. I figured she was attending the fundraiser that evening too, and she probably needed some time to get ready. As I drove, Ned called Bess and George to see if they could make the trip to Avondale in time for the fundraiser. I figured Ian would be there, so it wouldn't be hard to sway Bess, but I wasn't so sure about George. Neither of them answered their phones, but I left messages, Ned said. Perfect, I replied. Hopefully they'll be able to make it. We drove the rest of the way in silence as I puzzled over all the clues. I was pretty sure I had figured out who was behind the crimes, but there were still a few loose ends that needed tying up. Penny for your thoughts, Ned asked, breaking the silence. You'll know soon enough, I replied. Before I knew it, we were back in town. I parked in the lot behind the inn and hurried inside, Ned struggling to keep up with me. I slipped into the dark lobby and headed straight for the gift shop, almost crashing into Alice Ann as she turned the key to lock the door to the tiny room. Wait, I cried. Don't lock up just yet. Can you let me back into the shop? Nancy? Alice Ann asked. Whatever for? I'm running late for a fundraiser at the Clancy Tate Gallery. I know, I replied. I am too. But first, there's something in your shop that I need to borrow, just for the evening. Borrow? Alice Ann asked, raising her eyebrows. This isn't a library, you know. People tend to buy the things they like, especially if it's something to wear to a fancy event. It's nothing like that, I explained. I need to look at your Avondale High School yearbook collection. I'm this close to solving the mystery of the bookstore fire, the art gallery theft, everything. Alice Ann smiled brightly. Well, why didn't you say so? She asked. In that case, go right in. She unlocked the door and pushed it open, practically shoving me inside. Then she flicked the lights back on and hustled me over to the bookshelf where I had seen the yearbooks earlier that day. Which one do you need? Alice Ann asked. And I knew you weren't just a reporter working on a story. You're really a detective, aren't you? Well, yes, I replied. There was no sense keeping up my cover story when I was this close to solving the case and knew that Alice Ann wasn't who I was after. I am. And right now I'm really hoping you have the yearbook from the year you graduated. That's the year that Paige, Rick, and Cecilia graduated too, right? Yes, that's right, Alice Ann replied, a puzzled look on her face. She pulled a dusty book off the shelf. Here it is, but our high school days were years ago. I really don't see how that's going to help you, she said. Suddenly, I had a pang of doubt. What if I couldn't find the proof I was looking for? What if the hunch I had was just that? A hunch. Alice let me take the book back to my room, and she closed up the shop. Back in room 2B, I sat down on the Dr. Seuss chair and began flipping through the yearbook. Who or what are you looking for? Ned asked, looking over my shoulder. Pictures of Rick Brown, I replied. I turned a page, skimming captions of sport teams and school clubs. But finally, I found him. An image of Rick in a tuxedo, standing arm in arm with a pretty girl with curly hair in a lovely off-the-shoulder evening gown. I had never been so happy to see an old prom picture in my life. Luckily for Ned and me, the Clancy Tate Gallery fundraiser wasn't a black tie affair. Since it had been planned at the last minute, everyone was dressed casually, so we didn't stick out too much in our khakis and sneakers. It was wall-to-wall Avondale when we walked in. In just a few days, I already recognized faces, from Alice Ann to Lacey to Paige, and even Mr. Tate and Mandy. It seemed like there was a great deal of support for Mr. Tate and his gallery. I knew that the fundraiser was the perfect cover for me to finally get to the back writer's room. I would try to convince Mr. Tate to give me the key so I could look around for myself. Ned, you stay here and mingle, I told him. I'm going to talk to Mr. Tate alone. But I couldn't get close to him with all the people who were listening to his story of the statue's theft. I walked to the rear of the gallery, to the locked door to the writer's space. I wanted to will it open and wish there was a magical phrase like, "Open Sesame," that would somehow make it so. But something magical did happen. The door opened, and out walked Mandy. "Mandy, what are you doing here?" I started to shriek, but quickly lowered my voice. "I mean, what are you doing in there?" and motioned my head toward the door. "Hi, Nancy," Mandy smiled. "I had to escape this crowd. Really, how boring can it get? People just telling Uncle C how wonderful they think this boring gallery is, over and over again," she said. "I couldn't stand it." "But I thought only your uncle and one other person had the key to this door. Was it left unlocked?" I asked. "Unlocked? No," Mandy answered. "The writer's room isn't a secret to me. I know where the key's hidden, so I take it anytime I want. Like I said the other day, my uncle is pretty clueless. Nice, but clueless." She laughed a little bit. And then she said, "I hang out here a lot, sometimes with my friends, sometimes with the writers. Ms. Samuels is even there right now." "Paige? Paige is in the room?" I said. Mandy nodded and then took off. So I slowly, quietly opened the door and couldn't believe my eyes. Paige was there, just as Mandy had said, and in her hands was the Bride of Avondale. "Sheriff Garrison!" I screamed. "Help!" Chapter 13. Facing the Facts. Paige turned around and gasped. There stood not only me, but Sheriff Garrison, Ian, Ned, Lacey, Rick, Mr. Tate, and what seemed like the entire population of Avondale. "Ms. Samuels, just what do you think you're doing?" asked the sheriff. I'm, she sputtered. "Caught red-handed, I'd say," Lacey said, and walked into the room. I thought Paige was going to pass out, but instead, she placed the statue on a shelf, right next to an old typewriter, and then she sat down at one of the writer's desks. "I'm sorry," she began. "I didn't mean for—" Sheriff Garrison interrupted her. "Stop right there, Ms. Samuels. You have the right to remain silent." And then he and Ian walked calmly over to the owner of Paige's Pages and escorted her to their police car. 1 week later, Bess, George, and I were sitting in my kitchen, having apple pie and chocolate butterscotch cookies, just the treats we were craving. George took a sip of lemonade and said, "So Sheriff Garrison was ready to arrest Lacey O'Brien for the crimes? The intruder at our cabin turned out to be a bear? That's what he said, right?" "See, Bess, I told you he and Ian needed help. It's a good thing Nancy was there." Bess rolled her eyes but smiled at her cousin. And Paige was so jealous of Lacey's success and her marriage to Rick. But still, to go to those lengths. I sighed. After Paige's arrest, Alice Ann had actually visited her in jail. I don't know if she went just to find out more gossip or to finally be a friend, but Alice found out that Paige had always felt she was competing with Lacey, as far back as high school. But she never came out ahead, even though she had attended the prom with Rick. That's the photograph I saw in the old yearbook. When the bookstore started doing poorly, Paige planned to close it. But then she devised a plan to make money from the insurance company, an idea taken straight from Lacey's Mysteries. The fire was meant to look like an accident. But once she realized that the fire and police departments suspected foul play, she started to cover it up. I took my plate to the sink and let the water run over the leftover crumbs. "I think there was a part of her that wanted to get caught," Bess added. "Why else would she join the writer's space and hide the statue in her own locker? She was bound to be found out, especially after getting the writer's room key from Mandy." Bess had a good point. I wondered whether, when I'd picked up the paper with her locker combination on it at the grocery store, Paige had been deliberately dropping clues. "Well," I told my friends, "I'm glad no one got hurt. Broken hearts, maybe, but nothing else. And now I've got one more mystery for you to solve." George groaned. "Please, Nancy, say you're joking. How much more can we take?" I started to laugh. "Where do you think I put the latest Lacey O'Brien mystery? I can't find the book anywhere." Dear Diary, a few months later, Ned and I took a day trip to Avondale. We had read that Lacey and Rick Brown bought the bookstore, now called Brown's Books, and completely renovated it,
expanding the mystery and children's sections. And, inspired by the town's new notoriety, Alice Ann began hosting murder mystery weekends at the Cheshire Cat Inn to continue to draw new tourists. I hear they're a smashing success. But, as far as I'm concerned, I think I've had my fill of mysteries at Moon Lake. We hope you've enjoyed Once Upon a Thriller, an Oasis audio production. Text copyright 2013 by Simon & Schuster. Production copyright 2015 by Oasis Audio, under arrangement with Aladdin, an imprint of Simon & Schuster Children's Publishing Division. Oasis audio titles are available wherever audiobooks are sold, and on our website, oasisaudio.com.